the 8th Parliament will be dissolved. And that is when we'll find out if indeed that recommendation or nomination by President-elect John Dramani Mahama to have Speaker Right Honourable Alban Bagbin retained as Speaker of Parliament would also take place. That's if no other nominations come up around that time. Because per the law, once a person is nominated and there's no other name, automatically that person becomes the Speaker of Parliament unless there has to be some, competition if another person is nominated. And so we'll get into that conversation as well as his response to that nomination. And then we will go into the conversations that have taken place on the floor of Parliament. We've heard from the minority leader, the majority leader, and the Speaker himself. I have my guest here, and so we'll not be doing this conversation all by ourselves. And we hope, like I said, that you can join us. Seated next to me, well, let me start off from the other side, and then I'll come to my other guests who are much closer to me. A man that many of us revere. He's a veteran journalist. He's also the managing editor of the Insight newspaper, Mr. Kwesi Pratt Jr. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I hope you're well. Fine. And Happy New Year, because I haven't seen all of you. And so I'll probably just stay with you for a while, just before I come to my other guests, so please pardon me. But of course, expectations are high. I'm sure a number of Ghanaians are looking forward, with interest as to how things are going to pan out this evening into tomorrow, looking at what happened 4 years ago. I mean, generally, let me pick your initial thoughts before we get into the rest of the conversation.
Well, I'm not expecting anything dramatic.
Okay.
There's no indication that anything dramatic is going to happen tonight. So I expect things to move smoothly. I expect Alban Sumani Bagbin to be re-elected as Speaker, and things will be fine and normal.
And normal. Were you surprised by that nomination from the President-elect concerning Alban Sumana Bagbin?
No, I couldn't have been surprised.
Okay.
I mean, it's obvious that at this time, Bagbin is swinging on a current of public approval. And it would have been strange if any attempt had been made to remove him. Now, you would notice that even the minority, the new minority, you understand, endorsed him way before this time. So it was clear that it was going to be him and none other.
Okay.
Some issues have been raised, which I dismiss.
Like what exactly?
Well, there are those who are looking at the regional ethnic question. And I think it's silly.
Why?
Okay. I don't mind. I don't mind if tomorrow morning all the ministers we have are frafras. And they are serving the interests of all the 32 million people of Ghana. I don't mind.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
So this ethnic divide, this regional divide, and this regional and ethnic consideration, really, I mean, it doesn't take us anywhere. It's a certain level of backwardness that we have to overcome. Look, when I was growing up, district commissioners and so on were not appointed for where they were coming from. Even in the Achampon era, you had Colonel Akwe Noti as Northern Regional Minister, and everybody attests to the fact that the period when he was Northern Regional Minister saw more development in the Northern region than many other periods, compared to many other periods. You had this guy who was Minister for Eastern Region, I think Idrisu or so, whose performance was excellent. There was Dawuni, Colonel Dawuni, who was Minister for Central Region, whose performance was excellent. And in those days, the clause we have in the Constitution today did not exist. I mean, today, if you have to contest elections, you are supposed to hail from the place or have property interest in the place and so on. It didn't exist. Look, this is one unitary country, and we should build it as such.
I'll let you hold on this thought, just so I can also introduce my other guests, and I'll come back so we continue this. And I'm sure most of you are saying, is this just introduction? Well, you're in for a ride. It's going to be a very interesting conversation. But also joining us is the Executive Director for Global Info Analytics. And during the election period, I mean, his name was all over the place. I was just asking him if he's rested, but it looks like the new year has already started with a lot of work for him. So Musa Dankwa is here. Good to have you in the studios. I hope you're well.
I'm doing very well, thank you.
And you'll rest at least after this. Hopefully.
Somewhat, yes.
Some way, somehow you will.
Yes.
Happy New Year to you.
Same to you, Bella.
Also, lawyer Kwame Jantwa is here, not new to the channel as well. At least every morning or every Friday morning, you know that you'll see him on TV3 New Day. During the election period as well, he was here with us and he joins us again. He's a member of the CPP and also a lawyer. Good to have you as well, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Bella. How
Everything
are
okay?
you?
Not bad. I'm not bad at all. I guess
You're
we're all
you're
looking forward.
Well.
I'm looking well, thank you. You are looking well as well.
God is good.
And I guess we're all looking forward to...
There's action coming up in
the
next 4 years. Yeah.
Oh, in the next 4 years.
Yes,
I thought you were
yes,
referring
yes,
to this evening and tomorrow, which is
This
what I was
evening is a
asking.
foregone conclusion.
Ah.
But what I will miss about this Parliament is the fractiousness of it and the fact that it made people get to know the Constitution better.
True.
I think that was a good thing. It was a kind of education for us. And it showed us that we are not ready. Maybe we are not ready. But that 137, we all thought that it would bring some kind of unity between us. But it was fractious.
Yeah.
It was fractious. So we will see what will happen. I think Speaker Babin has been assertive. I think Speaker Babin has been the kind of speaker who protected Parliament, not protected the political party.
Okay.
And I think he was able to do it well. The other thing about it is that he snubbed the judiciary. And he wanted everybody to know that Parliament was independent.
Yeah.
So let's see how this works out. The now majority speaker is going to be the minority speaker, has started firing.
Already, I mean...
Already.
Yeah, he was referring to the speaker as being biased in certain cases in Parliament.
He's also referred that some of the NDC members weren't ready for the speaker to be speaker. For me, so far as I see it, he's just trying to make up to the speaker for all the things he said.
You think that's what it is? Because he dared them. He did indicate that if they think he's lying, they should dare him, and he was going to mention
one
names.
of the things that the MPP should learn to do is to start building confidence within the people. That's the first point of call. They should start building confidence within the people, because 2028 is just down the road. Nobody knew President Akufo-Addo would leave. 8 years will come so quickly. So they should start building confidence. And some of the comments he made there, I don't think he should have made those comments.
On the floor.
The fact that if you touch one, you touch us all. It wasn't necessary. What if it happens that those you touch have actually done wrong? What happens? Ghanaians have voted to make Parliament work. And all the parties in Parliament have to make sure it works. And they have to bring Ghana first before themselves. Otherwise, next election, anybody who steps out of line, out of the window, be it NDC, be it MPP, out of the window. At this point, they've got to work for the country. That is what Ghanaians are looking for. That's why Ghanaians voted the way they voted. So let's see how it goes. That's why I say it's going to be exciting.
Very exciting. Let me just take some preliminary remarks from Musa.
I was surprised at the performance of the incoming minority leader. I mean, with 1/3 of Parliament, you don't go for theatricals, you go for substance. And what he was doing there was child's play. I mean, all the things that he was saying, how does it speak to the people of Ghana? You know, about those who wanted to retain Bagbin and those who didn't want to retain Bagbin and they should dare him and so on. None of it speaks to the interests of the people of Ghana. Just playing to the gallery where there's no gallery. If you have 80 members or a little over 80 members out of 276, you have no gallery to play to. And this playing to the gallery really I found quite strange, you know, exceedingly strange. What we need in Parliament now, from their side, is substance.
Okay.
The majority side can afford, you know, some playing to the gallery, you can afford some theatrics and so on, but they cannot. Look, if half the members of the NDC decides to stay at home and sleep, the other half can still carry on with the business. You understand? You are coming, you have 80, just a little over 80 members of Parliament, and this is the game you want to play.
88,
That's funny. That's funny. They should get serious.
But I mean, to be fair, this was just their last remarks before the dissolution. And so I guess that he just wanted to get a few things off his chest in a very light manner before they get ready for the 9th Parliament. Was he not allowed to at least make jest?
Bella, there was nothing light about what he said. To accuse an incoming government or to suspect an incoming government of violations or intended violations of the Constitution is not a light-hearted manner. You understand? To actually allege that there was a coup attempt against the Speaker is not a light-hearted manner. These are serious matters, you know, and well, it's up to them. If this is how they want to conduct themselves, that's up to them.
Well, we wait to see, you know, how it goes. But
talk about OREAL.
Exactly.
What was that for?
I'll just let you come in shortly, but I also wanted to take Musa's remarks on expectations. And of course, we all listened to both leaders on the floor of Parliament and the Speaker as well. What were your thoughts on that?
I think equally being drawn to the side of senior Kwesi Pratt on some of the comments Afenyo Markins made. I think they were a bit, I would say childish, but probably not for a level that I expected of him in today's house.
Infantile is the word.
I think he could have done better by some of the words he chose and how he expressed himself on certain issues. With the Bagbin, I think this wasn't the first time he made that comment, but I don't think he should have repeated it again today. It was highly uncalled for. Probably trying to create a wedge between the Speaker and his side. I don't think it was necessary. Also, the comment about...
But is it not a fact? Or are you saying that even if it is a fact, there was really no point
I mean,
in
sometimes I have to get serious.
that?
I mean, I have to get serious on these things. But in all, I think the 4th or the 8th Parliament has been strong in holding government accountable, holding government's feet to fire to some extent. And I think some of the bills that if we hadn't gotten this Parliament would have gone through would have been quite serious. And I was listening to Arun Idrisu a little while ago, and he made mention of Ajapa deal, which I think was very big deal. If that had gone through, probably that would have been chaos. The e-levy, they fought hard to prevent the e-levy from being passed, but they managed to get that e-levy passed. And I think the e-levy was the bill that probably unraveled this government. The day it was passed, that was the day the government began to unravel without them realizing it. And since then, they haven't been able to recover. I think they all have to learn lessons from this Parliament, both minority and majority sides. And they must always be on the side of the people. When people say we don't want it, they must listen.
Should that be a lesson for both of them? Or if you have to be specific, for the majority who are now going to be the minority, what should be the lesson?
Lesson for the NDC majority. Yes. You must always be in tune with the public, assess public mood, and be able to reflect public expectations. If you go against the public, you're going to be in trouble.
Unfortunately, I don't think that any of the parliaments we have had has been able to hold government accountable. None whatsoever. In all the parliaments, the executive has had its way. Even when we had a hung parliament.
Exactly.
I mean, what didn't the executive manage to pass? E-levy, it passed. You know, approval of ministers, no trouble. I mean, some of the ministers who were passed, I mean, I was sitting at home and watching the proceedings and I was wondering, my goodness, what is happening here? But they all passed.
Which ones in particular, if I may ask? I mean, we can walk down memory lane. I remember that there were a number of them. I'm just trying to remember, or I'm trying to get you to remind us of some of these ministers that till date you still do not understand.
The minister who was asked about her ministry, and she had no clue what departments and agencies existed under her ministry, and she was passed. You know, I mean, incredible. And before then, you know, I mean, I think it was during the era of Professor Mills, a minister had been nominated, and I think members of the appointments committee knew her capability and limitations. You know what they said? They asked her, do you go to church? She says, yes, I go to church. Oh, you know how to sing hymns? Sing one hymn for us. And she sang the hymn. And she was passed and became a minister.
Yeah.
So our parliaments throughout, since 1992, have not held government accountable. And I'm not expecting this parliament to hold anybody accountable. This is a lopsided parliament. They have 180-something members of parliament.
183 at the moment, we're told.
Well, whatever it is, 166 is 63. It's a large number. You understand? So I'm not expecting parliament to hold any executive accountable. It hasn't happened before, and it's not going to happen now.
Even when the incoming minority says that they're going to keep this government or this party under check.
With what
throughout.
numbers? With what numbers?
Well, they said they're still going to remain vigilant and hold their feet to the fire.
And then what happens? Everything will be resolved by voting. What numbers are they going to use? What numbers? They should be realistic. Look, they are not going to play any major role in this parliament. They are not going to be able to dictate anything in this parliament. With these numbers, and with a parliamentary whip system, what are they going to do?
But, Kwesi, the onus might not be on the opposition, but the onus would be on the people of Ghana. It's the people of Ghana who have given the NDC the majority. And if the NDC also decide that they won't listen to the people of Ghana, then it's going to be sad, because they have to. They have to listen to the people of Ghana. Because the people, you see, people voted, some voted for the manifesto, but majority voted because they were pissed off with Akufo-Addo's government and felt, okay, the next government coming in will give you the majority, will give you everything, however, you've got to work to our dictates. This is where, if democracy really worked, NDC, who have a huge majority like this, with things, they will go back to their constituents to say, LGBTQI bill has come. This is what we are thinking to do. What do you think? What do you say? And it should reflect when they come into parliament. However, if they also allow the party to dictate terms in parliament, then it's going to be challenging.
But that's...
So they should be careful.
It's interesting that you bring this aspect.
What we are actually talking about is the people's power.
Yes. Yes.
To determine who they want to govern them
But
every 4 years.
But that is what is happening with
that's
this.
substantially different from talking about parliament as an institution holding the executive in check. It's substantially different. You're talking about something totally different. My prediction is even worse than yours.
Which is?
If things don't change, if the Mahama administration does not deliver, the loss of confidence in this limited democratic experiment will be so massive that if care is not taken, we may not have a next election.
Yes, I agree.
Yes, that's my prediction.
Yes, I agree.
Look,
absolutely.
President-elect has no choice. There are no choices. He has to succeed. All of us as people of Ghana, we don't have a choice. We have to help him to succeed.
Yes.
Because if he doesn't succeed, I don't want to think about the consequences.
Yeah.
We won't get to the next election.
Look, we've been voting since 1992. And many people are asking themselves, what did we get out of all these elections? You know, this election, the turnout, the patterns of voting and so on, tell us something. This is the last hope.
Yeah.
It is the very, very last hope. If it doesn't work, let's forget it.
Completely. That's a little scary to think about.
I mean, Bella, if you look at the exit polls, there are people we spoke to after that who didn't vote. And one of the reasons they gave was that they've lost hope in democracy. About 20% or so. And these are people who have voted, as Senior said, over the years. And they haven't seen any tangible dividend that their voting has brought to them. So if we are not able to deliver this time around, I mean, that hope will be shattered further. And it will be a big blow to our democracy, and we may be sinking down a deep hole.
But is there trust in the NDC to deliver to a large extent?
Look at the election results.
The results suggest that people want to test them. They want to
so
see...
it's a test. It's
Yes,
not necessarily the fact that they trust them to do the job.
It's a test, because
Okay.
they've seen the alternative MPP that has not delivered. They believe that the other option is NDC. Let's give it to them, and let's see what they do with the power that we've given them. If they fail to deliver, trust me.
And look at the votes.
Yeah.
And that is assuming that the voters' register was not bloated. That is assuming that all things were equal, the voters' register was not bloated. More people refused to vote than the votes that the president had to win this election.
Yeah.
What does that tell you? If you assume that the voters' register is not bloated, and there are reasons to suspect that this voters' register may be very heavily bloated, but I haven't done the investigation, and I'm not going to stick my neck out.
Yeah.
You understand?
Okay, that's an interesting one, and we'd like to hear from you as well. And just to remind you that we're streaming live on Facebook at TV3 Ghana, and so spread the word, let everyone join in, and drop your comments as well so we can read them as we move along. At 7 p.m, News 360 will come your way for an hour, and we'll continue this conversation. We're staying here, myself, Michael Obodu, and Beatrice Edu. We're going to be here till 12 a.m. when the 8th Parliament is dissolved, and then the next team will take over and take you through the swearing in of the new MPs for the 9th Parliament. But this conversation continues up until News 360 starts. And let me just come to you, because, I mean, that's a scary thing to think about. But for you personally, from where you sit, do you think this NDC government will deliver? They
have to deliver. They have the work cut out for them. Look, Afenya Markin was talking about the fact that this committee that was set up, OREAL, was illegal.
Yeah.
But President-elect hasn't taken office, has he? He's not president of Ghana at this moment. So if you say there's no constitutional requirement for OREAL, he's not in power. He is only in power after he's what? He's inaugurated. And when you look at the areas that they're looking at with this OREAL, and tell me whether the areas, there are question marks on it. There's 25 billion banking sector cleanup, which was supposed to have cost 12.7 billion. Do we investigate it, or we leave it as it is? There is luxurious presidential private jet travels. Does it need investigation, or it doesn't need? 2.8 million and 4 million cedis per trip. Does it need investigation or not? What they are doing is they are gathering information. 58 million National Cathedral sinkhole, as they call it. Does it need investigation, or it doesn't need investigation? There's the bit on payment of salaries to Cathedral Board. There are quite a lot of things that they themselves need to gather information and look at it and see whether they can prosecute or they can get the institutions that are supposed to look at it to look at it. So if Afenya Markin comes and says it is an illegal thing, it's not in the Constitution, the man is not president yet. Within his own enclave, he wants this to happen, and he's gathering information. So let's see.
But what do you say to people who say that maybe the president-elect should have waited for him to be sworn in, and then get the right institutions and not OREAL to necessarily get this information and start prosecuting and investigating people? Because, again, you look at what Afenya Markin says, and he says it's needless because this is more of people settling personal scores than actually going after corrupt people.
Does the president have time? The president-elect, does he have time? 4 years. It comes like a whisker. And if he wants to gather his information and gather it quickly, that's what he's doing.
Are you not arming the people who may have been listed?
What he said was that
under OREAL, so they can prepare themselves.
Don't you think he has to prepare himself to make sure that the things that he wants to prosecute people on, he understands it? He has to. He just can't get up and give it to, what do you call it? He himself needs to know that what I'm doing is right before he hands it over. Because maybe, and you see, one of the challenges the MPP did, they infiltrated a lot of the institutions with their own people. And what Afenya Markin said is key. If you touch one, you've touched us all. Does it mean you've also touched all our people in the different institutions who will be working for the government? We've got to start talking Ghana. And if this, especially for nothing at all, the 58 million cathedral hole, if he won't investigate anything at all, Ghanaians want that investigated because it's more than 58 million. The buildings that were broken, all the stuff that has gone on there. In fact, today I was driving through there and I looked at the pictures on, and I said, wow, that would have been a good building. What's there? Empty.
With no accountability. We didn't even hear the president make a statement on it when he addressed the nation.
That is the key thing. So, for instance, and sometimes people say I'm too hard on President Akufo-Addo. You promised the people of Ghana that you got a bill from Parliament that came to you to sign. You said, no, I'm going to wait for the court, because it's in court, to make a decision. And then when they make a decision, I will consider. Hasn't the decision been made? When is President Akufo-Addo out? Tomorrow.
Well, today, literally.
Well, today, literally. Yeah. Has he sent it back to Parliament, LGBTQI? Has he signed it? Where is the trust and truth in what he's done? You promised us. That is what you said to us. So he said, okay, that's fine. If that is what you want to do, do it. It's against, so far as we know, there's a process that you follow when bills come to you. If you don't like it, you send it back with your reasons. You didn't. You said you're waiting for court. Court has taken a decision. What has happened, Jack? Absolutely zilch. So why would Afenyomakin say what he has said? Is he telling me that he trusts President Akufo-Addo? I don't see how. So as both my brothers have said, they should start building confidence. They should start acting Ghana, because the people of Ghana want our parliamentarians, want our executives, want our judiciary to act on behalf of the people. Now, this is where it is interesting. If the people decide, come halfway through, and they realize, the NDC we put in, they are not working well. Right now, it's up to the so-called smaller parties, especially my party and then Nkrumah's groupings, to start getting their act together. Because you see, if the people decide, we don't want NDC, you don't want MPP, they don't mind any small party they'll vote in. They are sick and tired. Take them all out. Bring some smaller party. But this is where the advantage will lie with the Nkrumah's groupings. They should start thinking, we should start thinking how to gather ourselves together, not as one, as a group, to see ourselves, put ourselves in a certain position that would make it better. But I'm hoping and praying, and all of us, I'm sure all of us sitting here, and as Kwesi rightly said, we would not want President Mahama to fail because this is the last chance. We should all, whether MPP, whether NDC, whether CPP, whether PNC, whether whoever, we should all try and put our elbow to the wheel because of the sake of Ghana and nothing else, to get Ghana back to it. Because really, we can't be importing tomatoes at 300 million. Yeah. We can't be importing onions at 300 million from a neighboring country. We can't do that. We've got to make sure, and President Mahama has to listen. My fear is not President Mahama. My fear is the people he surrounds himself with, the people he puts in power. If they come in and they don't listen to the people, then they are going to make his work harder. He needs to have the kind of control where he can crack the whip if anybody steps out of line.
Mr. Koziba, and maybe you'd want to touch on this oral thing, because that's probably where you're coming to. Okay.
First and foremost, we have to appreciate the fact that as we speak, Mr. John Dramani Mahama does not have executive power. He cannot exercise a mandate. He is simply a citizen of Ghana. And if he's gathering information about corruption and so on, he's doing so in his capacity simply as a citizen of Ghana. Finish. He does not have any executive power.
Okay.
Okay. And even if he becomes president, there is an issue as to whether that duality can be avoided.
It's not if or when he becomes president, not if.
When.
Yeah.
Well,
When.
Well,
in a few hours.
Okay, so when he becomes president, I mean, there's this duality that you have to deal with all the time. When does he act in his capacity as an ordinary citizen of Ghana, and when does he act in his capacity as president? Does he at all times act as president? When he's sitting at dinner table with his children, is he acting as president or is acting as an
ordinary father? Yes.
So all this thing about him breaking the law and so on sounds funny to me. We have to appreciate that since being elected, you know, the pressure on him is massive.
Yes.
Every diplomat in Ghana is trying to get access. You know, the commitments he has to make, the constituencies are calling on him and so on. He needs to set up structures in the interim to deal with the inflow of protests, you know, of concerns and so on. And my understanding is that the group he set up is to collect all the information which would otherwise have gone to him and for which he may not have had the time and energy, you know, to compile for executive action when he becomes president. And I don't see anything wrong, you know, with that.
You don't see anything wrong, but just to say, because there are people who have said that if you look at those who have been put in there, for example, Mr. Martin, lawyer Martin Pebu, I mean, for many people, it seems like he has a personal vendetta, you know, with the NPP government. And so if he's going in there, then he's going there to settle maybe a personal score. Then there are also other people, and there have been questions raised about even the fact that those people are not necessarily clean to even be able to gather information. So those are the concerns that have been raised.
I don't know.
Are those genuine concerns?
That any of the people that the president appointed have been convicted for any crime. If anybody has the information, please bring it up. You know, because I don't know that anybody has been committed for any crime. I'm not even sure that any of them has been investigated, not convicted, investigated for any crime. You know, and when you're dealing in the public space, you want to deal with evidence, you want to deal with concrete facts and so on. So that speculation is needless, it's useless, we put it aside, you understand? The thing that I want to talk about is what my comrade, Mr. Jantua, spoke about the future. Look, there's no indication. We cannot under any circumstance imagine that if the Mahama administration should fail, anybody will look for any other party again. There's no such guarantee.
Not even if the smaller parties come together, unite.
What is the guarantee? What you have will be a revolution on the street. It's a possibility. You understand? You could have a revolution on the streets and nobody is going to care about the political parties and so on, small or big or whatever. It would have been a failure of political parties and a multi-party bourgeois democratic system which would have failed. And the smaller parties or bigger parties will all fit into that equation. The option people would be looking for would not be that option. Besides, for people to make choices about smaller parties or bigger parties, there ought to be some basis. You understand? When you have parties putting up presidential candidates who tell us that their priority, if they are elected into power, is to make sure that that elected officers and so on take the oath of office with water, and that the water must be bought by ordinary people and so on. Who cares about these people? Who is going to put such people into power? Hey, look, the people of Ghana are very mature and they are serious. They are looking for serious things. They know what their problems are. They know that one of the fundamental problems they confront is simply the fact that they have no control over their resources and their resources are not being exploited for their benefit. That's a major concern. You don't solve that by forcing elected officials to swear with water bought by unemployed people. They should be serious. They should come and say better things and stop all those jokes.
On a lighter note, I mean, I've heard people who have said that they should swear by the egg, you know, when you crack it. Because you know that once you swear by that and you go against it, the thunder that will strike you, you don't even need OREAL to come and now investigate you. But that's just on the lighter side. But again, I mean, still talking about this issue about OREAL.
That's actually venturing into competing superstition.
Well,
that's venturing into competing superstition.
Some people believe in that, in the Schnaps and all that.
That those who take up the mantle of leadership, those who ask for our vote and our power, those who say we should transfer our power to them, should move out of reckless and stupid superstition. They should talk to us, based on empirical evidence. They should talk to us about what has been tried and tested. They should talk to us about solutions rather than superstition. I mean, this silly superstition is gaining grounds in our politics, and it's not helping us. And oftentimes, we begin then to sink into the arena of competing superstition. Whether you swear by the egg, or you swear by the Holy Bible, or you swear by whatever, it's competing superstition.
All right, and we'll be getting some info coming from the Office of the President-elect as well, and very shortly we will announce that to you. But as we continue this conversation, I'm going back to this oral issue again, because there's been a pressure group, for example, the Committee for Public Accountability, and they've taken on one of the members of the OREAL team, Oral Operation Recover All Loot, and they're saying that this particular person is attempting to undermine Ghanaian entrepreneurs, including business magnate Dr. Daniel Macaulay. So remember when Raymond Archer's printing press and his business was brought down around the trade fair area, and there were some statements that he had made on Facebook about how, the law will catch up with the person who allegedly was behind the pulling down of the structure that housed his business. And so, for example, those are some of the comments that people have made. Now, he's not the only one. As part of the members of the group as well, we also have Mr. Yao Domlevo, and we all remember how he was also booted out of office unfairly. So for a number of people, they feel like these are people who are already bitter with how things were handled or how their issues were handled. And so if they are here gathering information, then yes, they'll try as much as possible to be neutral, but then their emotions could also come to play because of what they have also encountered with this government.
Well, I can ask the question.
It's a concern that's online and among
Can I ask the
Ghanaians. So go ahead, sir.
So who should have formed the committee? Those who support MPP? Those who hail the MPP? Those who are in love with the MPP? Are they the people who should have formed the committee? What is this?
It's baseless.
This is to say that if a government victimizes you, in the case of Domelevo, it is clear that he was victimized. That once a government vilifies you, does something to you and so on, you should lose your rights as a citizen. That you can no longer play a role in the public space. How can we argue like that? That because we are victimized, because we are not treated well by the previous government, you should lose your right to participate in public affairs. Where can you take this?
But can we trust them to be as neutral and, exclude their personal sentiments?
Neutrality does not spring from whether you've been persecuted before or not. You understand? That's not where it springs from.
Okay.
Neutrality is something that you develop based on maturity, based on your commitment to your country, based on your understanding of the society in which you live. It's an intellectual commitment. Yeah. It is not emotional.
Let me let Musa come in quite shortly. It's time for News 360 and we'll cross over. But Musa,
the point I was going to make is that if any of the issues they were involved in comes to the committee, then I will expect them to recuse themselves from that. It's not even this information gathering. They have no power to do anything. So I really don't think it's a big issue when it comes to gathering information. If they bring the information and it's about maybe what they were probably involved in before, I'm sure that other colleagues will say, okay, let me take it and review it rather than you as a party.
I'll let you hold on.
Are we saying we are bastardizing the terms of reference giving them? Is that what we're saying?
Well, we are not the ones saying it. It's just questions that people are asking.
The thing is that there are terms of reference for them to work with.
Okay.
They can't go over and above those terms of reference.
I'll let you hold on. And this conversation will continue. Like we said, we're here up until 12 a.m. until the 8th Parliament is dissolved. And so we're going to have conversations. My team is here with me as well. And my guests are here. So please do not go anywhere. In fact, we're crossing over now for News 360. And Portia Gabor is just joining us. Hi, Portia. Good evening. How are you?
Hi, Bella.
Happy New Year. I haven't seen you this year.
Many happy returns.
In fact, I haven't seen you in 5 years, Portia. This is the first time I've seen you in 5 years, but it's good to see you.
I've been on the field, but I'm back today.
Good
and it's now time for News 360.
We're ready.
Hello, good evening and welcome to News 360 live from our studio here at Adesanwe in Accra. It is our continuous coverage and preparation towards the dissolution and inauguration of the 9th Parliament and then also the swearing in of President-elect John Dramani Mahama. There is more on that. I am Martin Esiedu Date.
And I am Portia Gabo. Coming up the headlines.
News 360 Headlines is brought to you by
Flamingo Paint,
Pepsodent Charcoal and Pepsodent Herbal.
Coming up this evening, ahead of Parliament's dissolution, leadership of the House have been assessing their performance of the 8th Parliament.
Collation of parliamentary election results for Ablekuma North constituency suspended again, but this time with 7 outstanding polling stations.
Also in the bulletin, preparations for the swearing in of John Dramani Mahama as President-elect reaches fever pitch.
In business news, Social Security and National Insurance Trust net increases monthly pension payments by 12% for 2025.
We also have some international news for you where the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau resigns as leader of Canada's governing party after nearly a decade. Thank you for staying with us, and we'll bring you details of our stories we have for you this evening. But we have news just coming in from the office of President-elect John Dramani Mahama, and he has made some appointments already, even though he is yet to be sworn in, and that will be in the next few hours. So I'm going to take you through the statement released by the office of the President-elect John Dramani Mahama, signed by Felix Kwakye Ofosu. And here are the details of the statement. It says, President-elect makes appointments to the office of the President. President-elect His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has made the following appointments to the office of the President. Julius Deborah will be the Chief of Staff. Dr. Callistus Mahama, Executive Secretary to the President. Prosper Douglas Bani will be the head of the Interim Security Task Force. Also, we have Dr. Valerie Sawyer, Senior Presidential Advisor on Governmental Affairs. We also have Augustus Guzitano, who is the Presidential Advisor responsible for 24-hour economy and accelerated export development. Then there is Marietta Ajewa Brew, who is Legal Counsel for the President. Then Honorable Felix Kwakye Ofosu, Acting Spokesperson to the President. These appointments take effect from Tuesday, January 7, 2025. And the statement is signed by Felix Kwakye Ofosu. Under it, it is written Special Aid. So the news just coming in from the office of the Special, Office of President-elect is that Julius Deborah has been appointed as the Chief of Staff. Then we have Dr. Callistus Mahama, Executive Secretary to the President. We have Prosper Douglas Bani, who is the head of Interim Security Task Force. We have Dr. Valerie Sawyer, Senior Presidential Advisor, Governmental Affairs. There is also Augustus Guzitano, Presidential Advisor responsible for the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development. There is Marietta Ajewa Brew, who is Legal Counsel to the President of Ghana, and then Felix Kwakye Ofosu, the Acting Spokesperson to the President. These appointments take effect from Tuesday, the 7th of January 2025. That is tomorrow, when President-elect John Mahama is sworn in. These individuals who have just been named as first appointees of President-elect John Mahama would also take full effect from tomorrow.
Let's now go to Parliament, and the life of the 8th Parliament is expected to come to an end at midnight today. This will pave way for the swearing-in of the 9th Parliament almost immediately. Leadership of the House have been recounting their stewardship of the House.
That the journey we have shared over the course of this 8th Parliament has been long, eventful, and filled with moments both challenging and rewarding. It should be recalled that both sides of the aisle changed leadership in the course of the life of this Parliament. On behalf of colleagues, we pay tribute to the leadership which started this journey. Every chapter of this journey has been marked by its own twists, turns, highs and lows. But in the end, the NDC Minority Caucus delivered and lived up to the expectation of the people. As we reflect on the years, we are reminded of the truth that all things, both good and difficult, have a beginning and an end.
Many did not understand why I was combative on a number of occasions. There were those who didn't know how the heat was on me and were saying that you are majority leader, reach out. Mr. Speaker, the minority were such a tough, stubborn, difficult side. Mr. Speaker, you could never have an agreement with them because they were smelling power. And I understand, rightly so. The number of government business I would have loved to complete for political expediency and perhaps for purposes of principle, I did not get the support from my respected colleague.
The 8th Parliament, which has been unique in its composition and historic in its journey, will remain a testament to the resilience of our democratic traditions and the collective spirit of our people. We had 399 sittings, including today's sitting. We're able to pass 60 bills out of 100 that was presented to the House. 22 of them are still before committees. 6 are at second reading and 4 at consideration stage. 8 of them were withdrawn by the sponsors. Out of the 60 bills that were passed, 5 were private members' bills, setting the baseline record of private members' bills in Ghana.
Right now, expectations are high among residents in Kumasi even before the President-elect John Mahama officially takes over the mantle to govern the country for the next 4 years. Residents are hopeful for an administration that will improve their economic conditions.
For this new government, I would expect him to focus on the 24-hour economy he spoke about, because the number of youth unemployment in the country is really high. And then me as an incoming graduate, I'll be graduating from school this year, and I'll have that expectation that after school I should just get a job. So I would expect him to focus more on the youth employment.
My first expectation is for JM to reduce a lot of taxes. For instance, I'm an investor and I stake bets. So when you stake bet and then you win, there is 10% tax on what you win. When you withdraw the money from your account to your Momo wallet, they deduct some tax. And then when you want to withdraw the same money from Momo, there's another tax on it. So they are giving out 2 slabs. When JM comes, he should do something about the taxes on the betting and other levies that he said when he comes he's going to do for us, we the citizens, to be okay.
The only thing that I'm expecting is for him to continue the leftover project by the previous government. As you know, most of the times we do vote for a president, and by the time he comes, he has also his own projects to execute. So what I'm trying to let this administration know is those things are taxpayers' money that we use in acquiring those things or maybe building those projects. So it is better for the new government to continue those projects and make sure that it completes them before it tackles new one.
Away from the Ashanti region, there are high expectations ahead of the inauguration of the President-elect John Mahama and Professor Jane Nano Poku-Agyeman. With some few hours to kickstart this historic event, committee members on the ground have expressed confidence and readiness in their preparations.
Is going to be the swearing in or the inauguration of a new regime, new government. Right now, I am at the Independence Square or the Black Star Square, where already tents have been erected, as you can see right behind me, with some layers already on the floor with barricades. I can see some military around, and organizers are also on the grounds to make sure that tomorrow, which is the big day, is done and done well. But I have with me here Mr. Eric Ahianyo, who is a member of a committee, Comms and Media. And Media Committee from the Office of the President-elect. I just want you to tell us, how has this been going? Since when have you been doing this?
We've been here since the 31st of December 2024, when we hatched a plan about how to make sure this program comes off beautifully compared to the previous inaugurations. For us at the Subcommittee on Communications and Media, we're solely in charge of ensuring that accreditation for both local and international media are sorted out. And so if you look at the setup here, you see a yellow area, a green area, and of course we have red and black. The yellow area is for the president-elect, the vice president-elect. You would notice that the model is where the president-elect will be seated. You have the vice president-elect who will also be seated there. And of course, you have the Speaker of Parliament and the Clerk of Parliament. Because this is an extension of parliamentary proceedings, you see the background that the stage, how it has been designed, is to give us a replica of Parliament. And then on the left side, which is also the yellow section, was where the outgoing president will be, the outgoing vice president, and visiting presidents of different countries would also be here. Now, what will happen, unlike the previous inaugurations, is that the chaotic scene where you see the media moving unnecessarily up and down, looking for guests to engage, what we have observed is that the space behind us will be a no-go area. The mojo barriers will be mounted. So when you get your accreditation card and it is green, the ushers or the security men, after scanning and then making sure you qualify to enter, will show you where you have to move to. For the international community, so CNN has shown interest, Al Jazeera, Associated Press, other countries like Kenya, Nigeria, Botswana even spoke to us only yesterday that they want to pick our live feed. We have made the links available via satellite and other platforms. And beyond that, Ghana television networks across will pick. So there's a designated area for television live production on the ground. So I can assure you that everything has been tested, and we are guaranteeing Ghanaians that this inauguration will be different from the previous ones.
I have with me here Mr. Ludwig, who is the Director of Logistics from the Office of the President-elect, who has also been on the ground since 31st. Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
How are things also going from your end?
Well, just as my colleague has just explained, I think everything is set to welcome the whole world to Ghana. We've started receiving visitors across the world. Our team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are based at the airport welcoming foreign guests. Yesterday we had the former President of Germany, Wolf, arriving. We also have a lot of heads of states arriving this evening. We have had a serious security arrangement with the national security architecture. And so there are stickers for cars that will bring the heads of states and our foreign dignitaries and key institutions in Ghana.
For the ordinary Ghanaian, someone traveling from Kumasi, from the north, who wants to observe this historic event, how easy is the person going to?
We will advise as many as possible. That is why we are giving all these platforms for people to view these things in their various homes. Because the type of production that is being put together by the system, the kind of production that's being put in place, will allow everybody to watch this thing wherever they are. But those who still want to come, you see on my right and on my left, we have about 3,000 people that can be occupy the right side and another 3,000 that can occupy the left. If you're able to get here early, it's first come, first serve.
You talked a little bit about the security, but for the foreign presidents who are coming from different countries to come here and observe, how is the security? And if you have some of the names of head, some of the countries that we are sure as at now that the presidencies will be coming, you can just mention them.
South Africa is coming, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, almost all our West African countries and some from the African countries. And we have a rep from the United States. We are having some Secretary of State in charge of Africa from the United States. The UK is sending a high-powered delegation. Russia is sending a high-powered delegation. The IMF will be represented. The African Development Bank will be represented. The Afro-Exim Bank will be represented. All the key financial institutions across the globe have shown interest. I mean, I am impressed. I've been involved in investigations over the last number of years. But this is the first time I've seen even the financial institutions asking for accreditation. This shows that the change that the Ghanaians have asked for, the president and the international community is ready to enhance and help that we get the necessary dividend and benefit out of that change.
As speaking to Mr. Ludwig, he has told us a lot about what has been happening here and the many presidents who are from different countries coming to observe the big day tomorrow is going to be magnanimous. And he's saying that it shows how people are interested in this particular regime. And the question still lingers that after all this, after tomorrow, will the change that Ghanaians, the ordinary Ghanaian, is looking forward to happen for the better? We will see about that. But tomorrow is the big day and we are all expectant to see what will pan out of this. Safo Abuahine, TV3 News.
Right, the collation of parliamentary election results for the Ablekuma North constituency has been suspended again, but this time with 7 outstanding polling stations, following the failure to authenticate 7 out of the remaining 20 pink sheets. The returning officer has referred the matter to the Electoral Commission for a decision. Christian Yali reports that heated exchanges and confusion characterized the exercise.
Disagreement and accusations were recorded throughout the recollation exercise. Agent of the National Democratic Congress accused the Electoral Commission of conniving with the New Patriotic Party to rig the outcome.
A scanned pink sheet is not an original pink sheet. How can a PO verify an authenticity of a document which is not original?
After the Sunday suspension, the EC invited presiding officers of the outstanding polling stations on Monday to verify the numbers and signatures on the scanned pink sheet. Only 13 showed up, leaving 7 outstanding polling stations that are yet to be accounted for. Even with the 13, NDC still was not satisfied.
It's ongoing. Since yesterday, we were against the process, the recollation that is ongoing. The reason is that EC do not have a single pink sheet. This is pure charade, and this is cantata ongoing. We will make sure we will resist it to the last of our blood.
The NDC organizer who was doing allegation, he's saying Wednesday, we should give him Wednesday to bring the scan sheet, knowing very well that you have it, and you are trying to play the intelligence of the people. I mean, where are we going? The media. Please, let's be firm. Let's tell the whole world the truth. The process is good, and we are doing the right thing.
Following the deadlock and a closed-door meeting, the returning officer for Ablekuma North, Vincent Obing, announced that he cannot continue the process.
As it stands now, we are still left with 7 polling stations to be confirmed from the presiding officers. Since they are not here, I refer the work to the commission for the commission to take decision on that.
The constituency will not have a declared MP-elect for the swearing-in of the 9th Parliament. Both parties claim their candidate won.
The people of Ablekuma North have elected overwhelmingly Rabna Obin, and there's no way the people's vote will be taken for granted.
The question raised is whether this is able to come to a finality for us to know who is the MP elect for the constituency, whether it is a Robin Orbin of the NDC or it is a Queer-Free of the NPP. Christian Yali, TV3 News.
And lawyers of the NDC parliamentary candidates for the 4 disputed constituencies have filed processes at the Supreme Court to quash the decision of the High Court. The court had to adjourn hearings of the party's application for stay of execution following failure by the bailiffs to serve processes on the NPP and the Electoral Commission. A report by Lord Idwasari.
Led by Director of Legal Godwin Edujitameklo, the NDC sues at the Apex Court seeks to nullify the orders of Justice Faustin Ban Ijapong, which overruled the preliminary objection against the Electoral Commission to collate and declare the results of Okankwe Central, Tema Central, Techiman South, and Ablekuma North. The application to the Supreme Court was filed on Monday, moments after the High Court in Accra was forced to adjourn the hearing of the application for stay of execution to January 13.
Another thing too that came up was the fact that the applicants in the matter, which is the NPP candidates, parliamentary candidates, have all not been served by the bailiffs of the courts. Now, when the judge prodded further, it became apparent by the manager of the bailiffs that indeed the bailiffs were sent out, and so they were surprised that service wasn't done. In explaining the matter, she indicated that after they were sent out, she asked them this morning that what happened. She was asking for feedback, and they told her that as far as the NPP the applicants were concerned, once they got there, their premises was locked, and so they couldn't get them. And then same was from the offices at Parliament. They couldn't access the Clerk of Parliament, and so they couldn't serve them with the processes. Now, the judge indicated that that was no excuse because there was no proof of service or proof of non-service. Per the procedure, if you do not meet the parties who are supposed to be served, you are supposed to record it, indicate that this happened, and the bailiffs did not do so. So at that point, the manager indicated that she's going to send them a query and get to the bottom of the matter. What this means is that the hearing of the stay of execution filed by the NDC was not properly heard, and so it has been adjourned to next week, Monday, January 13th, for the hearing of this stay of execution.
As you are aware, the Electoral Commission is currently even doing Ablekuma North or so, knowing very well that these processes, and in fact they have filed an affidavit in opposition. Why in God's name would you go ahead and be doing these others, the ones you have done already, and Ablekuma North, when you know we are in court over this matter? I mean, the Electoral Commission should just respect the rules of engagement. Very simple. We can always, I mean, the issue of swearing in is not a matter of life and death. So that can always be taken.
Lord Idwasari, TV3 News, Accra.
And still on the court, the Koforidua High Court has dismissed an application by the New Patriotic Party, the NPP, to set aside an interim injunction granted to the National Democratic Congress, the NDC. The injunction issued on January 3 was aimed at preventing the swearing-in of Ernest Kumi as the Member of Parliament-elect for Akwetia constituency pending the resolution of the substantive case. Yvonne Nikwe reports.
The Koforidua High Court has dismissed application to set aside interim injunction granted the NDC. In simple terms, it means that all things equal, if the NPP does not proceed to the Supreme Court, Ernest Kumi, who was declared by the Electoral Commission, will not make it into the 9th Parliament.
As on our side, nothing is changing, as I've indicated already. I mean, we'll come out victorious.
NPP's Gary Nimakon also spoke to the media.
I want to hear you. We need to see. We are in a country.
Okay, so
Akwatiatu is simply saying that the Electoral Commission has published some, news item on Ghana Web or Ghana, Ghana News Agency, and that amounts to gazetting. I don't know when, gazette notification became news portal in Ghana. We need to see.
What's the way forward?
We go to the Supreme Court.
For the Ablekuma North constituency, High Court Judge Justice George Kofi Adai says he had to recuse himself because he's a native of the Ablekuma North constituency. Both his family lives there, and so he could not proceed with the rulings. 3 issues rising from this constituency. First, injunction by the NDC. Second, writ by the MPP to set aside the injunction. And third, contempt case filed by the NDC against the EC. So all of these 3 cases in the Ablekuma North constituency could not go on because the judge had to recuse himself for the case. Now, this particular case, interpretation or further solution would be sought from the Chief Justice. Lead counsel for the NDC, lawyer Isaac Mintalabi, has been speaking.
He knows basically all the parties involved, as well as even their family members and some of the political party members on both sides. He's in the middle of it. He cannot be the proper person, to sit on the matter. So wisely, he decided to recuse himself.
From Koforidua for TV3, Yvonne Ikwe.
Away from the Eastern region, the Communications Directorate of the Jubilee House has denied media information that the President has granted presidential pardon to certain individuals. A statement issued denied the assertions and described them as inaccurate. A portion reads, "No pardon has been granted by President Akufo-Addo." It asks the public to disregard any contrary information. You're still watching News 360 live from the News Hub here at Adisa Wekanda. We have more news coming up shortly. Do stay with us.
Class. Good morning. Down. Have you heard about Obuasi baby diapers?
Yeah!
What are the qualities of the Obuasi baby diapers? Okay.
It can absorb water.
Go ahead. Who can try?
It is very soft and convenient to use.
Come for him here. Okay. Yes, Nana?
It's affordable.
Come for him. Can you say something?
It is good to use.
It is good to use.
Obuasi diapers, papa near diabo, baby a veggie beer. Obuasi diapers, papa, diapers, papa near diabo, baby a veggie beer. Obuasi diapers, papa, diapers, papa near, diapers, papa near, diapers, papa near, diapers, papa near.
Use Obuasi baby diaper for the love of your child.
Yes, that's a pipe beyond.
Oh no!
The patrol, when I was so I am really happy.
Oh, madam, you need you, Tremini, feed me so the crown and Bako remaining.
So what do you need for? Ghana for
1 bucket of flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint, superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior. 1 bucket of flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint, superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
After this fufu and pepper soup, I go score goals like them the dash points.
Kivo 100% natural hot pepper. Good for your jollof, stew, soup, shito, spaghetti, and noodles. Kivo hot pepper. Moko show.
I'm a match winner, but the real champion is Kivo 100% natural hot pepper. Champion taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
Whenever you fly to space or take your first step as baby, Soft Care always stays with you.
New Soft Care Space Series is rooted from space technology. Keeps you dry and comfortable for 12 hours long. Offers you the most effective protection during your space journey.
Soft Care. Protect your leap.
You're looking for a bank to rely on? Let me give you a shoulder to lie on. Wouldn't we say to bank be pray, no lie. Only one place where I get my eye on. Make I introduce you all to First Bank, the best services in the world, first rank. Customer service, everything is well planned. I make music, I travel, I sell land. They be my reserve tank. Cause every time I know my money's safe. Universal banking, it's in me here on the date. I'm a busy person, me no need time to wait. Now I got to Spain, even when I'm in the States. My me blue shirt. They tell me office a chilly, but who cares? Cause I bank with the best. I'm lucky, I'm too blessed. When it comes to First Bank, it's too west. Everything is you first. Woo!
Nobody feed do I'm like us. Do I'm like us. First Bank we treat you first. Treat you first. Somebody see crap, yeah. Think about you first. Think about you first.
You first. First Bank.
MTN.
West Hills Ridge Property, Eden Heights.
Still watching News 360. Time now for business. Michael Ogbodu is with us. Hello, Michael.
Hi, Martin.
Happy New Year.
Many happy returns.
Let's do business now.
Well, straight into it. Hello there. Good evening and welcome to the business segment here on News 360. I am Michael Ogbodu. Now, the Social Security and National Insurance Trust, SNIT, has announced a 12% upward adjustment in monthly pensions for 2025 in consultation with the National Pensions Regulatory Authority. The adjustment, according to the trust, takes effect this January. The following 3 Business News Desk report has more.
The Social Security and National Insurance Trust, SNIT, in line with Section 80 of the National Pensions Act 2008, Act 766, has indexed pensions upwards by 12% for 2025. The adjustment, which takes effect from January, consists of an 8% fixed rate and an additional flat amount of 72 cedis 58 pesos to cushion low-income pensioners. As a result, the minimum monthly pension will increase from 300 cedis in 2024 to 396 cedis 58 pesos in 2025, representing an effective increment of 32.19%. Meanwhile, the highest earning pensioner will receive 201,792 cedis 37 pesos per month, a rise of 8.04%. The average monthly pension will rise from 1,776 cedis 81 pesos in 2024 to 1,990 cedis 03 pesos in 2025, with approximately 63% of pensioners set to receive effective increases between 12% and 32.19%. Pensioners will be paid on the 3rd Thursday of every month.
Meanwhile, analyst and executive director of the Africa Center for Retirement Research, Abdallah Mashoud, has described as woefully inadequate the newly adjusted pensions rate for 2025. According to him, this pension indexation mechanism would drive pensioners into poverty due to the reeling effects of high inflation rates recorded in 2024.
The fixed rate essentially is equivalent to average inflation of the previous year. And if you go back, 3 steps, the annual average inflation for the year 2022 was, 31.47%. Then accordingly, pensioners were given a fixed rate of 19%. Then in 2023, inflation averaged over 40%. And in that case, pensioners were given 10%, indicating the inconsistencies that we have. Because you would expect that when inflation is averaging 40%, you would expect that the fixed rate should have been more than 19% as we had in 2023. The 8% awarded this year in 2025 is woefully inadequate and will leave many to struggle, given the significant drop in the standard of living of the retiring population.
Now, the Chief Executive Officer of Daylex Finance, Joe Jackson, has advised the incoming NDC government to acknowledge rising food costs and prioritize grain imports to stabilize prices while simultaneously working to improve domestic agricultural output. This should be done in conjunction with efforts to revamp local agricultural production for long-term solution to the problem of rising food prices.
All through September, October, food price inflation was increasing. Those are coming right after the harvest month. So food prices should actually be coming down. And that's because there's a farming up north. One of the things I'm hoping is that there'll be a huge push to import grains and other food staples into this country to bring the price of food down. Otherwise, it will be tough. So you have, and that is why I say things could get much worse before they get better. And we all must recognize that the challenges we face did not occur overnight, and they may take some time to fix.
And that'll be all for the business segment here on News 360. I am Michael Obodu. Over to you guys.
Right. Thank you very much, Michael Obodu, for bringing us the latest in the world of business.
And that's it for News 360. Thank you so much for your time. Let me now hand over back to Bella. Bella.
Well, yes, thank you so much. And I guess that the rest of us will labor till 12 a.m. while you take your leave. But yes, it's all about the road to inauguration. And we've started a conversation. In fact, this conversation started as early as 6 a.m. With the morning team. And then the afternoon team took over. And now myself, Beatrice Edu, and Michael Obodu will be taking over, or have taken over from now till 12 a.m. And so we're looking at some issues that have come up as we near the dissolution of the 8th Parliament, as well as the swearing in of the new MPs for the 9th Parliament. And as you all know, a statement was officially released indicating that President-elect John Dramani Mahama had nominated the current Speaker of Parliament to remain as Speaker of Parliament in the 9th Parliament as well. And of course, there were a number of interesting things that were said about him and the work he's done so far, which is why the President-elect thought that he would be the right man to lead Parliament as they move forward into the 9th Parliament. And so we'll get into that. We'll talk into detail about that. But my guests are still here. In fact, we have a new guest who has joined us. I know that he loves reggae music. In fact, at a point, he was a reggae music presenter, you know, on GBC Radio. And so I'll introduce him shortly. But of course, Lawyer Kwame Jantua is still here with us, and he'll be here with us till tomorrow morning, literally. We're not letting him go. And so let me just, of course, let you know that he's here quickly before I introduce my next guest as well. We're hoping that Mr. Kwesi Pras Jr. would be in shortly as well. He was here earlier, and Musa Dankwa is here. So in fact, he's here. Okay, so we're good. But let me just introduce my other guest in the studio. Like I mentioned, when it comes to reggae music, no bagawaya. But today we're talking Parliament, and he's a former MP for Kumbungu constituency, not going back into Parliament. In fact, he attempted to represent the NDC in the constituency during their primaries, but unfortunately that didn't go in his favor. But regardless, of course, he's a very well-respected politician, and he joins us. He's everything. He's a farmer, which I'm also just finding out just a few moments ago as well. Mr. Ras Mubarak is here. Good to have you.
It's good to see you.
And Happy New Year.
Afishapa.
I think come back to you.
In the garden we say Tiyumpalle.
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 Tiyumpalle. What language is that?
That's Dagbani.
Dagbani. And then what do I say?
You say nah.
Nah. Oh, make it complicated. I want something a bit more difficult. This year I'm learning a lot of languages.
Isn't it?
Yes. Well, I don't know if I remember Tiyumpalle by tomorrow morning, but I'll try.
You should be able to remember that one.
Okay. Well, yes, definitely.
Best
good to have you
in
the studio. How have you been?
Been good. I just got back from Saudi Arabia. Going to give praises and thanks for peaceful elections.
Yeah.
And it's an amazing moment for our country. You know, if you look at how we have conducted ourselves, by and large, you know, it's been quite exciting in spite of the packets of issues that we have had here and there. My former constituency, Ablekuma North, is still outstanding.
Yes, it is.
You know, and a few other constituencies. But I think we would pat ourselves on the back, you know, as Ghanaians generally, for the way we've conducted ourselves, but also make a determination to remove some of the excesses that have followed the elections. You know, and let me use this opportunity to congratulate His Excellency President Mahama and the first female Vice President of our Republic, Professor Jane Nano-Opoku-Agyeman, and to all of our MPs. Never throughout our history have we had such an exciting parliament, you know, than this one, where one political party, well, of course, with the exception of 1992, and you would know that in 1992, there was a bit of a boycott.
A boycott, yes.
When the MPP realized, you know, we'd won, you know, the presidential elections. I mean, those were the days when you
when they realized, they said that election wasn't fair, which is why they pulled out. So
they were getting
as far as they were concerned, that election was not free and fair.
It was free and fair, you know, and but I'm excited by what is happening in our country. Democracy is getting, you know, exciting. A lot of countries within the continent are looking up to us. You know, you go everywhere, and people are looking to Ghana with a lot of admiration. You know, there are challenges.
Of course.
And indeed, no country is perfect. You know, in as much as we've experienced some of these things, we've got to realize that no country is perfect, but it will take all of us to put in place the building blocks of, you know, building our country. And what a better time to encourage everyone, council, to be patriotic than now, because it would only be a sense of patriotism that would, you know, take away the corruption we're experiencing. It would only be a sense of patriotism, you know, that would get us high up there. And indeed, you know, Ghana is a very blessed country.
Indeed.
I've been fortunate to have seen 86 countries around the world.
Okay.
You know, we've got the human resources, and not just the human resources, we've got the natural resources to go with that as well. You know, and if you look at our peers within the continent, we've done quite a bit of work.
Well. Okay.
I mean, if you travel through West Africa, you'll be like, wow. What have they been up to?
Well, but that's the thing. I mean, as much as we pat ourselves on the back for doing quite a lot when it comes to our democracy, development, etc., is it really reflecting in the lives of people within the country?
So there's a bit of a disconnect, and this is something that we can, you know, debate. Politicians, by and large, have been out of touch, you know, with the reality and the aspirations, you know, of the Ghanaian public, be they students, be they farmers, be they persons of the working class. You know, salaries do not, you know, commiserate with cost of living.
Yeah.
Inflation is high up there, etc. You know, so there's a bit of work to be done, and more so when we are taking over from an administration that has plunged us into the black and white era of, you know, running the country to the ground. You know, but I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that with President Mahama's experience, having been, you know, assembly member, MP, deputy minister, vice president, president, opposition leader, and now president, he's got what it takes.
All right.
Know, to take us out of the doldrums.
I see. I'll pick your thoughts shortly, but just to give people some historical background as to your political journey as well. I know that back in 2011, you had won, you know, the parliamentary, well, the primaries for the NDC to represent the NDC in the elections for Ablekuma North. Unfortunately, that did not go in your favor. You did not win that election, and then you decided to move to Kumbungu to run and represent the NDC there. And then in 2016, of course, he was elected into Parliament. And so I can just imagine some memories that you're having at this point, looking at the fact that, you know, this Parliament will be dissolved in a couple of hours. For you, during that period, how were you feeling towards the end of that Parliament, especially because you also was not able to retain your seat to go back into Parliament for the 2020 general elections? But what was the feeling like?
The 8th Parliament is a very interesting Parliament. That's the Parliament we would call the hung Parliament, you know, where We had equal numbers in Parliament, and it has its pluses and minuses.
Okay.
You know, at one point we had an opportunity to punish MPs who were not adhering to the tenets of the Constitution, who were absenting themselves from Parliament. I think that was a missed opportunity to have actually, you know, punished them, because the public is watching what elected representatives are doing. And if MPs are absenting themselves from Parliament, you know, you can imagine what the nurse or the doctor or the police officer or the civil servant is feeling. I mean, if we can't make an example of people in high office who are violating the Constitution, we would not have any moral authority, you know, to put in check people down the ladder. You know, so that was a missed opportunity. It's also a Parliament that has seen the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, the Honourable Alban Sumana Bakbin, assert Parliament's authority as an independent, you know, institution of state. Because over the years, there have been what I call an overreach into Parliament, where the executive arm of government tend to, you know, dictate as to how things.
So more like a rubber stamp, you know, Parliament. But I'll let you hold on with your thoughts. Just shortly, let's also take a look at what the outgoing minority leader, Dr. Kesel Atuforsin, had to say on the floor of Parliament as he showered praises on his side for its achievements during the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. And like I said, he spoke during the dissolution of the 8th Parliament, and Dr. Atuforsin emphasized that despite the challenges faced, the minority successfully met the expectations of Ghanaians. Take a look.
On critical national issues were correct. Right Honourable Speaker, one of the most significant and fiercely debate we witnessed in this Parliament was the protracted struggle over the electronic transfer levy bill, the famous e-levy. The NDC minority stood firm with the people of Ghana against this unpopular tax, while our colleagues on the other side supported it. Right Honourable Speaker, despite the strong resistance from within and outside this chamber, the e-levy was foisted on the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we raised alarms also about multitude of new taxes imposed on the people of Ghana. In fact, over 40 in total that burdened the people of Ghana and stifled business growth. At the same time, we witnessed proposals that was supposed to grant $450 million in tax exemptions to crony businesses. In the spirit of patriotism, Mr. Speaker, we demanded justification of this request, especially as Ghanaians continue to suffer from extreme hardship. Right Honourable Speaker, I believe that posterity will surely vindicate our warnings regarding the reckless borrowings and economic mismanagement under the President Akufo-Addo and Alhaji Bawumia's government. Records available to this House shows clearly that, the Speaker, some individuals in government profited to the tune of $159.3 million in transaction advisory fees, whilst the country was saddled with an unsustainable public debt. We also spoke out against the mismanagement of the central bank, which led to the negative equity of $55.1 billion Ghana cedis in 2022, and a cumulative loss of 71.3 billion Ghana cedis between 2022 and 2023. Mr. Speaker, as a result, the Bank of Ghana became policy insolvent by end of year 2023. Mr. Speaker, the illegal printing of money at the Bank of Ghana to finance government expenditure contributed to the inflationary crisis we saw that resulted in over 850,000 Ghanaians falling into extreme poverty. Mr. Speaker, the management of the central bank also illegally wrote off approximately 48 billion Ghana cedis of government indebtedness without parliamentary approval, in a blatant disregard to the Public Financial Management Act, Act 921. Right Honourable Speaker, at the height of this crisis, the management of the central bank supervised the award of questionable contracts for the construction of an ultra-modern 250 million head office, and another ultra-modern governance resident at a cost that is unknown to the public. Our concerns, Mr. Speaker, about the mismanagement of the state-owned Ghana Cocoa Board, ECG, GIHOC, STC, PBC, among others, were also ignored. Right Honorable Speaker, for 7 consecutive years, Ghana Cocoa Board recorded losses of approximately 11 billion Ghana cedis. The cocoa production also declined drastically under the current government, from approximately 1 million metric tons a year in production to now almost 400,000 metric tons. For the first time in 32 years, international banks rejected Ghana Cocoa Board request for a syndicated loan to finance the purchase of Ghana cocoa. Right Honorable Speaker, we cannot be silent about our opposition to yet another unpopular government policy, the imposition of a regulation called the Import Restriction Regulation 2023. This detested proposed legislative instrument sought to vest unfettered and unchecked powers in the hands of the minister responsible for trade to determine who qualifies to import into the country of certain goods. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, we also raised red flags over dubious Finance Ministry SML induced $100 million a year contract for so-called revenue assurance. After initial feet-dragging and refusal by the President Akufo-Addo to release the KPMG audit report, it finally emerged that the SML was paid a whopping 1.4 billion Ghana cedis for no work done.
And that's Honorable Kesel Atuforsin, the minority leader who will soon become the majority leader in Parliament when the 9th Parliament officially begins. And so, of course, he's been talking about how their concerns as a minority in Parliament were ignored by the majority, and he touched on a number of issues. But of course, I mean, we'll also hear from Honorable Afenyo Markin, the majority now going to become minority leader, who also mentioned a few things that he expects the NDC, to focus on when they take over the reins of power from tomorrow. But we'll play that much later. Let me reintroduce my guest to you. Just a few minutes ago, you heard from the former MP for Kumbungu constituency, Honorable Ras Mubarak. But just next to him, we also have lawyer Kwame Jamtua, and he's a member of the CPP. We have Solomon Owusu joining us, and Solomon Owusu is a senior communicator for Movements for Change. Good to see you.
Good
and Happy
to be
New
here.
Year. I hope you're well.
Happy New Year too. I'm very well.
All right. And we still have Mr. Kwesi Pratt Jr. here with us. He is the managing editor for Insight newspaper, veteran journalist as well. Thank you for staying with us, sir. But just quickly, before we even carry on, earlier in News 360, there was some update that was given about some appointments that the president-elect has made to his office. So I just want to reiterate that very quickly, and then we'll carry on with the conversation. So it says that the president-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has made the following appointments to the office of the president. So Mr. Julius Deborah, we can say, has been retained as chief of staff because he was his chief of staff when he was president. He still remains chief of staff under President-elect John Dramani Mahama. Then we have Dr. Callistus Mahama, executive secretary to the president. Then Prosper Douglas Barney is the head of the interim security task force. And Dr. Valerie Sawyer is the senior presidential advisor on governmental affairs. And Augustus Gusi-Tano, the presidential advisor responsible for the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development. Marietta Ejewa Brew is the legal counsel to the president of Ghana. And Honorable Felix Kwachiofosu is the acting spokesperson to the president. These appointments take effect from Tuesday, January 7th, 2025, and it's been signed by Felix Kwachiofosu. Here, he's a special aide, but again, from tomorrow, he's going to be the acting spokesperson to the president. I'll just take your thoughts briefly on this one, so we carry on. Lawyer Gento, I'll start off with you.
I'd like to go back.
Okay, you want to go back a bit? Okay, okay.
Steps, because I heard my brother say that Ghana's democratic experiment is very endearing to others, and others want to copy us and so on. I mean, I'm really shocked. How? This democracy? My brother, we had elections on 7th December. Today is 6th January, one clear month. We can't even count. That's just one problem. I mean, journalists have been assassinated. How many years ago? No investigation, nothing. Last elections, 8 people died. No investigation. Card-bearing party loyalists have been appointed onto the Electoral Commission. Card-bearing. This guy was appointed somewhere for Bohafu and so on. There's a video of him sitting on television saying that he will do everything possible to make sure that NPP wins election. He's sitting on the commission as a member. You understand?
Yeah.
So I'm not happy with the state of our democracy. And for those who know, I'll be surprised if this is the model they are looking for. There's no model to be copied.
None at all.
At all. Look at where we are.
Not even a parliamentary process. I mean, I just asked that because I remember the speaker, when he was addressing Parliament just a few hours ago, he did mention that there's a country that invited, you know, the Parliament to come and show them, of course, their standing orders and how parliamentary proceedings are even done because they're in awe of the work that we've done. So I just wanted to broaden it.
All the time. It doesn't change the fact that we are still a very backward country. It hasn't changed the fact that our people are not getting any benefit from governance and so on. We say that all the time. I mean, every year, you see the number of CEOs who are awarded the best CEO of the year. There's no Ghanaian institution which has not been invited outside to go and teach others how to do their work and so on. Is there any? Immigration service will claim the same. Police service will claim the same. Civil servants will claim the same. You understand? We should stop deceiving ourselves. This is a country which is bankrupt. This is a country which needs 128% of total national revenue for 3 line items: debt servicing, debt repayment, and public sector emoluments.
The president said the country is not broke and that propagandists should stop the propaganda.
Is this propaganda? That we need 128% of total national revenue to service debt, pay loans, and pay public sector emolument. Is that propaganda? In any case, if Ghana is as rich as the outgoing president wants us to believe, why did they go to the IMF to look for a bailout? A bailout of $300 million. That's what we went out to look for.
$3 billion.
$3 billion. Yes. That's what we want to look out for. In any case, if you look at the energy sector debt, not even the energy sector, the power sector debt, how much we owe to independent power producers, that alone is $2.5 billion, isn't it? So if you take that out of your $3 billion IMF bailout, what is left? And there's a rich country, there's supposed to be a rich country. We should stop deceiving ourselves, we should stop kidding ourselves, we should face reality. This country is in a bad place, we are in a bad shape.
We're in a bad shape. Solomon, I'll let you come in shortly, but I see that Ras wants to respond to this very quickly.
You know, these are very legitimate concerns that Comrade Kwesi Pratt has raised, which I mentioned earlier, that the country has been run aground. We can all debate that. We can all debate about how bad, you know, about how such an apology, you know, the Nana Addo administration is. It doesn't take away the fact that we've got a democracy. It doesn't take away the fact that no country is perfect. And you could bring all the models, whether it's the UK. They've had a very, you know, they've had their own share of problems within their parliament. You can talk about, you saw how long it took for them to even deal with Brexit. You know, you can talk about election delays in the United States of America, etc. So the point I made was that we've got all of these, you know, issues. And that is why we've got to stay focused on fixing the country and being patriotic and building the country. You know, but to say it's entirely hopeless is something that I would completely disagree with.
Is it not at this point?
Because elsewhere...
Nobody is saying that it's entirely hopeless.
Just a minute.
This whole mantra about every country is in trouble, I mean, there's no country which is this and that and that. It's an excuse for mediocrity.
No.
Okay.
I'm not saying we should be complacent.
It's an excuse for mediocrity.
I'm not saying we should be complacent.
So you let him land and then you can come.
It's an experiment. We've done this for how long, Kwesi? 30 years. 32 years.
Yes.
All right? So challenges may occur, but when they do happen, we as citizens would have to make the point that, look, never again must we have a government that would appoint 120 ministers. And that is why they were punished at the polls. So the Ghanaian voter is getting more and more sophisticated. And I think for that, we need to give the Ghanaian public some credit for that, you know, of how they are not willing to put up with a lot of the terrible things that are happening.
Yeah, but the concern is, do politicians ever learn?
But where do
because
the politicians
Ghanaians
come
have
from?
expressed fear that as much as they have voted for the NDC to now take over the reins of power, what's the guarantee that we're going to see real change in the lives of people?
I mean, never throughout our history have we... Never throughout our history.
I'll come to you.
Have we? If I may,
think that the Akufo-Addo government was excellent. The Akufo-Addo made many mistakes, plunged us into debt, you know, and so on, so many things. But the problems of this country did not begin with Akufo-Addo.
True.
We have to understand that very clearly.
Yeah.
You know, and stop creating the impression that if Akufo-Addo had not emerged on the scene, everything would have been fine. Things were not fine. In 1982, 83.
Structural adjustment project.
Hold on. When we laid off 300,000 workers, privatized 400 state enterprises and so on, was this country okay? It wasn't. You understand? When President Mills took over power, and the IMF and the World Bank wrote to him that the economy was in a mess, total mess. Why? Was Akufo-Addo in power? So let's speak truth. There's a structural problem.
I think we're singing from
there's a directional problem.
We're singing from the hymn book.
Okay.
Which is that there are problems structurally. And that is why every Ghanaian would have to, you know, get on the business of helping fix the country. It's the only country we have, you know.
They have given you the mandates, the NDC.
And trust me,
but the question
you would
is,
never see anything like you've seen in the Akufo-Addo administration.
You can assure Ghanaians of that.
I can assure Ghanaians that President Mahama is, look, he's got his eyes on the ball. He's not petty as the outgoing president. For instance, members of our base have said that, look, we shouldn't even give them anything in Parliament, all right? But we have a situation where, in spite of our numbers in Parliament, there may be, you know, somebody who holds a position of a deputy speaker who's not from our side. That is a president who's focused on the job of fixing Ghana and not making everything all about politics. So, because I do agree with you, but I'm making the point that we're not perfect. Neither is any country in the world, okay?
And the president-elect has been president before.
Excuse for
no, I disagree.
We are not perfect. There's no country which is perfect. So
I disagree.
For mediocrity.
Okay,
I disagree.
so the president-elect has been president before.
Yes.
So we've encountered and we've witnessed him.
Yeah.
Ghanaians were not happy with what he was able to do within those 4 years that he had to run as president, which is why they voted the NDC out. And so that's why we're asking the question, because for a lot of people, they're saying, even before the elections, they were saying that, but we've witnessed him before, and we weren't too happy with his governance. What's the guarantee that anything is going to change this time around?
Everything you've seen under the Akufo-Addo administration pales in comparison, you know, in terms of the bad governance aspect of it.
Okay.
For a country like Ghana, 120 ministers, 3 deputies, 2 deputies in some, you know, state institutions, there was a complete disregard, you know, for public sentiment. There was a complete disregard for protecting the public purse. That is what we witnessed in the last 8 years. And I'm saying on this platform that you would not see that. Already President Mahama has made a commitment in terms of cutting down the size of government. He's willing and ready, you know, to adhere to those kinds of commitments.
The 60 ministers that he's indicated?
He would adhere to those commitments.
And you are sure he can stick to 60?
You not just stick to 60, but also, you know, reduce, you know, the wastes in government so that we don't have the kind of profligacy we saw under the outgoing administration. So better days are ahead. Ghanaians should be rest assured this will be nothing like they've seen before, because don't forget, President Mahama has been in there, he's been out, he's coming back again. So he's coming to the table with some freshness, and that's why you would see a bit of new faces, but also old faces, because with the kind of crisis that we have, there's got to be some experienced hands, you know, lending hand and helping us get out of the quagmire.
All right. Solomon, I know you need to speak, but just give me a few minutes. We'll come back to this conversation, but let me just go back to Michael Obodu. And Komla Kuche has just joined him with some information. Let's get that. Michael.
Yeah, Bella, we understand that President-elect John Dramani Mahama is in a meeting with NDC MPs from the 8th and the incoming 9th Parliament as we speak. Komla Kuche has been monitoring at the meeting and brings us updates. Komla, thank you so much for your time. What have you picked up from this meeting?
Well, like we've been saying since morning, the choice of the speaker, nothing has changed about it. So, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, there's a consensus from both sides. And if I say both sides, that's the president-elect and members of the NDC caucus of the 8th and then those of the 9th, that they are going into the 9th with Speaker Bagbin as the speaker. Now, that of his first deputy speaker, Bernard Ahiafo, who is the member of Parliament for the Akachi South constituency, is going to be the first deputy speaker. Yeah. And then also we have the current leadership of the NDC minority, that is Dr. Keselatu Forson as minority leader, Emmanuel Amakofibua as minority leader, and then the chief whip, Kwame Govins Agboja, and the deputies, Comfort Doyo and Ahmed Banda, who are the deputy whips. They are going into the 9th for the time being as they maintain as the leaders. And so there's absolutely no change with respect to that. This is for the time being. The anticipation is that when the president-elect, who after tomorrow becomes the head of state, now does his appointment, then the likelihood that these individuals, one or two of them, may be affected is quite high. And so theirs is not to distort what the team is as of now, but between tomorrow and maybe a week or two, once he goes ahead to make his appointment, which very likely may be affecting the leadership, then there could be a shake-up. And that's the understanding that they've been able to reach. The meeting is really ongoing now, but sources within and have confirmed what we've been saying since morning, that this is the way forward that the NDC, together with the president-elect, have decided to go with.
Talking about the maintaining the leadership of parliaments from the NDC side, has there been any timelines as to when final appointments will be done or for the leadership part?
Absolutely not. It's like I did say, it depends on what the president will be doing after tomorrow. We may never know that. Probably tomorrow, just after the swearing in, he comes out with his full cabinet. Nobody knows. So I mean, he has the sole prerogative to do that, and so nobody would have to rush him at all. Just this evening, he's done this few appointments, and so the expectation is that they will allow him ample time, even though there's absolutely no time, but he equally needs time to be able to get the right people that he needs. But the anticipation of some MPs within the current 8th is to the effect that they know for sure that one or two of the current leadership will find themselves into the new administration. And so they need to allow them that laxity to be able to really operate, and then also have a firm understanding of everybody whilst they get into it. The issue about who the first deputy speaker is, like I did say earlier on, there's no issue about that. Bernard Ahiafo, solid parliamentarian. He's a lawyer. I think he's done close to about 30 years at the bar. And one of the few MPs I can say for sure, when it comes to bills, he is consistent at it. And the credits, we had the majority leader this afternoon give him much of the credit. And that tells the extent to which they respect him in the House. And also from what we know in the past, in the 8th, that's in 2021, he was one of the people they penciled to become the first deputy speaker. But for obvious reasons, because Speaker Bagbin was for the NDC, and so they had to do a relax of that. Now the choice is for the MPP. We understand they may not be changing under Esiama because, well, of course, he's done quite well for them as well. He's now done, he did caucus with the MPP, and going into the 9th, he's he's gone back to the party he's left all this while. And so the likelihood that he may not be changing him is quite high. It's not a rule, but it's a convention that they've had in terms of who would be the first deputy and who will be the second. It's not a straight jacket thing as year in the year.
Just a quick one on the first deputy speaker. Some have argued that it's an attempt to appease the voter region caucus. Is it an idea is that the sense you get when your interactions with the MPs?
Reporting from Parliament and then interactions like you've indicated, I think it's gone beyond that. And therefore has shown a lot of commitment and also dedication to his work. Nobody can say, I stand to be corrected, but I do not think there's anybody who will say that just for the mere fact that he's from the Volta region is the reason why they nominated him. I think the credit goes to he himself, who has distinguished himself over the period as a constitutional lawyer and also being able to contribute when it comes to bills and law making in the House.
All right, thank you so much. That's my colleague Komla Kruche there bringing us updates basically from Parliament, where we understand that John Dramani Mahama, incoming president, has been meeting with some members of Parliament of the NDC side from both the 8th and the incoming 9th Parliament. We do understand that it's confirmed that Speaker Bagwin will be maintained. There's a first deputy speaker has been appointed, and from all indications as well, the NDC may not be contesting the second deputy speaker, as the case was in 2004, where we saw the MPP side nominate all of the speakers of Parliament. So, Bella, basically, this is the updates we are getting on issues with regards to leadership of Parliament from the NDC side.
Well, very interesting development, and I'm sure, like Mr. Kwesi Pratt said, it doesn't matter where you are coming from as long as you get the work done. So that issue about whether the nomination of the first deputy speaker could appease or is meant to appease a certain caucus, a certain region. I'm just curious to find out what he has to say about that. But let me just come to Solomon. Thank you for the updates, Komla Kruche, and of course, Michael as well. But Solomon, we were having a conversation earlier, and I want us to get back to that before we even get into this as well. I mean, where do you stand on all of this with regards to our democracy and how we fared so far?
Thank you very much, Bella, and good evening to your cherished viewers, as well as able panelists on the table. Let me say that I want to side with Comrade Pratt on what he said, and also to let Ghanaians understand that we are not having the best of democracies. You can't call this democracy. A democracy that does not have any dividend for the people is not democracy. At the end of the day, the people of this country want improvement in lives. And nobody can convince me sitting here that since 1992 till date, our lives have been improved. Contrary, we are retrogressing. You get my point. And I also want to admonish my brother that he has to be cautiously optimistic with the John Mahama's administration. He has to be, because, see, there is a reason why all the leaders you have had comes into office with optimism, but leaves with the Ghanaian very disappointed. And that reason can be found in the fact that the structure that we are operating within is not a good structure. President John Mahama is going to use the same civil servants that helped President Akufo-Addo to misgovern. They have not been changed. In a situation where you come to office and within a twinkle of an hour, the number of people that are lobbying, I don't envy President-elect John Mahama. I don't, and that is why you would begin to see such appointments as government advisor on what? 24-hour what? What did you say?
24-hour economy.
Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Where from this appointment?
What's wrong with that?
Everything is wrong with that. 24-hour economy, is it an institution or is a ministry or is what? That we must have an advisor advising on it so that he draws salary from the state?
Well, we don't have those details yet.
No, but obviously, if you are a government advisor, if you are a senior government advisor, you are going to draw salaries. So that you cannot tell us that you are going to appoint 60 ministers. And alternatively, push more of the ministers into such appointments. Because we must help him to succeed. And helping him to succeed, we must, as it were, call him out on areas that we believe may lead him to also conclude in the same way and manner as President Akufo-Addo has done. Democracy. Let me also say that the composition of our parliament, you see the way the minority becoming majority are so happy, but they cannot take themselves out of this whole mess that we find ourselves. It has to be made clear that the mere fact that you are coming from a minority side of the parliament does not mean you are exonerated from the behavior of any president. Because what does Article 181.3 says? That every loan that this country contracts goes through parliament. So if we are blaming the sitting president now, whose tenure of office in less than 4 hours would expire, that one of his problems was having to have borrowed beyond our capacity, then you ask yourself, why did our parliament or parliamentarians who are supposed to represent the interests of the people of this country allow such borrowings to swallow the entire country? We were talking about President Akufo-Addo having appointed close to 125 ministers. For Christ's sake, all of them went through vetting. Even in situations where some of us petition Parliament that Ken Ofori-Atta do not pass him. The NDC MPP members of Parliament doing what we call collaboration gave him an overwhelming. So such a finance minister, when he messes everyone up, how would you take the minority out of it? So I believe that in doing their work, they have to place the country's interest first and foremost. A country where currently we are saying our democracy is growing and it is doing well. Go to the various embassies. Tomorrow it should be your assignment. The youth of this country who would develop this country are running out of this country. If it is not in Canada that they want to go, it is the United States of America they want to go. If it is not there, it's the United Kingdom. The last time I checked, Haiti's embassy, they were there.
Trying to escape to Haiti.
They say when they get to Haiti, they can get to the US. This is a country and this democracy that you want me to be proud of. So we are not developing the way and manner all of us expect. And until we turn things around, because cleverly, politicians have introduced what we call monocracy. The moment they introduce monocracy or monetization of our politics, then that is the end of everyone. The person comes to office, every appointee wants to make money, wants to be rich, because by so doing, they know they can then procure their positions. And how would you and I, who are the downtrodden, be able to survive such experience? So I'm not enthused about the kind of democracy we are practicing. And unless we get the right... Today I was listening to a member of parliament, the majority now becoming minority, and he was saying that a lot of the NDC MPs were going to be disappointed. And I listened to the reason. I found it very fascinating. Why? Because they are not going to get ministerial appointment. And that is one of the reasons why the constitution must be amended. You don't go to parliament with the aim of becoming a minister. You go to parliament to support legislative work. But it seems to me that people are seeing it as the shortest way or route to becoming a minister. And once it happens, that is where we get ourselves into all sorts of troubles. So let us up our game. Let us build the institutions that would push our developmental agenda and also begin to link it to the entire African continent. You see, Kwame Nkrumah said something and we continue to play with it, that the independence of Ghana is meaningless unless and until it is linked to the total liberation of the African continent. The reason being that if Africans are going to do things together, we have a continent with a population of 1.4 billion, equivalent to what pertains in China. What can we do with such a population? It's a huge market. Because when Ghana goes on the negotiation table, we are going with only our 34 million people. It's not strong enough. So the various leaders, I believe tomorrow they are going to come around, they must rethink about the African Union and actualize it.
Okay. Let me bring counsel in because, I mean, the issue about rubber stamp parliament, we're clearly going to see that play out, especially now that they do not have the 2/3 majority yet. At least they need one more constituency because at the moment the NDC has 183 seats. To get the 2/3, you need to have 184. That is in contention because Ablekuma North, for some reason, they still cannot seem to collate and announce the results for us to know whether it's going to the NDC or the MPP. If it does go to the NDC, then of course they have that 2/3. But if they don't, regardless, we're told that the 4 independent candidates, at least 3 of them have indicated publicly that they'll do business with the NDC. So they'll still have those numbers. But then it comes to the issue of rubber stamping in Parliament. And so even if the majority now becoming minority does not even agree with certain policies that should not be passed in Parliament, just because the NDC has majority, they can easily, you know, find a way around it and get it passed. And that becomes a problem for the rest of us as well, does it not?
It would be a huge shame if the NDC rubber stamp things that the executive wants to do. Huge shame. As I keep saying, this vote that the NDC won, it's not only an NDC vote, it's a people's vote. They should think before they act. Yes, unfortunately, the MPP are a negative minority with the numbers they got. They even haven't got the 137 they got in this parliament.
So you call them negative, no
Yes.
more mini minority.
What can they do? What can they do? What can they really do? What pressure can they really put on a gigantic majority of the NDC? What can they do? If 90 MPs at the NDC decide we are not going to parliament, we need to pass bills, can they still pass it? So where's the strength? The NDC should remember the people. John Mahama should be able to crack the whip and enforce the laws. Look, we're talking, my brothers are talking about, and this one didn't do this and this one didn't do that. For me, it's in the past. You can't change anything in the past. You can only learn from the past. How do we do it in the future? That is the question. The people we've put in power now, can they do it? Is this something we think they can do? And if they can, they need to prove to us that they have the wherewithal to do it. Patriotism starts with the people. Let me ask a question. Are the people patriotic? Ghanaians, are we patriotic? They say when you go to a country and you want to see the attitude of the people, see how they drive. See how they drive. And see how Ghanaians drive. That will tell you the attitude of the people. Now, can we have a government who feel patriotism is key in whatever we do and start trying as much as possible to educate the people to be patriotic? First Republic, we started like a nobody, nothing. We were coming out of what? Colonialism. What did Nkrumah do? He tried to build patriotism in the people. Can John Mahama do that? Can the NDC do that? With the kind of people we have today, can they do it? They have to be able to do it. Because right now, everybody is interested in their own pocket, including the people. The people will sit and talk, hey, put them there. See what will happen. That needs to change. And can only change if we enforce the laws. You see a motorbike riding on the wrong side of the road with his headlights shining in the oncoming cars. Nobody says anything. Oh, Sano Mutia. You see a trotro driver overtaking on the pavement. Nobody says anything. You try and say it, they insult you. We need to be able to crack the whip. That's why I feel for every appointment Mahama does, he should give a reason.
Okay.
He should give a reason. President Akufo-Addo started it. Unfortunately, he couldn't continue. But give a reason for the people to understand why you have put Julius Debra there as chief of staff. What is it that he has got to change the narrative. What did you mention? Some of the...
Okay. So
for instance, when you look at Marita
TV, yes, Marita
Brew, legal counsel to the president of Ghana. What does that mean? What does that mean?
You don't understand this role.
You are going to be put in power tomorrow. By now, you should know who your Attorney General is. No, be so? What will she do? Because you see, right now, the moment President Mahama gets in, today is what, Monday? By Friday, his cabinet should come out. Because we would expect that when he was voted, by now, he's compiled all those people and give reasons why. There are some people who are automatic, that you know, yeah, these people, they fit that. But those we feel, there'll be question mark on. You should give reasons. And if it so happens that they do anything ultra-virus, you can tell us, and tell us. And that was one thing about President Akufo-Addo. When he sacked somebody, he never gave a reason why he sacked the person. Why, is that in the Constitution? Because you tell me, is it in the Constitution that when somebody is sacked, you don't say it, you just sack the person because you are appointed? It's a different vote we have got in this election. A different vote. People's vote. People are telling you are sick and tired of our natural resources not feeding us Ghanaians. Look, when you even take the service economy in Ghana today, service sector, who leads it? Is it Ghanaians? Is it foreigners? Ghanaians have kiosk and tabletop. Take the oil industry, who leads it? Take the energy sector, who leads it? Take a lot of the sectors in this country, who leads it? That narrative has to change. Unfortunately, President Mahama has only 4 years. If he does not prioritize, and please, NDC people, I'm not criticizable. I'm not criticizing. I'm cautioning. You have only
but even if you are criticizing, you are a citizen. Do you not have the right to criticize if you don't think that something is doing right?
We all sitting here have to try and help build.
Absolutely. Okay.
And if we come and sit here, we sit here to point out mistakes and to caution that if you go down this line, you are going the wrong way. Unfortunately, President Akufo-Addo did not listen. Unfortunately, 90 MPs went to him to tell him, move Kenuforiata. They came back with their tails between their legs, and they didn't say anything. Only 1 or 2 of them talked, and they were horned out of government. We cannot take that now. Because, as Kwesi rightly said, and I absolutely agree with him, come 2 years into President Mahama's administration, if the people don't see change, they'll bring this country to a halt. They won't wait to vote. They will bring this country to a standstill. But we don't want that for President Mahama.
Okay.
My brother was talking about being able to do the things that are right. His leader has gone to sit with him. His leader has confidence in him that he can do something. If that is the case, let's all try as much as possible to help him. But he should also listen if he's going down the wrong path. Right now, he's made appointments.
Are you saying that you're not impressed with, or you are asking that he should explain for every person who has been appointed?
No,
there should have been some explanation.
Some of them, Julius Debra has been a chief of staff before.
Yeah, but for example, you did say that for Julius Debra, he should have stated why he thinks he should come back as chief of staff. So same for the other names as well?
All the other names, tell us. Callistus Mahama used to be his secretary when he was in opposition, when he was no more. So maybe that's the reason. But give us a reason, so that we get to know the person better, so that we get to know the qualities of it. Look, it is not a question of capacity. It's a question of ability. Does the person have the ability to do the job you've given him to do?
Is there a need for a presidential advisor for 24-hour economy?
I don't know. Please should tell us. I don't know.
Someone doesn't think there's a need for it.
I mean, look,
personally, do you think?
Not a lot of people understand the 24-hour economy. So if you are appointing somebody, give us a reason why. If it is to explain it further, if it is to put plans together, because he said we are going to have a national dialogue on this 24-hour economy, didn't he? So what is the person supposed to do? It's a different set of things now with this kind of election.
Okay. Well, Raj, you're not the spokesperson, but I guess you can still try and give us some details as to this list and why these people are on there.
I mean, a fantastic appointment, I must say. If we're to dissect,
I don't think anybody expects you to say anything other than fantastic.
How does
These are some of the things we said in previous administrations.
Okay, I'll draw the word fantastic.
No,
you keep the fantastic. Brilliant.
No,
brilliant.
It's too late.
Wait.
Okay, just wait.
You put in these words. You put in these words, and when they don't perform, it becomes a challenge.
Great. Let me get into it.
You allow him to make the point so that maybe he can explain why he thinks they are fantastic.
Take my brother Felix. I mean, who would argue that he's not up to the task of being a presidential spokesperson? Who would argue that he's not a brilliant communicator? Take the Honorable... No, please. The Honorable Julius Debra, former Chief of Staff. He's had executive experience. You know, he's a person that is well respected in diverse circles, all right? And the Chief of Staff position is like a spoke in a wheel. You know, you need somebody who can coordinate and also assert some authority in terms of getting the president's appointees to do the right thing. Fantastic by all accounts. Take the Honorable Callistus Mahama, Executive Secretary to the President. He's got executive experience. You know, he's very, very meticulous. You know, and there's no better person who could have done that than, you know, Dr. Callistus.
Are you sure?
100%. Take the Honorable Marietta Brew Opong, former Attorney General, counsel to the President. The President is taking over at a time when he hasn't had the lifetime in politics. Anything can happen between now and then when Parliament even decides to approve ministers. There's got to be somebody with a legal mind, you know, who's got their eyes on the ball, who can...
So are you saying that this is a temporary...
No.
Hold on. Are you saying this is temporary until ministers...
No, I'm not saying it's temporary.
Okay.
But I'm just saying it's even rational. Even if it's not temporary, it's rational that given the circumstances, a lot of things have happened, some of them legal, and legal issues may come up. Parliament would vet appointees in their own pace. You can't rush them, all right? But even as we want them to do it with alacrity, with speed, you know, you would still need somebody sounding the president on some other things. Take Mr. Guzitano, very experienced, okay? The 24-hour economy is a policy. You need a focal person. You need a czar who can coordinate, because it's something that feeds into various ministries. It's not a standalone thing where you can say it is only this ministry that can handle it. So a coordinator, a focal person, I absolutely do not have a problem with it. Council, I'll plead that we give the president the benefit of the doubt. It is not for nothing that the good people of our country reposed their confidence in him and in the NDC. And I'll say further that under Mahama, you would see humility in public service. You're beginning to see strands of that. You would see...
You're saying we're beginning to see that?
Strands of that.
We're already beginning to see...
We're already beginning to see that.
In what aspect?
In various aspects. I mean, he's met the leader of your party, right?
Okay.
They've had very fruitful discussions. That is a leader who is open-minded, who is willing to embrace all Ghanaians. He's not saying that only members of the NDC have what it takes to run the country. He wants the contribution of every Ghanaian. He wants everyone to, you know, put their shoulder to the wheel. And the thing about governance, which many of us in Africa make the mistake of blaming politicians, is that we don't put our shoulders to the wheel. We blame the leaders. Where do the leaders come from? The leaders come from amongst ourselves. I'll give you a typical example. From January to June of this year, you know the number of road accidents? Over 2,000 people died out of people's recklessness. Is that government? So that is where we are. as a people, we need to begin.
Is it only based on recklessness, or is it also about the state of our roads?
The laws are there.
We need to look at all those angles before we say that it's because people are reckless on the road. Yes, that could be a point.
Okay, there are speed limits. I mean, kids should not be knocked down when they close from school.
Ras, point of order.
One moment.
Ras,
One moment.
You let him make the statement. Please just be patient.
I was going to say something, and I was really praying that Ras Mubarak would not take offense.
Oh, no, I wouldn't. I mean, we're having
please allow him.
And if you will not take offense, then let me say, President Mahama should be very worried about people like you. He should be very worried.
Why
and your reason?
Are you saying that?
And let me give you the reason.
Okay.
I mean, you don't know why these people were appointed. You don't. All of us are hearing them.
We haven't. No.
Hold on. Let me explain.
No.
You've asked me to explain. Let me explain. You asked me to explain why.
The premise is completely flawed.
Would you allow him to explain? Just so you don't take offense.
No, I'm not taking offense.
Would you allow me to
So that maybe he explains.
But the premise is
would you allow me to explain?
What's explain?
You asked me to explain. Let me explain. You don't know how these people were appointed. You just came from Saudi Arabia by your own confession and so on. And here, look at what you're saying.
I know these.
Hold on. There are some issues which are so glaring. You don't have to be a supporter or against the president to see that. The Constitution makes it clear that the legal advisor to the president is the Attorney General. Hold on. Now, when this appointment is made, you ask yourself, so is it that the president could not have appointed the Attorney General? That's why he's gone for Marietta and so on.
You're completely wrong.
Hold on.
I disagree with you.
As you let him land, I'll give you full time to respond. I'll give you enough time.
Okay.
Now, if that is the case, why doesn't he use his Attorney General designate to give him the legal advice so that solves the problem? So we don't have answers. It may be for very good reason. You understand? The president may have made this appointment for very good reason, very good rationale and so on. But we as citizens should begin to think and ask questions. Why did this happen and that did not happen? You don't just say that it is all fantastic.
No.
And you don't know.
Okay, so would you allow Ras to now?
I think Mr. Pratt has got it completely flawed. I mean, it's a matter of opinion. He's entitled to it. You know? Which
aspect of it is a matter of opinion? Is
the fact that, you know...
yours is not a matter of opinion.
Sorry, sir. Please allow him
So you can't begin to suggest that your opinion is superior to somebody else's opinion. That's the
I hold on to my opinion.
And I hold on to my opinion strongly. I hold on to my opinion strongly.
So be careful how you describe my opinion.
No. So you have no right to say that.
He only shared a contrary opinion.
So he's made sense.
He's saying he's got an opinion. I don't know.
No, that's what I'm asking you to respond.
And I'm responding.
Okay.
He said my opinion is wrong, and I'm saying his is wrong because we're doing an analysis of the first list of appointments that have come, and I've made a point that these are very brilliant appointments based on the people's experiences. All right? Felix, are you saying he's not qualified to presidential spokesperson? Marietta, are you saying she's not qualified to advise the president?
But that's not what Mr. Pratt is saying.
Please.
He's only referencing the fact that, for example, the legal counsel... Oh, so all you're saying is a conjecture.
What are we doing
here? We are going to do conjecture.
We're not in the president's head.
Okay.
What are we doing here? We're not in the president's head.
That's why
we're proffering opinions.
That's why you should explain these things.
Each person's opinions ought to be respected. And I'm saying, given the circumstances, he's not appointed an attorney general yet. Things can come up, right? And even if he had, she's not vetted or he's not vetted and approved by Parliament yet, he may need legal opinion. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. You can't rubbish it and say, President Mahama should be worried about.
Which is why I was asking that. So are some of these roles temporary, such that if eventually an attorney general is nominated by the president to be vetted by Parliament and eventually approved, then there won't be the need to have a legal counsel to the president of Ghana as the title, because there's already an attorney general. Okay.
I can't say. But I think everyone who's been appointed thus far has what it takes to help us build this country called Ghana.
Okay.
And that is the most important thing. Let's give the president the benefit of the doubt. I mean, these are early days, all right? And Ghanaians have every right to raise issue, to question. You know, it's part of the democratic process. I mean, we are the citizens. The president may be the president, but the citizens have every right to question the appointments he makes. So I don't have a problem with people questioning, you know, the rationale behind certain appointments.
Okay.
But I'm making a defense of those who have been appointed, saying they've got what it takes to deliver on the things for which they've been appointed to deliver.
I believe you don't know if they'll be drawing salary as well at this point.
No, I mean,
especially because we're also, just to be sure.
No,
Bella, I want to find out from
Please.
Is there anybody in Ghana who can say that only one person has the expertise for advising the president on legal affairs?
Nobody has said
Is there anybody who can say that out of 32 million people, only one person, no matter how clever and smart he is qualified to be
Not all
presidential
32
spokesperson?
Ghanaians can be attorney general.
So some analysis is called for. I'm not saying that what the president has done is wrong, but I'm saying that they're sitting here and saying fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Without raising, hold on. Without raising the relevant issues and putting things in context. For example, why is it that the president has 24 hours within which you can name an attorney general?
Yeah.
He will choose to appoint a special counsel other than the attorney general he's likely to nominate. And so this is a legitimate question. This question does not mean that what the president has done is wrong. It doesn't mean that what the president has done is right. But then you are raising issues within the parameters of constitutional provision, normal human practice, and so on. You understand? That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And I'm saying, give the president the benefit of the doubt.
We give someone the benefit of the doubt.
You can't compare. You can't.
How can you
President
compare?
Akufo-Addo ran the country to the ground.
How did he do that?
He ran the country to the ground.
How did he do that? Because we allowed him. We allowed him. He was not listening to anybody.
Nobody said you shouldn't ask questions. Nobody's made that suggestion.
So what experience does Gusidano have in 24-hour economy? You are talking about.
I'm saying, with 24-hour economy, it's not a sector-specific policy.
But every sector is going to have a minister.
Listen,
so why do they need it?
Pipe down.
Yeah,
even if every sector is going to have a minister, you would still need a focal person. All right? And I'm saying, with Mr. Guzitana's experience in government and out of government, he's rightfully placed to be the focal person, if you like, the czar of the 24-hour
And that's your personal opinion, you're saying.
And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Bella, and I'm saying that so they're drawing salary, just to be sure.
To land on this, Bella, we voted for President Mahama and the NDC to deliver on our pre-election promises. The man hasn't even sat on the seat. He's made his first set of appointments. Ghanaians have legitimate cause to question these appointments. I'm sitting here knowing them, some of them senior colleagues, and saying they are fit for purpose, saying they can help us, deliver on those promises. There's absolutely
but you also agree that there should have been some further explanation as to why. Just
not necessarily.
And you're not the only person on this panel who knows those who have been appointed.
Not necessarily.
All right.
Not necessarily.
But hold on, I'll let you come in.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You were saying something about accidents, and the government really doesn't have.
So because I didn't land on that point.
Yes,
the point I was making was that it's tragic for a country like Ghana to record 2,000 accidents within the first 6 months of the year, and that all of us, whether the police, the road safety people, the citizens, everybody should take an interest in protecting lives on our road. You can't make it an issue of the police alone. The police may issue fines, they may cause arrests, but every now and then you get people going beyond speed limit. I mean, look at areas that are designated 40 and 50. People are doing 100 and 120. So it goes to your point about the basics of, patriotism, responsible citizenship, where everybody has to be involved in building Ghana.
Ras, would you agree with me that some of the blame can be put on government where accidents are concerned?
So when you say government?
Night.
Yeah.
No street lights anywhere. From motorway to McCarthy Hill. drive at night.
And it's been like that for the last 8 years. Yeah.
So
it's been like that for the last 8 years. It's been like that for the last 8 years.
Beyond the 8 years.
No,
to be fair.
So
we should take it
beyond.
I'm actually supporting your point, which is that it's been like that for 8 years, which is wrong.
Beyond the 8 years. Can we be fair and say that it's been like that longer than the 8 years?
I'm saying that your party has been in power before.
Yeah.
Yes, but it wasn't like this.
Who said?
No,
You're saying the motorway.
Street
the
lights.
motorway was not dark.
I haven't said the motorway, but I'm saying street lights.
At the present
drive
moment,
through
listen,
Accra.
at the present moment, that is the first thing President Mahama should do.
Drive through Accra. Almost every street corner is dark. It wasn't like that before we left.
It was dark.
For the last, as far as I can remember, 3 to 4 years, you see the Ghana Standard Authority.
Yes.
You see the traffic light there on the Legon Road.
Yes.
The traffic light that points to the left, if you are coming from the airport, has been dead for 3 years. And you should see the commotion at that junction. How do you blame citizens if accidents occur there? If accidents occur there, it is not because citizens are irresponsible. It's because partly because some of our citizens are irresponsible, no doubt. But also the fact is that government has not lived up to its responsibility.
Absolutely.
We pay for street
Absolutely.
lights.
Absolutely.
We should pay for it.
So we're singing from the same hymn book, except that I'm saying all of us should be citizens and not just people who are elected. You know, and that if I do my bit, if
government doesn't listen,
there's civil disobedience.
Yeah, but that's waiting 4 years to vote.
No.
But we should have a way to keep government in check.
Civil disobedience.
If I am criticizing government, it doesn't mean I don't want the best.
Of course.
In fact, people that criticize are the ones that even want.
That mean well.
So what we are doing here is also to enrich the governance structure of the country.
I agree with you.
And I believe the president will listen to it. If there are any good deeds in there to take or take away, he takes it. Rather than we be on the offensive or defensive. What you are doing tonight seems to me that everything is okay. But at the end of the day, if you don't take care, we start on this tangent, then it becomes the usual political football. NDC comes here, they believe everything is okay. NPP comes here, they defend.
I don't see anything wrong with the first set of appointments.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
You know, it doesn't matter of personal opinion.
Okay.
You may decide to disagree, but you know, they are competent enough.
There's nobody has said there's anything
wrong.
Know, all we are saying is that reasons should be given.
Nobody has said that they are incompetent.
Exactly.
So what's the haggling about? So what's the haggling about?
So what we are asking is,
what is happening is that some of us on this panel are saying that, for example, if you take the appointment of the legal
advisor to the
president and so on, is it just possible that he could have nominated his attorney general, who would then have served in this position? If you ask this question, you are not being anti-Mahama, you are not being anti-NDC, you are not being anti-government. You are just being rational.
Okay.
Now, this is as opposed to somebody who says everything about this is fantastic. When you don't even have the information.
I see. Well, we'll take a break very quickly and then we'll come back and continue the conversation. This is the road to inauguration, which will happen tomorrow. But again, we're here till 12 a.m. And in fact, we're running 24 hours. And so beyond 12 a.m., we'll have Johnny and the team also take over. And they'll take us through the swearing in of the new MPs. And of course, the 9th Parliament as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're welcome back. It's the road to inauguration. We're live on TV3, also live on DSTV channel 279. We're streaming live on our social media platforms at TV3 Ghana. You can drop your messages. In fact, I've gotten quite a number of messages coming in, and so I'll be reading them as we move along. But good evening to Nanaya Achimpem Jantwa, who's also sent quite a lengthy message. We'll try and get into it because she's also asking similar questions with regards to the appointments that have been made. But just to remind you, we're live on 3FM 92.7, and I'm still here with my guest, very seasoned, well, you can talk about journalists, politicians, whatever it is, they have all the knowledge, and we're discussing everything that pertains to the dissolution of the 8th Parliament, and of course, looking forward to the 9th Parliament and the swearing in of President-elect John Dramani Mahama. And so let me just quickly read that message from Nanaya Achimpem Jantwa. Good evening again. She says, what do we intend for the 24 hours economy to achieve as an economic policy? Is it for import substitution? Is it for creating jobs and becoming an intervention for dealing with unemployment, or it is for an accelerated exports drive? I believe it is for all, if it's for all the above, but the issue, well, I believe it is for all the above. But the issue is Mr. Gusitano going to liaise with the Ministry of Trade, AGI, Export Promotion Council, Free Zones, GIPC, NDPC, and other relevant economic stakeholders? Is Gusi a liaison between government and the energy sector security, etc.? Those are my concerns. Then I also have another one who says there's currently a legal counsel and attorney general. Kwame Suman is a legal counsel to the president. Godfrey Dami is the attorney general. Just maybe President-elect John Dramani Mahama is also towing that line. And that's from Bob, I believe. Akosia, good evening. It's been a while. It's good to know that you're watching, by the way. But very valid questions. And I'll start off with you, Mr. Jantwa, because, of course, you are also a member of the AGI. Yes. Exactly. So this is probably what you'd say a valid question because, again, if you look at Mr. Gusitano's appointments, it's not only for the 24-hour economy. It also says for accelerated export development. He'll be the presidential advisor for that.
What do you mean by accelerated export?
I'm not sure I'm the one to answer those questions.
That's where the question is.
This is a statement from...
If you do not add value to your exports, forget it. That is where the issue is. You need to add value to your exports. That is where you get the money. Our gold, our timber, our fruits, all those things. You need to add exports to, what do you call it, add value to it. Yeah. So if it's accelerated export, maybe because you can define what accelerated export means. That quick the exports or what? Look, without exports, the revenue that we're looking for might not come in. We have all the natural resources in this country. Gold for one. We are exporting bullion. And once we export bullion, it's refined out there and brought back in here to sell to us. We should refine here and get that quality that gives us the price. Jute sacks, we import, don't we? Can we not grow jute in this country and manufacture our own jute sacks? Look, anything President Mahama wants to do, he has to start it. He might not finish it, but it should be such that anybody who now comes in to take it over can run with it. What he's saying here, accelerated export, will not happen in a day. It will not happen in a day because you've got to be able to identify where these exports are. And I'll give my example that I always give. Pineapples. Pineapples. Costa Rica is #1 in pineapples. #2 is Cote d'Ivoire next door. We don't do plantation basis, but our pineapples attract a premium on the international market. Yeah. Let me tell you what the Philippines is doing. They also export pineapples. But you know, we throw the crown away, don't we? You know what they are doing, using the crown for? Leather. Okay. Leather. Look, those companies that do these, your bags, they've realized that the pineapple crown leather is much stronger than animal leather. And they are selling it in droves to those big companies. We throw it away here. We don't even grow pineapples on a plantation basis. Now, if you don't do that, how can you have added value where your pineapples are concerned? when you're exporting whole. And we have 3 varieties of pineapples in this country: Sugarloaf, MD2, and the Smooth Cayenne. 3 different varieties. And if we were to add value to this, there's a huge market out there. Huge market out there for pepper. How are we going to do it? We need to add value, because pepper, Americans buy for pepper spray. There's so many things we can add value to. But if we don't have a plan in place, and I continuously say that national development plan is key. It's key for us to be able to export the things we want to export with added value. Bauxite. Anybody who wants to come and mine our bauxite should open a factory here. If you are not prepared to do it, go away. Oil. Tema Oil Refinery, I think it should be a #1 priority of President Mahama to look at Tema Oil Refinery so that we can refine our own oil. Because within the West African sub-region, there's a huge market for refined petroleum products. And you see, the thing is that we are not a poor country. We are poor up here. But when it comes to natural resources, we are very rich. And so if Guzi is going to handle accelerated export, explain to us, what do you mean by accelerated export? Does it include added value? Does it include special products that we have capital flight, like rice and all these, capital flight, so you want to add value to it so that that capital flight reduces? What does it mean? You see, when people know what it means, when they are now going into it, they have a reason, because they can now identify the off-taker of who will take it once they add value to it. So, let's see. It's early days. Nobody is blaming anybody at this particular moment. But they say what? Charity what?
Begins at home.
Begins at home. If you start these things and you start explaining and get people to get into it at this earlier age, fine. But if you don't explain and you throw it at us, everybody is sitting looking.
But that's the thing. See how you've given details about some of these things. You'd expect that whichever government it is, it shouldn't only be about who belongs to which party, but they should have people like you who would come on board and also give some of these advices. I mean, we don't see that happening much.
Well, on the AGI, we have had meetings with all the presidential candidates at the time, and we have stressed the private sector should be given primary focus in terms of building the private sector for Ghanaians, for the locals. Because right now, a lot of the areas where exports are concerned and even added value are foreign companies. They're not Ghanaian companies. But we need to start. You start from tabletop, then you move to kiosk, then you move. By the next 10 years, you're a big conglomerate. Do we have it here? No. Malcolm today is what? 3rd, what do you call, generation. And look at how they built Malcolm up. Are you saying Ghanaians can't do the same? But we have to be given the chance. And the only way to give the chance is to stop personal interest in government. That is also a killer. Because what needs to go to the people, the politician will take it and use it for himself. I know people who were in President Akufo-Addo's government who have 3, 4, 5 companies at the port. At the port. They are government people at the port. That should go to ordinary people. No. So if we don't stop that personal interest bit, some of the things that President Mahama is telling us he wants to do might not happen. And that is why I say the people he chooses around him would either make him or break him.
Solomon, I'll bring you in very shortly, because I see that you were going through the Yellow Book.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And of course, knowing that the flag bearer for the Movement for Change is a tradesman through and through.
Yes.
We attempted that with one district, one factory.
Yes.
For some reason, we didn't really get the benefits that we should have gotten as a nation.
Yes. I mean, just to add to what lawyer was saying, beyond that, you also have to look at your interest rate regime and your tax policies. You cannot develop businesses in this country when the policy rate, as we speak, is around 28% or so. If you are going to add risk premium, you are talking about 36%. Who develops a business with such a rate? The companies that are thriving in this country, their source of capital is not coming from the local economy. So it has to be a deliberate policy by any government that, look, we want to grow local businesses. And so we are going to do a single-digit interest rate for our local businesses. Simplicity. unless until we do that. And that is why we from the Movement for Change, we agree that yes, we believe in the 24 hours hour economy, but then the 24-hour economy is the effect of the stabilization of the microeconomic environment, the a good governance structure, infrastructure in place, social services, technological and environmental upliftment, and above all, behavioral and mindset change. These were the things that we were selling to the good people of this country. And that is why the moment President Mahama got elected, my leader, Mr. Alan Chemantin, went there. And when he went to him, what did he do? He gave him a copy of the Yellow Book. The meaning of that is to guide him. And on that occasion, he told the president-elect that, look, I don't have any money to give you, but I have this book. I believe you implement some of the policies that are contained in it. The only way we would thrive as a country is to add value to our production. That is the only way. You understand? We cannot be doing mining for almost 100 years and we don't have a refinery here. Go to Takrady. Every day in and day out, manganese, bauxite being shipped to the port, being sent to Ukraine and Russia. What it is that we cannot do. We have glass factory collapsed for several years.
I mean, we've literally had all the factories. And
and that is why we believe, some of us believe that our democracy is retrogressing. Because if we have our democracy and we know all the problems from 1957, from Kwame Nkrumah's time when he had the 7-year development plan, is the same strategy. I mean, the difference between what he was doing and what we were proposing, or our proposal, was that he wanted the public sector to lead, and we wanted the private sector to lead. That is the difference between Kwame Nkrumah's 7-year development plan and what is contained in the Great Transformation Plan. Of course, there has been several instances where I have disagreed with Comrade Pratt. He believes that the public sector or the government must play a central role in all these. I believe otherwise. You understand? So let us go that way. And like you were saying, politicians must take themselves out of business. If you want to be a businessman, come to the business field. You cannot be appointed as a minister, as a head of any institution, and you create pseudo companies and go in for contracts. The rightful people who can go in for these contracts and then make do of it. And that is our problem. That is our problem. So let's deal with that together with our taxation, the fiscal policies. As if this country, every day we must tax.
Let me bring Mr. Kwesi Pratt Jr. in. And just to remind you that very shortly we'll be showing you some photos from Parliament, live photos. In fact, that's on air at the moment. And we know that for the MPs who have been elected, both new, re-elected, the comebacks, all of them who will be sworn in the 9th Parliament, they should be making their way into Parliament any moment from now up until 12 a.m., pardon me. And so we'll be bringing you live feed from Parliament just so you get an understanding of what's happening. And as and when, we'll give you some details as to who is making an appearance and what they are saying. Mr. Kwesi Pratt.
Well, first of all, there's a state institution charged with responsibility for promoting exports. So what should we understand now? Does that state institution have a defect? Is it a management defect? Is it a structural defect? And so on. And if that is the case, why don't we address those defects to make that state institution more efficient, more effective, and so on, rather than appointing another, creating another office, and so on? This is a legitimate question. You understand? If no structure existed for promoting export and so on, maybe this question would not be legitimate. But it's a structure populated by public servants, supposed to be experts and so on. So what is it that justifies, the appointment of somebody, politician for that matter, with responsibility for promoting exports? Legitimate question. There may be answers, but I don't know the answers. And it's our duty to raise those issues and so on. But Bella, if you allow me, there's something which just escaped me. Before I came onto the program, And it's been said over and over again that this is the biggest defeat an opposition party has suffered in our history. It's not true. Check the 1951 election results. That's the biggest defeat an opposition party has suffered in our history, not this one. This one is huge, it's massive, and so on, but it's not the biggest defeat an opposition party has suffered in our history.
It's not. I thought they said in the Fourth Maybe Republic. For the Fourth Republic, which is, yes.
But I even have another problem with this so-called Fourth Republic. Ghana gained its republican status on 1st July 1960. That republican status has never changed. So there has been only one republic in Ghana which is rooted in July 1st, 1960. So where from this Fourth Republic? This is part of the effort to devalue, to devalue the government of Nkrumah and the institutions that Nkrumah governed with. This idea of a second republic and so on was calculated to devalue the Nkrumah regime and its institutions. And we've allowed it to persist to the extent that now we claim to have a Fourth Republic. Fourth Republic, what does that mean?
So you're saying that after every coup, we don't have to refer to the republic that was there before as maybe
We've never lost our republican status. We've been one republic from July 1st, 1960. That status has never been lost.
Never changed. So we've been wrong by referring to the various governments as
propagandist. It started with the CIA overthrow of Nkrumah, you know, and they created this idea of a second republic, and then we continued with it. There has been only one republic in Ghana.
I see. So if that's the case, then this will not be the election that gave the biggest loss.
President Mahama, please change that republic thing and let's go back to where we are. Simple.
There's a lot you have to change.
Simple. Others wanted to...
There's a lot of structural changes that, you know, would have to be done. And over the course of last year's campaign, President Mahama spoke to a lot of them. You know, and I am confident that he's committed to those reforms, especially in our constitution. Take something like the president must appoint majority of his ministers from Parliament. For somebody who believes in, strongly believes in parliamentary democracy, I have a challenge with that.
Okay, I agree with you.
Because
but 79 wasn't like that.
You know, the Parliament has to provide oversight of the executive arm of government, which is a separate, you know, unit. If you have members of Parliament serving in the executive, you know, it comes with its own set of challenges. I mean, others have done it successfully, no doubt about that, in other parliaments, New Zealand, you know, Canada, the UK, etc.
You keep comparing us to these people. Democracy is
I'm saying others have done it, because somebody may raise the point that, look, but if you are having a problem with it, why isn't the UK not having a problem with it? So it's important that we extrapolate that and explain that others may have done it. We haven't adopted a Westminster system, a British system and an American system, are having this peculiar problem.
Do they drive like us?
Because we have not had our own, you know, we have not drive like us. Not had our own.
They don't have roads like us.
They don't drive like us. We can't compare.
We've failed to have our own identity, you know, and I think that going forward, as part of the constitutional reforms, you know, we should be able to separate the executive from Parliament, where if you're an MP, you're an MP, and your job is to pass laws and to provide oversight on the work of the executive.
Okay.
I don't believe in members of Parliament serving on boards, you know, being board members and, you know...
it's against the Constitution.
You know, chief, what you call it, board chairpersons.
Yeah.
You know, but these are all things that have been talked about over the years, with suggestions that have come up in the constitutional reform work. You know, so I'm hoping that in the course of the coming years, we may be able to give, you know, true meaning to some of these things. If you look at asset declaration.
Who should give the true meaning?
All of us.
Who is the leader?
Of course, but the leader has given you indication that he's committed to this.
When Alan Chemati
not once, not twice, not thrice, cancel
Friday wear.
Not once,
what happened to it?
Not once, not twice, not thrice. The leader of the NDC and the president-elect has indicated that he's committed to constitutional reforms. I think it's early days yet.
Very important.
Give him benefit of the doubt. You know, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But I also need to make the point that the enormity of work ahead of us is not being, you know, underestimated or downplayed.
Okay.
You know, the president going into government understands fully, you know, what task lies ahead of us, whether it's in the energy sector, whether it's in the area of employment, in the finances of the country, etc. A while ago, we were talking about adding value. A lot of our young men and women up and down the country are looking for decent jobs, you know, things that they can just do to get by, you know, and that is where the 24-hour economy policy comes in, where every sector of every strand, you know, of the Ghanaian economy is drawn in, you know, so that it's not just, you're not just creating jobs in the energy sector, but you're creating jobs in agri, you know, in manufacturing, etc., etc., you know. And so far, so good.
Okay.
The books are bad. We need to make that
Very
point.
bad.
The books are really, really bad, you know, and but Ghanaians should not be overly worried. You know, you've got a president who is very experienced, you know, to navigate us through these challenges. And that is the one exciting thing about President Mahama, because, you know, he reaches out even across the aisle, you know, to persons who don't even belong to political parties, sometimes at the displeasure of even NDC members. I was telling you a while ago how on many of our platforms, people were opposed to, you know, the Honorable Isiama becoming a Deputy Speaker of Parliament because he belongs to the MPP. But you've got a president who wants to build consensus, who understands fully that, look, even though my party has an overwhelming mandate, I'm not going to rub it in people's faces and not consult and not reach out.
Okay.
The country belongs to all of us. And anyone who has something constructive, something productive to offer, I'm sure President Mahama is the man. And that is why.
So there's a likelihood that we're going to see Honorable Isiama taking up the position of second deputy speaker?
That is the talk in some quarters. And that is why I'm excited that...
Why is it talk in some quarters? Because you have said that when that conversation came up, President-elect didn't have a problem with it. So are we saying that there's a likelihood? There's
a likelihood that the Honorable Isiama would be the
second deputy,
Speaker of Parliament.
I see.
And I mean, really and truly, it will be good for our country. You know, people have had cause to worry about the winner takes all syndrome.
Yeah.
You know, ordinarily, we have an overwhelming majority in Parliament. We could say, look, we won't give you anything. But because we believe the job of building this country doesn't rest with only NDC members, but CPP, MPP, and everybody, and everyone and everybody has something, you know, to contribute to the governance of our country. So we are encouraging anyone with ideas, to come forward with their ideas. And I believe in the area of trade and industry, as and when President Mahama deems it necessary, I'm sure he'll call his good old friend Alan Shamantin to, you know, have a conversation with him on a thing or two.
Well, he has a copy of the Yellow Book.
But he has a copy of the Yellow Book. But Bella, I need to also make the point, or to reiterate the point that, look, this is the only country we have. And that is why in one of the anthems we say, Yenara Yasasini. It didn't say John Mahama Assassini or, you know, Solomon Assassini or Alan Chairman Assassini. It says, Yenara, all of us are stakeholders in building this country called Ghana. So the sooner we accepted this huge responsibility, you know, of being citizens and not spectators, of contributing our quota, even though our party may not be in government, the better for all of us. As someone would say, country broke or no country not broke, all the inside. So let's get the job of fixing the country.
No, there's something that we have to understand. Look, president, political parties and so on, they have no choice, they have no option. The president is not a president of NDC.
He's president of the country.
He is the president of Ghana, and he's the president for all people. Read the constitution, read his oath of office. So this impression that, look, NDC has been elected or MPP has been elected, and therefore, you know, it is out of gratitude that others are getting involved and so on.
You have had a president who hasn't reached out.
Yeah, but hold on. You let him land on his point.
Hold on.
Let him land. I'll give you the chance to respond.
The oath of office. Go and read his oath of office.
That is not in doubt.
You understand? So, everybody The moment you are elected as president of Ghana and you assume office, you are not your party's president.
You are the country's.
You are president for the whole of Ghana. That is why we had a problem with Nana Akufo-Addo going to the Volta region to tell them that even though you didn't vote for me, you know, I have come to solve your problem. That's why we had a problem with him when he told some chiefs of the central region that you didn't vote for my parliamentary candidate, and that is why you didn't get development and so on. That's a wrong attitude. That's a wrong attitude.
All right.
And what's the point? I'm trying to understand the point, because we say the same
you haven't
thing.
understood the point.
No,
okay.
I'm making the point.
Yes, you mean that you haven't understood the point I'm making?
Don't worry, we'll develop this point shortly.
We say the same
Hold on, we'll develop this point shortly. But let's head to Parliament now. Mawena Egbeta is on standby to update us on what the situation looks like in Parliament. We can tell from the pictures that we showed earlier that people have started gathering. We've seen some MP-elects also making their way into Parliament. And so I'm sure Mawena will give us the deets on that. Hello, Mawena.
Hi, Bella.
All right. Tell us, what's happening at the moment? And who can you see?
Right, and so, Bella, if you make your way into Parliament right now, the place is being readied for the swearing-in and inauguration of the 9th Parliament. That's what you see when you come here. If you come here at this particular point in time, you find invited guests of the yet-to-be-sworn-in members of Parliament making their way into the public gallery area, awaiting the official commencement of the ceremony, expected to kickstart at 10 p.m. Later this evening. So we're just, 30 minutes away from the official time, as has been communicated by Parliament, where we're expecting the inauguration of the 9th Parliament to begin. If you come inside the legislature right now, on the floor of Parliament, the chamber proper, it's quite empty at this particular point in time, but interestingly, you would find that 2 NDC MPs expected to be out of majority are seated comfortably at the right-hand side of the Speaker, which constitutes the majority in Parliament. Deputy Whip Ahmed Ibrahim, and also Member of Parliament for Banda, on the floor at this particular point in time, on his phone, and so is the Member of Parliament for Ashaiman, Enes Nogbe, as well, who is also seated in the leadership positions and also on his phone. That's about what it looks like at this particular point in time. If we pan a bit away from the two to the backbench area, you find the clerks of Parliament readying themselves and beginning to put or apportion name tags onto the respective seats, which will be expected to be occupied by the NDC members of Parliament, which is expected to also happen. All of these and more is what we're expecting to happen before the official inauguration can kickstart. 30 minutes away, should be less by now, but that really is what it's like at this particular point in time. If we zoom out from the floor and then we begin to show you a bit more of the public gallery and what it looks like, then you find the invited guests of the respective MPs-elect awaiting the swearing in here in Parliament. They continue to come through. Of Parliament, we've seen, when I made my way into Parliament, the car park which is designated for members of Parliament full with vehicles. The MPs elect not yet in the chamber, haven't made their way here, but they are around, even as their family relations, friends and persons who've been invited have made their way here. And you see traditional authority as well, seated comfortably awaiting really the full commencement of everything that is expected to happen. Also as well in your shot, I believe you'll be seeing media men also readying themselves to be part of the entire ceremony which is expected. A lot is expected to happen this evening. And I will seek to run you through that, and then my colleague Komla Klucha as well is here with me. He'll join, and then we can provide a bit more context for you with respect to what we're expecting to happen, and then in the manner in which all of this is going to flow. And so this evening, with the inauguration of the 9th Parliament, we're expecting the MPs-elect to be sworn in, but hey, that will be without 3 MPs elects, and perhaps we'll start off from Ablekuma North, because we know, as it is now, the Electoral Commission has not been able to finalize details with respect to who has emerged victorious at Ablekuma North, and so that is one. It's a part of a lingering court issue which the NDC has taken to the Court of Appeal. The court is yet to make a final determination, because earlier today we got details of the fact that the processes of the court had not been served properly on the Electoral Commission and then the NPP as well, who are interested parties in this matter. But outside of Ablekuma North and its related matters, we know as well that in Fantiaka North as well, there's been an injunction that's been secured against the swearing in of the MP-elect, and that is one thing we're expecting to play out today. Also for the Akwetia constituency as well, there's been an injunction secured against the swearing in of the MP-elect for that particular constituency as well. And so the 276, barring any other injunction applications which have been sought, which were yet to be made aware of, these 3 constituencies, Akwetia, Fantiaka North and then Ablekuma North, will not be expected to have their members of parliament sworn in at this particular point in time. Also, it remains to be seen whether constituencies like Okaikwe Central, Tema Central, as well as Techiman South would have passed a test, because, I say this because the NDC says they filed processes in court today. When they went to the Court of Appeal, the court asked the bailiffs to properly serve the respective institutions. We've spoken to the NDC, who make the point that they expect Parliament to be served, and Parliament should be law-abiding and respect court processes. It remains to be seen really what all of that will mean for these other constituencies which I have listed. But so far, preparations are ongoing with respect to the swearing in. After the swearing in, the expectation will be the nomination for Speaker, and that is where, I mean, the verdict is out there with respect to who is expected to be nominated by the NDC MPs, who are commanding an overwhelming majority, 183 seats. From there, if the NPP does not nominate anybody for themselves with respect to who they are expecting to be Speaker, then Speaker Alban Bagbin, who is a Speaker of the 8th Parliament, which will be officially dissolved at 12 o'clock on the 7th of January, then he will again be maintained as Speaker. If that hurdle is cleared, then there will be nominations for first and then the first Deputy Speaker. Votes will be taken from members of Parliament, and then as well, second Deputy Speaker's position as well will be taken care of. And so that is what we're expecting to happen. And I must mention that as Bella, the South Dai MP as well, Roxy Nelson Dapiameko, has joined his colleagues, Ernest Nogbe, and then the Deputy Whip, all assuming the leadership seats in Parliament in readiness for what is expected to be their majority, which they will be enjoying come the 9th Parliament. We're seeing as well the Adaklu MP as well, clad in white, also now making his way to the floor of the House, also coming to shake hands and have a quick tete-a-tete with his colleagues now. Let me bring in my colleague Komla Klucha as well. as the NDC, soon to be majority, continue to make their way here. Kamala, I've been seeking to detail really what is expected to happen, where the Clerk of Parliament will take a roll call, and then the members of Parliament expected will be present, and then the nominations of Speaker. I mean, you've been here longer. Walk us through it if I've left anything out.
Oh, well, I mean, essentially, that's basically what you've been saying when the House is called to order. And hearing the current clerk, who is Ebenezer Ahuma Jetrohe, will be calling the House. There will be a roll call. They'll mention the MPs. They will get seated. And when they are seated, then the MPs will then go ahead and then elect hearing the Speaker. We already know who the Speaker is going to be. We equally know who the first deputy will be. We get the indication the MPP will not break ranks with the Siama is quite likely from our sources. The MPP is likely to go with him. They do not want to make any replacement. Of course, he's represented the interests of the MPP very firmly in the just expired 8th Parliament. And so, yes, of course, it's quite likely, even though you had to get an official confirmation, but from all indications, Speaker Bagbin Bernard Ahiafo and also Andrew Esiama, who is the Member of Parliament for the Fomena constituency. So once the roll call is done and the House is called to order, then the Chief Justice will equally walk in, and then when the clerk calls the House to order, the MPs would now be informed about the House in the session now. When that is done, then they will now elect. Already they know who the person is. Then the Chief Justice will walk in and just swear in the Speaker. When the Chief Justice swears in the Speaker, now the onus now lies on the Speaker to swear in members of the House. That's where they will be taking the oath of office and the oath of allegiance. All of that would be done, you know, with the Speaker spearheading that. We've already gotten indication of the position of the Speaker. I heard you a while ago talk about the controversial seat, quote and unquote. We already know the position of the Speaker. It's quite likely that the Speaker may not attempt swearing in not just the 3 outstanding, that's Ablekuma North, Fantiakwa, and then Ekwetia. It's likely, and we are being a bit careful about that, but the indications we get coming also from on the back of comment the Speaker is made in the past week on his position on those controversial issues, matters that are sub judice. It does appear that those constituencies, I think about 9 or so of them, may not have their MPs been sworn in. It remains yet to be known what it is. We have equally been digging, you know, to find out whether those MPs have come to do the registration. We haven't been successful at getting information on this, but I would want to stand by what the Speaker has said in the past days, that left to him alone, I mean, whatever action is null and void, and so there's no contention with respect to that. But after that is done, I think what it means is that we will now see the full nomenclature of what a House looks like. And from look of things, as you can see, the joy on the faces of the NDC MPs have seen the Chief Whip. I think he's signing some documentation at the other side. Whilst the 8th was expiring, he's changed after that meeting, and so we can see how overjoyed that they are. They will be spilling over beyond where the 2 deputies will be seated. The 2 deputy speakers are just on the right side, the 2 seats just on the right side of Ahmed Ibrahim, and so they would sit the first deputy and then the second deputy, and so they will spill over. If you count the seat, it's quite likely also the NDC MPs would also be sitting, will spill over up to this side, because if you look at the numbers, I mean 183, it's quite
occupy all of that seat, even if you count the back benches and all that. For now, they are going with the current leadership of we can comfortably call them now the majority. The NDC is not going to break ranks for now with them. They would go with them for the time being, pending appointment or the ministerial appointment by the President-elect John Dramani Mahama. It's when the expectation is that a few of them who are in leadership may be affected by that, so they will have to hold on with them, and if it affects them, fair deal. If it doesn't, well, I guess they will still have to continue like that. But the expectation is that yes, quite between 2 or 3 of them quite likely to be affected, and so they should just keep them aside. But if you look at it, yes, of course, there's that indication that there's 9 or so MPs. From what I am trying to get from my sources, the Speaker may not want to venture into it until the matter is dealt with and a final conclusion had on this. The Speaker may want to stay off the whole thing. We are equally also not really aware or seen physically the gazette for these MPs by the Electoral Commission, even though they have informed the House that yes, these are the individuals, but we haven't seen the gazette as of yet. And so, I mean, we equally do not expect any controversy. There's absolutely not going to be any controversy. I mean, in the 8th, because the House was split, of course, they had to do that, and we equally do not expect, you know, any quote-unquote military intervention today, because, of course, I mean, there's no issue to be contested herein and all that. So, well, maybe we will have to wait and see how things will be able to pan out. But yeah, you can see the joy of them. I wish we were quite down there. We are not permitted down there. The joy on the faces of especially Ahmed Ibrahim, who is at the other side. He's been wanting to be at that side, and so now for quite a while, I don't know how he feels being at that side. Maybe Roxanne can join us for us to have a feel. We are not able to get to you, but you can come there and you can come towards us and tell us how you feel being at the other side of the. It's just been few hours that they were at this side. Now they've moved to the other side. But it's all part of the democracy, and the fact that today you find yourself here, tomorrow you will not be there. It's just a matter of time.
That's how the business of politics is in relation to. But hopefully we've attempted to beckon on to the Honourable Roxanne Nelson Dapemeko. Hopefully he can join us. But Bella, essentially, this is what Parliament is looking like. A lot more of the invited guest dignitaries, and then relations to these MPs yet to be sworn in, making their way into the House proper, awaiting the official commencement of proceedings at this particular point in time. And so this is what it's looking like. We've walked you through what we're expecting. Kamala has brought in a bit more in terms of the insider scoops we're picking about the numbers in terms of MPs or constituencies who might not have their members of parliament sworn in today or this evening into the night and into the dawn of tomorrow. We're picking word that could increase, but we're here to be sure that we will bring you those details as it comes through. But for now, this is what the legislature is looking like. The Chamber of Parliament is looking like. A lot more individuals continue to come through on the floor. Just still the 4 which we were showing you are the only ones who've made their way here. I've seen the Member of Parliament for Old Tafo as well, Vincent Asifua, in the basement somewhere, but hasn't made his way here as well. And so we'll be seeking to be able to gauge all the possible opinions, thoughts, in relation to expectations from these MPs, as well as what could happen with respect to the swearing in as well for you. But for now, Bella, this is what it looks like.
over again for some more details, and we hope that that conversation with Rox Nelson Defemekpo would happen so we can get his perspective on what his expectations are going into the 9th Parliament. But Joseph Akable is joining us at this point with Alfred Okanse. And just like that conversation that was had between Mawe Nagbeta and Komla Kluche about what we should expect in the next 2 hours, which includes the swearing-in of, well, the nomination of the Speaker, as well as confirmation as him being Speaker for the 9th Parliament and all the other activities that will take place. They're going to give us some analysis so we have a better understanding of what to expect in the next couple of hours. Gentlemen, you're welcome back.
Well, thank you, Bella. So, in fact, what Joseph is going to do in the next few minutes ahead of us is crucial for what is going to be happening in the next 2 hours ahead of us. Because if you recall, prior to the inauguration of this 8th Parliament and the processes leading to the election or selection of the Speaker of Parliament for that 8th Parliament, it was characterized with a lot of chaos, with the Member of Parliament for the Tema West constituency, Carlos Ahinkra, snatching the ballot box that was used for the process of selecting the Speaker. And you recall the Ashaman MP, whom we are hearing today, that's Ernest Nogbe, also indicating that he doesn't regret at all taking or snatching the Speaker's seat because, in his view, that was also the process to protect the democratic activity that was taking place in Parliament at the time. We don't expect that that kind of chaos would happen in this process because the numbers in the 8th Parliament were quite crucial to everything that happened even before the life of that Parliament began. But today, we're going to see less of the chaos, but obviously, the process does not change. That's what we're going to see right now.
Well, I'll slightly disagree with Alfred because I'll show that the very first step of the process could potentially be chaotic because of some issues that have cropped up in the courts. And depending on how both sides of the House have been able to engage to resolve that particular matter, if they are not able to resolve it before they come into the chamber, then potentially the clerk would have a big challenge on his hands. That is the issue of identifying the members of Parliament, the elect, identifying them and carrying out that roll call. So we'll walk you through the process. We'll also look at the issue of the caucusing and what it will mean, particularly for the independent members of Parliament. We've engaged some of them earlier, and they have already indicated that they are considering joining either the majority or the minority. And so all of that in the next couple of hours as we build up to the dissolution of the current Parliament, inauguration of the next Parliament, Bella.
Well, I've seen an article where Carlos Ahinkra, for example, was indicating that after he snatched that ballot paper, I think he chewed it as well. Did he not? Well, he sort of lost favor with the president. I mean, the president
he was expecting some kind
the
of
president wasn't
reward
too excited about, you know, that single act in Parliament, and I'm not sure what the situation is like.
I mean, what we can be sure of is no one will be chewing paper this time around.
Well, we hope. You never know. We didn't think anybody was going to chew paper a few years ago, but someone did.
You may have to chew more than one to make a difference because of how wide the numbers are.
Absolutely.
Well, gentlemen, take over.
Well, there you have it. So, Joe, this is it. And the point I was making, and look, this point of departure that we have in all of this, I was limiting specifically to the election of the Speaker.
Absolutely.
Whatever happens, that disagreement that you talk about, how is it going to affect this first process of the election of the Speaker?
Well, they would have to cross a certain hurdle. And so first, this is a summary. This is a summary. And so first is the election of Speaker. After the election of Speaker, they'll do the swearing of the Speaker and members. Then they will adjourn for the swearing-in of the President-elect. And like we've been saying from the start of the coverage, is the fact that the swearing-in and everything that you see is part of the parliamentary process. And so it is a parliament hearing because under Article 53 of the Constitution, the President is sworn in the presence of Parliament. And so that will be a proceedings of Parliament. But the specific procedure, the first step, is what I disagree with you on.
Right.
The first event that will be taking place once the members of Parliament-elect come into the chamber will be that the clerk will conduct a roll call of the members of Parliament-elect. Now, I foresee this to be a challenge, the reason being that there are issues with regards to some of the constituencies. We've heard the incoming Speaker of Parliament, we can describe him as such, right?
Absolutely.
He had made a point that, look, he had heard the Electoral Commission declare and set aside and redeclare some individuals as members of Parliament-elect. And he makes the point that, well, he's the gatekeeper, and he's told the clerk that if he takes the view that some of those declarations are unconstitutional, he's not going to allow for the swearing-in. He's not going to swear in those members of Parliament.
But
so that's the first point.
You do know as well that we had this conversation, and it was quite clear that it does not lie in the bosom of the Speaker.
Absolutely.
To determine who is an illegitimate member of parliament, so-called.
Absolutely.
To the extent that the Electoral Commission has done its job, gazetted these MPs, the Speaker does not have any choice than to swear them in. Does he have any other choice than to do that?
I mean, we can point to what happened in 2020. I mean, in terms of the last elections, what happened on the first day.
With James
You recall James Jachikwesin. You recall in that incident, the attention of the Speaker was drawn to the fact that there was an individual who had been injuncted by the court from participating in the proceedings.
That's right.
And the NPP forcefully drew his attention because they wanted to raise it and have him take some action.
Yes.
But the Speaker at the time took the view that, look, if someone has been injuncted and he wants to participate, let's let him do so and he will bear the consequence of whatever happens. We do not know if in this particular instance it is drawn or is brought his attention whether he will take a similar position or whether he will take a different opinion. Because we've also heard the NDC Director of Legal Affairs, for instance, Edujita Makulu, make the point that, look, because of the fact that they have filed an appeal and they've also filed a stay, which unfortunately they couldn't move today because of the non-service, they expect that at least the Electoral Commission will respect the orders of the court and the fact that there's a pending possibility that things could change and not proceed to transmit those names over to Parliament.
But you make the point that to the extent that the stay of execution, that particular case was not heard today because the various parties were not duly served. It cannot mean that the process has ended, and to that effect, there's a legal consequence if these MPs who have the controversy around them are sworn in. We can say for sure that for Akwetia and then also for Fantiakwa North, what we do know is that there's some processes in place. It is Akwetia that the injunction has been duly served.
So the question now to you is whether the Akwetia MP will also be showing up in Parliament.
Well, if he shows up in Parliament, then we would now do it falls directly into the James Jachikwesin case. If Parliament has been notified of that injunction, then the clerk to Parliament obviously would have to acknowledge that, and this Akwetia MP-elect would not be sworn in.
That is why I make the point that at the initial stages, again, there's a bit about Fantiakwa as well.
Yes.
For Fantiakwa, we know that there is an application that has been made. The judge who was supposed to hear the matter has recused himself. He says because of conflict issues, he hails from one of the areas within the constituency, so he's staying away from the case. The lawyers take the view that, look, there's a pending application, so don't proceed with that. We don't know how that will also be approached in that particular instance.
But to the extent that application has not been heard and eventually executed, I don't see the legal hurdle here.
Absolutely.
But then again, Edujita Makulu makes the point that the swearing in is not the alpha and omega of the process. The swearing in can be done, but then the legitimacy or eligibility of these members of parliament can be challenged because the legal process is in force.
Then we can now go a step further and look at a place like Ablekuma North. We know that has not been concluded.
Yes.
We know that the NDC had earlier taken the view that, look, their candidate had already been declared the winner, and is the winner of that particular election is the MP-elect. Will she show up? We don't expect that to happen.
Obviously.
Absolutely not. And so that's why we make the point that the very first step where the clerk will conduct the roll call is very important, because if all these matters are not handled properly before they get into the chamber, then it will mean that when he's conducting the roll call, there will be some names that may be called and also have various challenges. And so that is the first hurdle that we'll have to clear. Once they cross over with that hurdle, the second hurdle becomes the members-elect will make nominations. And we are getting a sense of what will happen in this instance. I mean, we expect the majority side to simply nominate Alban Bamin.
Yes.
We do not expect the minority side to make a nomination because of even what we had Alexander Fenya-Markin say during the closing remarks.
True.
In fact, he suggested that they were the ones praying for Bamin to be retained.
So it gives an indication that, look, it's going to be a straightforward thing.
Yes.
But if you listen to the position that they have taken over the period, it appears quite clearly that this compromise and their focus is going to be on the second deputy speaker, right? So we can safely say that Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin is going to serve a second term as member of parliament. And it's instructive because this is a man, as we were talking earlier, who's served 28 years as member of parliament, 4 years as Speaker of Parliament, an additional 4 years again.
In between, he has been Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker of Parliament at some point, first Deputy, second Deputy Speaker of Parliament. That's 36 years of his life that he spent in Parliament, serving in various capacities. And he comes in as the second Speaker of Parliament in the Fourth Republic.
After Justice D.F.
to have served 2 terms. As Speaker of Parliament. It's pretty interesting because from 1992, that is D.F. Annan, retaining in 1996 as Speaker of Parliament. But then in the year 2000, we saw him now dethroned by Peter Lajete. And then Peter Lajete
who did not get a second term. I mean, because the party that had brought him in the first term decided that, well, the president was not comfortable with him. So and interestingly, the NDC at the time decided that they were going to do what? Nominate him. He contested against Sechi Hughes. Hughes won. Then the MPP decided that, well, we're going to take the second deputy from you. Contested, the MP member won. First deputy went to Freddie Bile. And so we are not going to expect any of that to play out in this particular instance.
And it's interesting how things are playing out with Andre Siama as well, because he finds his circumstance as well with what we can refer to in what happened in Freddie Bile's case. Freddie Bile served as second deputy, first deputy in that instance. But let's cross over quickly to Bella Mundi right now, because we understand there's some information coming through. Bella?
Well, yes, indeed. Christian Yali is at the Independence Square at the moment, where the swearing-in ceremony will take place tomorrow, and he has some updates for us. Christian, if you can hear us, what can you tell us? Hello, Christian, can you hear us? All right. Okay.
All right, so we are coming to you live from Ghana's iconic Independence Square, or the Black Star Square, as you would call it. And the atmosphere here is breathing intense anticipation against tomorrow's historic event, which has already drawn the attention of the international community. And I should tell you that when you come here, as a reporter myself, I'm already enjoying the setup here and everything that is making up this place for tomorrow's event. When you come here, you see layers of barricades that have been mounted all across this entire edifice or area to ensure that whoever comes in and what type of accreditation you come in with would determine where you get to sit. When you check around, there are CCTV cameras as well to enhance, surveillance and security and what have you. When we just entered, we've seen that already there are a lot, and members of the general public were already trooping inside the Black Star Square to more or less spend the night here to engage or to participate or to view the special event which will take place tomorrow. And also I can tell you, confirm for you that just when we entered, we saw a group of Christians who had gathered here offering prayers, intense prayers against tomorrow's event to ensure that, there is that God factor in it, for which reason they had gathered here to, say a number of prayers against tomorrow's event. I have Erica Hianyo, who is a member of the subcommittee on media from the Office of the President-elect, to engage to get a better understanding of how tomorrow is going to be and the setup here. You're live on TV3, your election command center, our special coverage of the inauguration which happens tomorrow. Walk me through the setup here and the layers of barricades that you have and who gets to sit where.
It's been lots of hard work, lots of proper planning with expertise from people in creatives who understand how to make such an event beautiful, even from start. And so we started on the 31st of December 2024, and since that day we have been coming here almost every night. We leave here around midnight just to ensure that those who are doing what we are seeing today are on course. They sat down, they looked at the space available, they looked at the arc here. You see the black star, you see the yellow here. The setting is to depict Ghana. So we have red, gold, green. And so you see the green area, you see the red area, you see the gold reflecting the yellow in our Ghana flag. And then the black area, which will be for members of parliament. They drew a floor plan and then decided to position the structures that we see here. So that's the background. Great. Now, what we have now as completed and ready for tomorrow's inauguration is that the seating area, the yellow section, is where the VVIPs will sit. Okay. So in the middle, if you look at it carefully, you see that we were trying to replicate Parliament. Yes. And so the clerk of Parliament came here with his men. They took the necessary measurement. And so at the end of the day, you see the coat of arms at the back. Exactly. So the Speaker of Parliament will sit with his back facing the coat of arms. The President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, will be seated seated up there. The Vice President-elect, Professor Jane Nano-Opoku-Agyeman, would also be seated there. And then we have the Chief Justice, and of course, those will be occupying that place. Yeah. On the left side, which is also the yellow area, you have the President, outgoing President, His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, the Vice President, Dr. Mahama Baumia, some invited presidents of African countries. About 21 of them have confirmed participation. 2 former presidents are also coming, Liberia, Johnson Sirleaf, and the former German president is also coming. And then on the right side of the yellow area, you have the First Lady, we are talking about Mrs. Lordina Mahama, and then a few very, very important guests, including 1 or 2 family members, will be seated there. Now, because a lot of the president confirmed participation late, we realized that the yellow area may not be enough. So if you look at the left side, the green area, you'd notice that we've raised a platform where seats have already been arranged, and many of the presidents who have confirmed participation will be seated there. Now, the setting is such that if you have an invitation to come, the invitation may come with stickers. Some of the stickers for the cars would mean that your car will be allowed to drive to a designated area where you can park. And so there will be a drive-through here where the VVIPs, i.e. the president or the vice president or those high-profile envoys, will drive through, they drop off, and then they will go through and then branch to the right and then go to a parking area behind the arc, which has been very well cleaned by the Urban Roads Department, gravelled properly to ensure that it lifts or gives a facelift of this place. Now, the green area is where the other very important personalities will sit. This cuts across the diplomatic community, the judicial, that is the judicial service. I'm talking about the judges or the members of the Supreme Court or Ghana Bar Association. You are looking at various groups like NGOs, civil society organizations. You are looking at other critical governance institutions who will be here. You have members of the NDC, maybe the high-profile NDC members. A few have been given the privilege to be part of this event. And then on the right side, you also have the House of Chiefs. You have other prominent chiefs in Ghana. Many other people who form within that category would have been seated here. At the extreme end is labeled black. That is where members of Parliament elect, who, as we speak, will be going through the process in the next few hours to be confirmed or sworn in, would walk and then get seated there. The agreement is that we have 276 members of Parliament. If all of them are driving here, it will be a little chaotic, and even getting a space for them to park will be difficult. So there's been an arrangement with the protocol at Parliament to make sure that after proceedings at Parliament itself, they will come in a bus, and then everything will be orderly for them to sit, and then their spouses or some relatives will be seated at the fringes of where the MPs will be. Now, because this is a replica of Parliament, because proceedings will be extended here, the impression we want to create is that where we are standing now will be the chamber of Parliament. Now, when you go to Parliament, if you look at Parliament as it exists now, in the chamber, if you are not an MP, you may have to be a minister, or you may be privileged to be given the opportunity to come to the chamber. Otherwise, if you're a journalist, whoever you are, you sit in the public gallery and observe proceedings. And so we want to restrict movements here. We got accreditation for over 800 people who wanted to be part of this process. About a third of them are cameramen or bloggers, or you can name the categories who are.
Now talking about the media and the accreditation.
Sure. So what we said was that, assuming you have about 200 or 300 of them here who are going to be part of this coverage, the whole place will be chaotic. People will be crisscrossing that I want to take a photograph of this MP or a certain person who has come. So there will be a lot of movement here, which will distract people. It will mar the beauty of what we want to portray to the world and those who are watching here in Ghana. And of course, for many people who want to catch a good spectacle of what is happening. And so we are going to barricade a number of some spots in this area. So you notice that we have put some bojo barriers here. So cameramen who have been given special accreditation to be within this parameter will be kept here. It would mean that if you are a cameraman and perhaps your camera cannot give you a good, doesn't have a good lens for you to take good shots from where you are, I think it is not worth it to be here, because we are doing serious business. Yeah. Now, when that restriction is done, it means that you cannot even have the luxury of moving to where the MPs are to go and take shots. We want everything to be very, very orderly. Right. That is one section of accreditation for the media. Yeah. The other is for journalists who naturally, because a lot of people coming here are not necessarily coming to watch the swearing in. They also want to get a very good appreciation of how the ordinary Ghanaians, people from all walks of life, who are here to observe what is going on. Great. And so they will have access to the other barricade beyond the tent, or maybe the structures we have put here, and that's where they will operate.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I've been speaking to Eric Ahianyo, who is a member of the subcommittee on media and communications from the office of the President-elect John Dramani Mahama. We've had sound tests being done already. All is set. Preparations, even though as of now, are still in full swing to ensure that we have a seamless, coverage and event tomorrow. Because of course, just like Eric mentioned, a lot of international, attention would be paid to Ghana tomorrow because of this. It comes with a lot of histories, a lot of unprecedented events that have succeeded into this, and so it means that a lot is going to take place, and we are here. Your election command center would bring you all the details that you need to get when it matters and when it comes in. I am Christian Yale. Back to you, Alfredo Kanse and the team.
Well, thank you so much, Christian, and already looks very colorful, so I can imagine what tomorrow will look like when everyone is clad in their kente or traditional wear, just going to witness the swearing-in of President-elect John Dramani Mahama. But let me go back to Alfred and Joseph, because you were also having a conversation on the dynamics of Parliament in the next couple of hours. Tell us more.
Well, Bella, there's been a development right now with something we were just talking about. We're getting information from our Parliamentary Affairs correspondent, Komala Kluche, that the court bailiffs have just served Parliament with something related to some 3 constituencies that were redeclared by the Electoral Commission in favor of the MPP. We're talking about Tema Central, Okaikwe Central, and then also the third constituency that comes to mind. And which constituency is that?
So Okaikwe, Tema, and also Techiman South.
Techiman South. So the Techiman South constituency. These 3. And Ablekuma North is not part of it, even though there are 4 of them that are being contested, because the recollation exercise did not end today. And we'll see how things will play out. But that's information we're having. Joseph, let's get into a bit more of that.
So the point we need to understand is that we know for a fact that what has been served on the bailiff is not a court order.
Yes.
We know that, one, it is the notice of appeal, and again, the stay of execution, which is simply asking the court that, look, because I'm challenging your decision at the higher court, put on hold your order. That is you asking the Electoral Commission to proceed to carry out the collation till the appeal is determined. So those are the processes that have been served on them. Now, there are generally 2 schools of thought in respect of this particular matter. There's a section of lawyers who believe that when you become aware of the pendency of a process, because of the fact that you will be appearing before the court to argue it out, it behoves on you not to take any step that will undermine the said process that you'll be arguing otherwise of. So, again, the point simply is that, look, the Electoral Commission, the interested parties, you are parties to the case, you know that the decision is being challenged, you know that the stay is pending, you have to appear to argue out the stay. So don't show up in Parliament, don't present yourself, just maintain whatever situation you have at all. So that's one school of thought. The other school of thought also holds the view that, look, there has to be a court order. A court order that is saying that, look, Alfred, you can't do A or you can't do B. And that in the absence of such a court order, you cannot stop the person from doing what he's doing. And so those are the 2 schools of thought. And that is how come we come back. And from this update that we are getting from Komala Kluche in Parliament, it comes back to what will happen
in the first instance.
Which is why I said that is where the problem is likely to emerge, because it depends on what the clerk himself, a legal practitioner, what position will be taken.
So that is it's a matter of discretion, because you've looked at 2 instances, and where the pendulum will swing depends on what the decision will be. But it must be stated on fact that there hasn't been any court order.
Yes.
To the clerk of parliament not to allow these 3 MPs who have been declared as MPs elect by the Electoral Commission for Okaikwe Central, Tema Central, and also Techiman South to be sworn in today as MPs elect. Yeah. But so the consequential effect of what we are seeing with what the bailiff has done today in bringing the notice of parliament to this particular development and the case that is actually pending in court will then eventually be a decision that will be left to the leadership of parliament to take.
Yes.
Whether or not to admit that, you know what, there is a court case pending. So Tema Central MP-elect, that's Charles Forson, Okaikwe Central MP-elect, that is Patrick Yabuama, and also the Techiman South Member of Parliament, that's Martin Ejina Kosa, who is the outgoing Minister for Local Government Decentralization and Rural Development, stay out of Parliament. Or then the members of Parliament or the leadership of Parliament will say, there's no court order, so these people are going to be sworn in, and then after they're swearing in, whatever the court process that is pending will still continue, and whatever the consequential orders or the court order will be, eventually it would apply.
And just to make the point that the hearing that couldn't take place today has actually been adjourned to the 13th of January. And those who hold the view that you should hold on, they will tell you that if they participate in the swearing in, it will mean that the stay will be moot on the 13th because the order they will be seeking to be stayed had been executed already, so it will be problematic. But we see the possibility of it playing out, not just at the first step, but at the step where the Speaker would also be swearing in the members of Parliament. That could also come in as well. And so that will be when they are done with the election of deputy speakers. And so first, let's run through this process. The clerk will conduct the roll call. When he's done with that, the members will elect, make nominations for the Speaker. Yeah. And we are saying that voting will be by secret ballot if there's more than one nominee. We don't expect that to happen. The clerk will declare the results. The CJ comes in to administer the oath. Now we go a step further.
But this is for the Speaker.
This is for the Speaker.
Let's get into the first and second deputy speaker.
It's the same process. Yes. The only difference is that the 2 deputies cannot come from the same political party. Then the second step will be that once that election is done, and we know that the NDC has indicated they are going with Ahiafo as first deputy speaker. We don't know who the second deputy speaker will be, whether they will yield that to the MPP or not.
We understand that there's going to be some compromise, and all things being equal, that's the former MP is still going to be maintained as a second deputy speaker. We'll see how that plays out. But for Bernard Ahiafo, there's something very interesting that we're learning right now. Because if you recall, prior to yesterday, when there was that expressed communication from the President-elect, John Dramani Mahama, rallying all the NDC MPs to back the nomination of the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Sumanakis for Bagwen, to be retained as MP-elect, that's the Speaker of Parliament. There were other names that came up, the likes of Edward Doa-Jaho, who has been a Speaker of Parliament before, as one of the considered names as the Speaker of Parliament for this 9th Parliament. That speculation has been put to rest. But we're also learning that Bernard Ahiafo, who is a Member of Parliament for the Akachi South constituency, actually, the Aveno Ave constituency that was for that Edward Doa-Jaho, who was MP for Aveno Ave in that particular 4th and 5th Parliament. Now, this Aveno Ave constituency is now Akachi South. In fact, Akachi South was carved out of Aveno Ave. So really nothing lost if you look at
that's the constituency Doa-Jaho held on to that once he was elected,
there was
because he's a member of Parliament, there's a by-election.
And that brought in Bernard Ahiafo. He served 3 terms right now. So essentially what that effectively means is that they're still continuing in that stride and giving the voter region what they deserve in representation in the leadership of Parliament as the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament. So essentially, yes, Doa-Jaho is serving now as a member of the advisory council for the transition team for John Dramani Mahama, right? His name came up, yes, as possible Speaker of Parliament. That is not going to happen. But then again, we have somebody from his constituency in the voter region who's been penned down for first Deputy Speaker of Parliament.
So no controversy with first Deputy Speaker. Second Deputy, just not sure of identity, but likely Andre Siama to be the option. When they cross that hurdle, then this becomes a challenge. The Constitution, the provision and the order says that members elect take oaths before Speaker of Parliament. Now,
what has been happening, and I'm sure when you cross over to the desk eventually to us, the Speaker will administer the oath for the members of Parliament.
Yes.
So that is where another challenge could also come up. Will someone possibly raise the issue and draw the attention of the fact that, well, there are pending processes that have been served? What position will the Speaker take? So 2 steps now. The first step is the roll call, which you've complained about, which is within the control of the clerk, because at that point in time, there's no Speaker of Parliament.
Yes.
He's the one presiding over the proceedings. But as this second step, the Speaker is the one presiding over that particular election here. And so at this second step, when this is done, it comes to this level in terms of the oath before the Speaker of Parliament. The question becomes, will someone raise the matter? And if it is raised, what position will the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Babin, take in respect of this? Will he take the view that let's put it on hold, or will he take the view that let's proceed?
But it will be safe to say that we know the Speaker's publicly declared position, unless he changes it from what he said sometime last week, that he is not going to swear them in. And then there was that legal conversation as to whether he has the power to do so or not. But it's instructive that you make this point about what's going to be happening in this second step. But let's go back to Parliament right now, because that's where all the action is. And the third step that Joseph is going to talk about is very, very important, because there's going to be a point in time at the stroke of midnight, few minutes before the Speaker is eventually elected and sworn in. The Chief Justice is going to be the acting president, because in that few minutes there's going to be no president or vice president. And Ablekuma North right now connecting with us from Parliament with Kamala Kloche. Tell us what's happening where you are. Moana, if you can hear me, can you tell us exactly what's happening where you are? Have the MPs started trickling in as expected?
Right, and so, Alfred, exactly that. The MPs continue to trickle in at this particular point in time. But outside of that, we're picking word, in fact, firm confirmation on the ground that the Court of Appeals court processes, which were expected to have been served on Parliament a lot earlier, that has been done at about this time. My colleague Kamala Kloche has just been getting the scoops with respect to that. He's joined me right now with full details and confirmation with respect to what these injunction applications are and which specific constituencies they will be affecting. Kamala, you've got the details. Walk us through it right now as you've been getting it.
Okay, so what we know is that the bailiffs of the court have served the processes on Parliament. This was done just shortly after the dissolution of the 8th this afternoon, and the constituencies are the Tema Central, Techiman South, and Okaikwe Central. These are the ones the NDC has taken to the appeals court, and they have filed an appeal, and if they have equally filed a stay of execution. Parliament has been put on notice. My understanding is that the individual MPs also, which I've not been able to confirm from those individual MPs, but what my sources are saying is to the effect that yes, these MPs have equally been served, and so they are aware. And for now, it beholds on Parliament as an institution, and whoever the Speaker is going to be, hearing Speaker Bagbin, to make that decision or to take that decision whether to go ahead with it or otherwise. A lot of lawyers have explained it. The mere fact that you've filed a process, especially if it's a stay of execution, it does not necessarily mean that you cannot go out. It's a risk that they can take. But there is also the other argument, the other leg of an argument, that no, you need to hold on to it because its likely implications on the individual or the institution are quite dire, and so it now beholds on the Speaker. I've seen the deputy clerk who is in charge of registration, Kaya Camilo right down there in the discussion with the Honorable Kwame Govins Agboja and Neelante van der Poel and also yes Ahmed. So he is in the spectacles. I'm not too sure what the discussion is all about, but I'm sure all of this have been brought to the attention of the table office. If you say the table office, I mean the clerks are the ones in charge. The table office, yes, the desk just in front of the speaker. That is what we call the table office. But I mean, it's quite clear now that yes, of course, the NDC has been working tirelessly. We already know what the situation with Fantiakwa is, and we also know of Akwetia. If it's anything to go by, it means that the NDC has been working hard to ensure that these MPs do not get sworn in. And if the speaker will want to go by it, that will remain a decision of his. As to whether they are even going to enter the chamber, it's also another matter altogether. But as we speak, we do not even find a single MPP MP right in the chamber as of yet. And so the confirmation is that yes, the processes have been served on Parliament. I mean, as we speak now, we do not have a speaker. The 8th has already been dissolved, and so until that is done, and so the table office will have to inform the new speaker about what the processes are, and then the speaker will have to take the decision as to whether to go ahead and swear them in or otherwise. That is, if they make their way into the chamber. And so we'll just have to wait patiently to see what the actions of Speaker Bagman, who already has made known to the public his stance on it and what action he will take. So it's quite a dire thing that we will still have to do monitoring of and see to what extent this is going to go. But quite clearly, it's quite obvious that the NDC doesn't want those MPs sworn in because the matter is yes, as we speak now.
Right, Komla, thank you. And so, Komla, with the details there, but if you go back onto the floor of the House, you continue to see a lot more of the NDC MPs who've come through. And interestingly, the Asante Akim North Member of Parliament is seen hugging outgoing Odododio MP Neelante van der Poel, and he has already taken a seat behind the majority, the right-hand side of the speaker, which is the majority side. He's also indicated his willingness to caucus with the NDC, and he's made his way onto the floor of Parliament and has been seated there. But we get a sense that a lot more of them will be seeking to do that.
We get that indication, not just him, and we already know. I think about two more MPs, the Afram Plains South also has.
There's one other seat up in the north.
Yes, they've all made their intentions quite clear. That's I think that's
Willency.
Absolutely. And these are NDC members who had issues with the party but went independent. The Brokrans went independent and then they won. But they have equally registered their interest in doing business with the NDC. The issue about A+ as well has come in this morning. There was some fire on his page, and it does appear he's equally going to be doing business with the NDC as well. So it appears that the independent candidates are, of course, you can understand why that is, because one, your constituents need development, and if you're siding with an opposition party, how are you going to get resources, to that effect to do it? And of course, you equally need to have a special relationship with your district chief executive or your municipal chief executive. If that is not done, how do you expect to get the relationship and the development that you need? The MP is a development agent. They need to lobby. It will be easier for you if you do business with the side that controls the purse. And so I can understand how that is. For A+, many people have said, oh, well, I mean, he will
firebrand in his nature and all of that.
He will really show that true independence. I mean, we need to wait and see how it is. He has a lot of work to be done. And this morning we saw him take on quite heavily the General Secretary of the MPP. So of course it's quite clear it's not going to say whether. But I think one of the very important things, if you look also at
the nomenclature and how the MPs are going to be seated, they are likely, from indications, okay, yeah, so we will get that bit when we speak to Roslyn Dafiamekpo on this. But I mean, with the way the numbers are, it's really clear that there's going to be a spillover into the other side. But what remains key is to the effect that the MPP has registered, and I put a notice that they are not going to be a walkover, and I trust that they are not going to be a walkover, knowing the caliber of leaders they have now. People may see or say that their numbers are few, and a lot of descriptions herein given to them, but they are not going to be a walkover. They will register their stance on issues, and they will not take it lightly when they have to make their points very well known and clear.
We were just seeing Sam George as well coming in some very traditional regalia at this particular point in time, much to the cheers of his colleagues. But just on that point, Komla makes as well with respect to the NPP, who will be the minority soon, not being a walkover. Their leader, Alexander Penyo-Markin, earlier today when he was delivering his speech towards a dissolution of the 8th Parliament, made it very categorical statement. You touch one, you've touched all, and that's the position they are taking into the 9th Parliament. We're still seeing a lot more of the clerks' pictures being taken here and there, and preparations really underway. We're going to be hearing from Roxy Nelson Dafiamekpo shortly. He'll join us, and then we can perhaps also subject these latest we're getting with respect to the court bailiffs having serving the injunction applications and the likes on Parliament as well. But this is what the House is looking like at this particular point in time. And Alfred, that's what we know at this particular point in time. Injunction applications been served. We await to see really how it all plays out. When the clerk will be expected to begin that roll call, and whether or not there will be acrimony, animosity, or misunderstanding really from the side of the NDC with regards to these constituencies which are still under litigation. And then we can be able to make some headway. I'm going to now try and find Roxy Nelson Dafiamekpo, and then we'll return to you shortly again, Alfred.
Okay, great. Bye now. Thank you very much. And stay with us here on your Election Command Center. This is the continuous coverage of the dissolution of the 8th Parliament and the inauguration of the 9th Parliament. And we'll segue into the swearing in of the President-elect John Dramani Mahama tomorrow morning. So this is the place to be here on your Election Command Center. But let's go straight back to the magic wall. And Joseph, Eric Mayonegbeta and Komla Kluche briefly talked about the Asante North constituency, and then also for Gomwa Central for Kwame A+. We had a conversation with him earlier today. He's indicated that both MPP and NDC are having engagements with him, and he's here to take a decision who he's going to caucus with. But it appears that if you listen to him quite closely, he says he's seeking the interests of his constituents, and whichever one is going to bring development to him, he would align. But the dynamics about these independent members of parliament is pretty interesting, is it not? Because you look at Ohene Kwame Frimpong, Asante Achim North, he defeated Anti Apiakubi. Yeah. You know a bit more about him. Tell me.
I mean, he's a businessman. I mean, he's the one who is behind the Salt Media Group. And so that is the main business that he engages in, but he has other businesses as well. It's very difficult to pin him down to any of the political parties. But what we know for a fact is that the comments and suggestions have been made that, look, because of Andy Apiakubi's spirited attacks on the government and also the finance minister, remember the issues surrounding the Ken Must Go and all of that. Yeah. It was believed that the governing New Patriotic Party basically supported him to get Andy Apiakubi out after they couldn't do so in the primaries. And so it is believed generally that, well, he may lean towards the MPP side, but we do not know any action is taken publicly such that we can connect him directly, or unless you know of some that we do.
Well, he has stated in a public interview that he is going to caucus with the NDC. And I found that really interesting, because for him to be one of from the MPP stock in an MPP stronghold as Asante Achim North, you must have connections with the MPP to win this seat. He says that he's going to do business with the NDC. If it's because of the interests of his constituents to bring development to his constituents, because it is widely known that the members of parliament who belong to the opposition struggle to get development to their constituencies because their government is not in power. They have to lobby 3, 4, 5 times harder to get development to their areas than the members of parliament whose government is in power. So you can understand why what
the
is going through
second
their
challenge,
minds.
which we made that analysis earlier, was also about the fact that a lot of the independent members who enter parliament that way, if they do not align properly with a party, they tend to exit parliament.
Absolutely.
And so he also ought to think about that as well, which party is going to caucus with and which party will be joining eventually if he decides to contest the next election, because that seat ordinarily is an MPP stronghold. And so it's a seat that the MPP will want to reclaim. We can distinguish that seat from a place like, say, Afram Plains North.
True.
There's an individual who has been suspended from the opposition NDC.
True.
I mean, he's been suspended. He had disagreements with the party. Yeah. He was accused of conducting himself in a manner that is what the parties say anti-party behavior. It's one of those things that they can easily catch you under if they decide that you are doing things that they simply do not like.
And so that was suspended for the same reason.
So that's got him out over there.
Interesting. But you see, that's where the numbers conversation comes into mind, is it not? Because if we're talking about the NDC already having 183 of their seats going into the 9th parliament, and they need just one more to make up 184 to give them the supermajority to be able to do business and to form a quorum and do everything with or without the NPP's support. And we're going to get into that. If the NDC already has 183 and there are 2 out of the 4 independent MPs who have their roots with the NDC, although one of them, that is Peli Walasi, was suspended from the party, it clearly does not appear that he has cut ties with the party. He has indicated that he still is a member of the NDC. So all things being equal, if he or Nandaya Yao Stanley of the Wolensi constituency...
In fact, he has also stated publicly that he has not left the NDC. He says he still remains a member. And he simply decided to contest as an independent candidate because of the call by the grassroots. And so that should also not be a problem at all.
In fact, the reason why he went independent was that he accused the party of cheating during the primaries, of stealing and working against him in favor of the incumbent who went into this election. But it appears that those two really proved their mettle and they won. So all things being equal, if the two from the NDC's fold decide to do business with the NDC has 185 up their sleeves going into this 9th parliament, and they would have had that number to do business, form quorum, and do what they have to do to get the business going in this 9th parliament. Eric Maiwana is connecting with us again from parliament and is talking to Nelson Roxon Dafiame, a member of parliament for the South Dyke constituency. Is also the lawyer for Ebi Bright, who is the NDC candidate for the Tema Central constituency, embroiled in all of this legal battle with the Electoral Commission. Take a look.
As well, I believe congratulations are in order for you and your side. We saw you seated at the right-hand side of the speaker, which will constitute the majority when this 9th parliament comes into full force.
Yes, certainly the view is different. For the first time in 8 years or 9 years, I have the opportunity to serve in Parliament from the right-hand side of the Speaker. It comes with an enormous responsibility. You'll be leading government business and championing policies that will kneel to the generality of the people. So we don't take our mandate lightly. We want to assure the Ghanaians for the trust that they repose in us, that will deliver on our mandate. And certainly at the end of the 4-year term, our mandate will be renewed.
There's a number of things that stick out. First off, your share numbers and this lingering concern of you becoming a rubber stamp. Another of the concern has come recently from President-elect John Mahama's admonition to your leadership that you nominate Speaker Bagbin as Speaker for the 9th Parliament. Some say that that is indicative of the fact that you will not be able to stand your ground as a legislature and keep this government in check. How do you respond to that?
That criticism is absolutely unfounded. The persons have assumed that because President Mahama is president-elect, he's president. He's not. But he remains the leader of the NDC party in opposition. We are yet to come to government. So his mandate as leader of the party is to take decisions And the letter that he wrote, he says, I mandate NEC, in consultation with NEC, with the leadership of the caucus in Parliament and all the stakeholders, I mandate the party to renominate Speaker Agbagbe for the speakership. That is not to give an order, as it were, to the party to follow. Because if you view this from the prism of being the leader of the party, then that directive is in place. Then two, the criticism from, say, Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh is about substance over form. His criticism is not about the fact that President Mahama has the power to nominate. His criticism is about the form that the communication came, and it's neither here nor there. But pursuant to the NDC constitution, President Mahama has the power as the leader of the party to make decisions. And so today, are we saying that as leader of the party, he cannot make decisions as the leader of the party? You understand? He can make that decisions. So it is absolutely unfounded for anybody to suggest that this singular act, this innocuous decision by him to, as it were, give directive in terms of the framework for how things to be done regarding the renomination of Speaker Agbagbe, amounts to a dictatorship. He's not a dictator. He's never dictated to the party. And he used the word in consultation. And so it tells you that some consensus has been built regarding the candidature, the eminent candidature of Speaker Agbagbe for purposes of election in a matter of about 2 hours.
Outside of that letter, though, there's still that concern as to how well you can keep your own government in check with the share numbers that you have and not being a rubber stamp. How would you also respond to that?
We have demonstrated as a party that we are capable of checking ourselves, of pinching ourselves when we are going wrong. President Mahama, when he served this country as his president from January 2013 to January 2021, when he left office, he was able to punish some of his appointees for incidents that today would have been glossed over by the current president. His own appointee was prosecuted and jailed. His own appointee was dismissed from office, a deputy minister, for expressing a mere intention. For expression of a mere intention, he dismissed her. So President Mahama's government is capable of checking itself. So the standards, if they want to apply the MPP standard to the NDC, it will be because that we are aspiring to be gauged by a higher and lofty standard, and not the standard set by the MPP in government.
Honorable, let's talk about the swearing-in, which is expected to commence any moment from now. A number of constituencies are lingering on. Off the top of my head, we know there's an injunction on Akwetia, there's an injunction on Fantia, Ablekuma North. The Electoral Commission has not been able to conclude. And then we know there's litigation in respect to the other constituencies which your party has taken to the Court of Appeal. What is your expectation today? Will all 275 outside of Ablekuma North, which has not been concluded, be sworn in?
That is a matter that may engender some discussion, and the House will come to a decision. If the House decides that they be not sworn in, that will be fine. But if the House also decides that in the interim they should be sworn in pending the final determination of the matter, it's also a decision that the House will make. That is why we are a House. So I believe that whatever it is, things will be peaceful today. The various procedural processes that we'll have to go through constitutionally and, of course, in pursuance of our standing orders, election of Speaker, election of First Deputy Speaker, election of Second Deputy Speaker, will all proceed peacefully. And I'm sure after that, we'll proceed tomorrow morning to the Black Star Square to have the President-elect properly sworn in and inaugurated. So thereafter, whatever remediable steps are available to aggrieved parties, they will be appropriately pursued.
But for your side, what position are you going into this with? That they be sworn in and then the legalities can take effect afterwards?
You see, we have the power. Now we are exercising the executive power of state. So we will not litigate any matter that we think that it won't inure to our political benefits. We have the numbers to do anything that we want to do. So if they arrive here, if the minority arrive here in a litigious mood, we won't meet them with litigation. We'll abandon our position, allow them to have their way, and later we'll have our say. We'll have our say. Today they will have their way, and we'll proceed with the matters. At the appropriate time, we'll know what to do. So we are not in the fight. We are not in the mood to fight today at all. We are in a very, very happy mood. And we wouldn't allow anybody to soil it.
It's been telling since.
Look, I open my comments by saying that the view is absolutely markedly different from before. The view from the left is different from the view from the right. The horizons are different.
Let's just talk briefly about what your sitting position is going to be like. The share 183 numbers suggest that you go well beyond this. Have you been able to get a sense of what it's going to look like when officially the clerks put these names tags on?
We are actually working on the sitting arrangements and the configuration. We'll spill over all the way to about the third column of the layout. So that's the first layout, that's the first column, the second column, the third column. The MPP will occupy the fourth column and have about 5 seats abutting the third column. Yes. So that comes to about 183 seats in all. But the independent members, if they decide to caucus with us, then of course, the MPP may have just about 4 seats from here, from the third column of the horseshoe shape arrangement of the House.
Important you mentioned the independent candidate. How many are you getting on your side, just briefly before I let you go?
The talks are proceeding, and I believe you saw the member for Ulensi is in green. He came to sit with us. He's our member. It was for 1 or 2 reasons that cause is to go rogue. Today is back home, and he's been welcome. So I believe that 2 of the other 2 or 3 will eventually also caucus with us. So we are good to go.
Right, Honorable, thank you very much, and congratulations once again. Enjoy the view.
Thank you very much. Once more, let me use the opportunity to say Happy New Year to my constituents. They are watching. Peki Kwali Kwebetongo. Degam Kojo Day, the 12th. Togbe Akudompe, the 4th. That's Kwebe Paramount Chief. Mama Tomelo, the Paramount Commander of Tongo Traditional Area, and Togbe Atiklaja, the 8th, the Paramount Chief of Parliamentary Traditional Area, and all my beloved constituents in South Dine, my family in Tongo Chanakwe. Good evening, and I'll soon be home. The fight, we are nearly out of the woods, and I'm sure when I return home, we'll make merry.
Thank you very much, Honorable, and again, enjoy the view.
I will.
That's the Honorable Roxy Nelson Dafemekpo speaking to us as well. And so that's what it looks like. A lot more members of Parliament have made their way onto the floor. I see the Clotte Kwale MP as well, Dr. Zaneto Rawlins. I see the other Deputy Whip as well, having joined her colleagues.
Well, so that's Eric Mawenegbeta there, giving us a clear view of the 8th Parliament dying minutes and pending the inauguration of the 9th Parliament. A lot of greetings from Nelson Rossing the Fair report there. But then again, take a look at this. We're going straight to the magic wall right now. And Joseph, what's going to happen is that we would have a lot more of the NDC MPs now occupying even the left side of the speaker, which is supposed to be the minority side, because they are more. Because as it stands now, the demarcation in Parliament, the chamber is 137 in there. But with the 182 as we have it now and counting for the NDC, they would occupy all of the right side of the speaker's hand, and then also a bit of the seats on the speaker's left side. That is for the minority.
And I mean, there's an important point he makes in that interview with Mawena, which puts us at ease to an extent, because he makes the point that they are in a good mood, they are not in a mood to fight.
True.
And the question we're all asking is that, why should you fight? Two magic numbers here.
Tell us.
92 and 138. 92 is the quorum in Parliament, 1/3 of all members of Parliament. For a normal quorum, this is using the 276 that we currently have as the base.
Yeah.
Then in terms of matters determined by votes of majority of members present and voting with at least half of all members of Parliament present, you need 138. We know that the MPP had a problem because they were just 137, plus the independent candidate. And you know instances where the Speaker of Parliament was not present, and that meant that the deputy had to sit in the chamber, in the chair. You saw what happened with the approval of the budget and all of that, and they went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court eventually saying that, look, when the deputy speaker presides, he keeps his original vote because he's a member of Parliament. And so all of those matters will not play out this time around. And that is how come many people are expecting that, look, whatever takes place in Parliament, both sides should be able to simply agree on a common path. We should let them be sworn in, or we should not let them be sworn in, and just move on for that particular process to come to a conclusion, for the adjournment to take place. Then a swearing will take place at the Independence Square.
The numbers have always been important. I recall when the e-levy was being approved, in fact, there was just one vote difference between the two sides. And
a member of Parliament had to be brought in an ambulance.
Absolutely.
He didn't get to get voted,
and voted. And Adjasafo, you know what happened
Yeah.
in that particular. In fact, we're
not going to see any of those things.
We're not going to see
different parliaments.
This 8th Parliament, as I indicated earlier, is dying out with a number of unanswered questions, which I'm sure, Bella, you're going to be engaging your guests on, because we still don't know whether that lady we saw in the video is Adjasafo or not. We still don't know who ordered the invasion of the Parliament around the same time 4 years ago when the Speaker was being elected. We still don't know who gave that order. We still don't know who that businessman is who tried to bribe the NPP MPs who stood up for their constituencies and for Ghanaians largely to have the president sack Ken Ofori-Atta. We still don't know who this businessman is. We still don't know who really is the custodian of some 52.8 billion cedis that was moved from some GCB bank account into an unknown account. We still don't know. Parliament was petitioned. We still don't know the outcome of this probe.
The leak tape saga.
The leak tape, IGP leak tape saga, we still don't know. So this 8th Parliament, we don't know what's going to happen with these questions that are left unanswered as yet. But we'll see whether the 9th Parliament could be petitioned so that the Ghanaian people would have answers to these the main issues, which are of importance to us all. Bella.
Very interesting questions you've raised there. As to whether we'll ever get answers, I cannot say necessarily. But yes, definitely something that Ghanaians need closure on. We need to know exactly what happened, even though it's quite clear. I mean, in the case of whether it was really Honorable Adjasafo in Parliament that night or not, I don't think that you need anyone to tell you that that photo of that woman was actually her. I mean, they've tried to make us believe it was actually her, but I mean, well...
You think it's not her?
You don't have to look at the photo twice for anyone to tell you. But again, at the same time, yes, we do need answers. We hope that we'll get it before the close of Parliament or before the dissolution of Parliament. As to who will give those answers is the question.
True.
And I don't think anybody is willing to speak on it at this point. But let's see how it goes. I see Raz is beckoning me. I don't know if he wants to tell us if... But you weren't in Parliament that night, so you cannot say for a fact that you know who.
I can say with all certainty, I know Adjoa very well. It wasn't her, and it's one of the most unfortunate things that was allowed to happen. You know, that a complete stranger who is not an elected member of Parliament could be paraded in the hallowed grounds of Parliament as a sitting member of Parliament. And people who are MPs know that it wasn't Adjasafo, and to have allowed this to happen was, you know, quite unfortunate. But in respect of answers...
Hold on to that, because let me just introduce my new guests as well, as they've just joined us. Of course, we have Dr. Susan Ndua-Mankwa. She's a member of Movement for Change, and she's...
No, I'm a member of Movement for Change. I never was.
Hey, sorry.
I was the member of the Alliance.
Alliance.
Yes.
Okay.
Alliance for Change.
Okay, Alliance for Change.
Thank you. So we had the National Interest Movement that went into an alliance with them.
Okay, so you're not a member of Movement for Change. All right.
No.
Thank you for that movement of change. Former CVP member as well. Or that one too. Are you a former or you
I'm
are
a former
still?
CPP member,
Okay,
yeah.
part of you doesn't belong to the CPP anymore. Maybe your heart, a part of your heart.
No,
always a CPP member. Good to have you. I hope you're well.
I am very well.
All right. Wonder Victor Kuto is here as well. In fact, at this point, I'll just let him tell us because we're hearing indications that, you know, you could pick Deputy something. Attorney General, which is which?
Deputy Attorney General.
We are here to discuss. Or special advisor to President number 2. Which one? Good to have you in the studio.
Thank you.
I hope you're well.
By God's grace.
All right. Let me just of course, lawyer Kwame Janto is still here with us. He is a full member of the CPP. He's not moving anytime soon.
Ranger.
No, yeah.
Genetically CPP.
Okay. But
I was born into it.
Okay. Are you emotionally attached to another?
No, I'm
movement?
Not attached. No, I'm not.
Okay, all right. And of course, Honorable Ras Mubarak is here. He's the former MP for Kumbungu constituency. You are just going to speak on the issue of questions that need to be answered.
In respect of questions, I mean, once the life of a parliament comes to an end, all the unresolved issues, die a natural death. So it would have to take some form of a petition for some of those things, you know, to be raised again in the 9th Parliament. But I think we have come to a point in our country's history where we should not let, you know, some of these criminalities that, you know, somebody who's not a member of Parliament get stressed up, you know, as a member of Parliament. It's one of the most embarrassing things.
So you're saying NDC members in Parliament?
Well, I'm not saying NDC members. What I'm saying is that members of Parliament, members of Parliament know it wasn't.
So why has the NDC not come out to indicate?
You know, my point is that members of Parliament know clearly it wasn't.
But should the NDC not have come out to speak on this?
You know, individual members.
What do you think?
I mean, first of all, I was the one who petitioned against Ajwa Safo's removal. You know, because I thought, you know, violating the Constitution was a serious thing. And if a member of Parliament was absenting herself from Parliament, then, you know, we need to enforce the Constitution.
Are you saying the Speaker at the time also?
I don't know. I can't speak for the Speaker. But if you look at where she was sitting, anyone who knows Ajwa Safo would know that she wasn't the one. And I think that.
So who was it?
Some investigation would have to be conducted into that affair. This shouldn't be one of those things.
Why have you not petitioned? I mean, just like how you petitioned for her to be removed from Parliament. I would have thought that you would also have gone ahead to petition for us to know exactly who that person was. And if it's
no, I mean, it was if anybody can infiltrate, but it tells you the extent to which, you know, our friends from the other side of the aisle.
The clerks were there, the sheriffs were there.
Everyone was there. Nobody said anything. Yeah.
And I think
everyone
there has to be some investigation into this.
This should come up again.
No, but this is also an indictment on the NDC MPs as well.
It's an indictment on Parliament as an institution. Because it's a colossal failure on the part of Parliament to have allowed, you know.
If you were in Parliament, would you have come out to speak?
I probably wouldn't have put up with it.
Okay, you wouldn't have, even if you are whipped into line?
Well, I don't know about being whipped into line, but the thing is that we need to protect our democracy, and you know, we need to be able to love our country more than we love our political parties. You know, if we really and truly want this country to move forward.
But
it was criminality.
Yeah,
it was wrong. Herself should expose this wrong. She should be able to say it wasn't me.
Why would she want to do that? I mean,
why wouldn't she want to do that?
No, but that goes against her.
It's honesty.
Okay.
Honesty. Transparency.
But that tells you the extent to which, okay.
I'll let you hold on. We're told that there's some challenge with sitting arrangements in Parliament. And so let's go back and hear from Mawina on this, you know, this development. Mawina, what's going on? Why is there a challenge with sitting arrangements?
So the sitting arrangements and the difficulty for the minority seem to be sworn-in minorities already started. And like we told you about, when Austin explained to us what it's going to be like. There are 4 rows eventually, or basically, in terms of Parliament. 2 directly on the right-hand side of the Speaker, and 2 on the left-hand side of the Speaker as well. Because of the sheer numbers in terms of what we're seeing with respect to the size of the NDC in the current 9th Parliament seems to be sworn in, they've taken almost 3 of the rows. And so two on the right-hand side of the speaker as expected, and then one more on the left, almost taking over that particular seat, but for 5 seats, which will be going off that middle left row of the sitting arrangement in Parliament. And so that's what it's looking like right now, and that's where you can find so the outgoing education minister and member of Parliament for Bishop, you see him with the Chief Whip Frank Anadon speaking to explain in detail how it is like that the sitting arrangement is going to be like from now. So what is that? We brought on the NDP. So there's a spillover our right side from where the name the NDP by front of it. And so it makes
that spillover has gone to the extent of affecting them where they cannot even make a clear distinction of where the seat. Hitherto in the 8th, it was quite clear where the majority was and where the minority
and we see
was.
Dr. Dominic Nitiwul as well, also standing, not clear really where he's going to be seated.
No, these are the initial stages, and so when you come, I'm tempted to believe that there will be some realignment later, because I mean, from look of things, they just have to make do with the seating, and then probably when they start orientation after a day after tomorrow, that is where you would get to have a clearer picture as to where they are going to be seated. But from look of things, and we saw the clerks at table came and they were doing the demarcations. The NDC MPs are going to sit directly in front of the MPP MPs, and that sounds a bit it's like, and so they may just have to make do with it. But we were equally talking about the injunction of the stay of execution that has been served,
which was something I was coming to. We've seen these MPs in question. Patrick Yabuama is seated just behind his leadership, on white, on his phone. Close by is Andrew Esiama, who just went past him as well. Yes. And then we've seen Martin Ajemen Sakosa, who you were in a brief tete-a-tete with, says that he's ready for the swearing in and to do his work.
Well, I asked him, if he was in high spirit. He says, of course, he's in high spirit to be sworn in, and so it means he's unperturbed at all. We've also seen Charles Forson, who is the Tema Central MP in Let's Go to the Court. And so Patrick Yabuama, okay, he is standing over there, so the cameraman can see him. He just sat closer to Abna Osei Asare, who is Etiwa West MP. Standing close to him is Suleiman, who is the Bole
Member of Parliament.
Yes, as well. And so, well, these individuals have entered into the chamber. You will recall in 2021, the NPP believes were looking for Jachikwesin to serve, and so it was to the chamber. But the argument the NDC made at the time was that once he enters into the chamber, the privileges starts then, and so you will not be able to directly serve him. I mean, the back and forth was hard. At the end of the day, Jachikwesin was sworn in. It remains now for the clerk to call or to make the roll call, and if he makes the roll call which identifies them, then it means that they've gone through the process. Parliament agrees that they should go through and then be sworn in. And so the first stage of the power now resides in the bosom of the clerk, because at the roll call, they'll mention all their names. There's 270. The clerk is supposed to mention all of them. We know about 3 if that is already outstanding. We haven't seen the Fantiakwa and yes, here yet. And so he will now have the final say. If he now has the power to swear them in. But to the extent that they are already seated in the chamber means that they are defying this.
Not to cut you, we're just seeing Bernard Ahiafo also make his way in now, clad in dress in white, really. He is expected to be the first deputy speaker, which the word on the street is. We've seen Dr. Gideon Boako as well come through. He is aide to Dr. Baumia all throughout the 8-year term. He won in his bid to become Member of Parliament as well. We've seen as well Samia Uku also present on the floor. He's seated comfortably and quite on the front row as well, with respect to the fact that he's a first-timer and possibly a backbencher with respect to how things work in Parliament.
Yeah. I mean, ordinarily, first-timers are backbenchers automatically, but depending on, you know, probably the arrangement that they have for you. For instance, this is Ahmed. Ahmed is the Gbawe MP elect. Gbawe, yes, and we know he is a deputy whip, so for him, he will sit right in front. The expectation is that the first timers, most especially, irrespective of whatsoever your age is and all that, they are normally the backbenchers. But, well, it also depends on the role they intend to give you to play.
And we've seen a shifting with respect to the arrival of Dr. Dominic Nitiwu, Kojo Ponkroma, Dr. Ayue Free as well. We've had some MPs who were seated there earlier had to move to make way for them because they are a lot more seniors with respect to parliamentary rudiment and business, which has been done. But you're so live here on your election command center. We're live in Parliament for you, where a lot more of the MPs continue to make their way into this place. I've seen Collins Dowda as well, I've seen Haruna Idrisu, and so you realize there's a lot of shifting in terms of who is supposed to change. And so you see right now the Member of Parliament for is it Jisu? No, not that's not a Jisu.
There should be.
Well, you see a lot more of the old guards, the seats being readied for them to make their way.
I think because today is the
forward.
first night, a lot of these things would happen, and this is quite normal. It will happen. But, I mean, after today, there will be realignment and people will get to know where exactly they sit. Because as we even speak now, no calibration has been done for the seats as of yet. And so between now till... done by the deputy whips together with the table office who will do the calibration and then really allotting seats to them. So these ones are not really much of a problem, though. At least what's important is that they should get seated, they are sworn in. It doesn't matter what it is, but the convention is that when it comes to seniors, the seniors are actually ahead of those who are the first. And so I do not expect a first timer, for instance, to be ahead of Dominic Nitiwu. No, it doesn't work that way. There's definitely a way out to which the will try and then sort out where he will sit, and they equally need to sit at a place where one will be strategic in terms of catching the speaker's eye.
Absolutely, because that's why you'll be seeking to advance a lot of the argument, and then for your constituents to be able to see you on TV on the floor, in their course on the floor of the House. A minister to be hauled before the House, answer questions with respect to certain issues in your constituency. You must be able to catch the eye of the speaker, and so there's a lot that has to be done with respect to where you sit. We see Jerry going to drag a seat and trying to be in front and center in terms of the leadership of the NPP in this parliament, and then a lot more of what is expected to happen. But you see as well a number of the clerks as well trying to go about to ensure that the floor is ready in and the other things with respect to what will happen any moment from now. But from here on in, as we've seen the MPs trickle in, then we can begin to anticipate the arrival of the clerks.
7 after 11, it's almost, I mean, midnight would clock soon, and the house would be put right in order. In short, over there is Jachi Kwesen, who is walking towards the middle. Yeah, walking there. I mean, one MP we know has really gone through a lot of heck, you know.
Particularly in that 8th Parliament.
Absolutely, but he had a smooth sail, you know, at the just ended polls. I know that he's also trying to look out for a seat. I don't know if he's going to go to the backbench again in the 8th.
Well, like you said, I mean, there's a lot of arrangement that has to be done. Initially, we all thought that the clerks were going to have been able to detail name tags and the likes. It doesn't look like that has happened today. No. So there will be a lot of consultation and then agreements in terms of work with the whips as to arrangement as well, and then we'll see. We're just seeing Kweku Rikitagan as well coming through, trying to find out exactly where he's supposed to be seated with respect to this new arrangement and this new parliament and what really it looks like as well. But a lot of photo ops as well on the floor of the House with respect to the members of Parliament who've made their way here and are present, and then the expectation really.
We can clearly say that this is my first day in school. I mean,
yeah, more of my first day in school.
That's just on a lighter note, but yes, of course. I mean, when you go to school for the very first time, you find yourself, you know, loitering about a bit, found wanting and all that. But I mean, just a day or two after, you find your feet, and then you're cool to go. But yes, of course, you can see a good number of them having hearty conversations. This is the house of democracy. The fights are gone, and one thing that we need to make quite clear is that on the floor they are friends, especially even if you see them at the committee or probably even the coffee shop. They are friends, and so they know each other, and whatever you see them argue out with, they don't necessarily make enemies or enmity amongst themselves. It's important, right, is that these people are going to be sworn in today. They'll represent their constituencies, the numbers that they have from both sides. Yes, the NDC has absolute numbers. The PPP has numbers, but what Ghanaians are expecting is they want to see better representation of them, and, you know, some sort of improvement in their lives. And if this is where it's going to start from in terms of legislation, then it's a welcoming news. It's not and all that. A lot of the work has to be done, especially when you go to the committee and all that. And so we can only wait and see how things should be. For now, between now to the weekend and even sometime next week or so thereabout, it's going to be a bit Herculean for the leaders, especially to get this arrangement and committee formation and all that. Committee formations can take virtually forever, but at the end of the day, they still will have to do it, and committees must work. And once they start, it's about hitting the ground running, and that is the expectation that most people do want of these MPs.
And Komla Kucha with a bit more in terms of the details and the innings with respect to what is going to happen after this. We've seen the chair of that OREAL committee, who's received some bit of flack from Alexander Penyo-Markin with respect to the work that they will be doing as well. Samuel Okudje to Ablekuma make his way into the floor of the House as well. And like Komla, pleasantries being exchanged between these MPs as well. We see a lot of new faces being all present and part of everything that's happening here at this particular point in time, even as a lot more of these first-timers make their way onto the floor of the House, seek to make acquaintances, seek to be able to make the eyes thaw proper with respect being on the floor. But Komla, it's interesting you mentioned the committee are clad in white apparel as compared to their colleagues on the other side. That's just an observation that rings loud, particularly from where we're standing and what we're able to see. But let's take it a bit more into the committee formation, because that we know, based on the new standing orders as well, it's not going to be an absolute that once the NDC has these numbers, they are going to take chairmanship of almost all the committees of work that's going to go into selection of chairmen and which committee is going to go to the minority and which is going to go to the majority as well. I've just seen Reverend Kwekwado, the man who kicked off Eslo Uswe Kufu from the Ablekuma West seat, going through the pleasantries with the leadership on the floor as well. He's just made his way through, is going next to the seniors in the House, Collins Dauda, Haruna Idrisu as well. A lot more of the freshers. But let's information as well. Well, yeah, I mean that's one of the issues raised by some MPs in the past or the 8th Parliament, that if they had known, they would have waited, a bit to see how the 9th would be, so they do it. But before the changes, I mean, these things are supposed to be and balances, for the legislature. They are not supposed to be rubber stamp. They are not supposed just to be there just because the government side or the NDC side holds majority, and so they will just really approve things in order. Parliament, has oversight responsibility. This oversight responsibility is what, they have to give themselves, and is the reason why the new standing orders takes into account these things. And so the NDC may have the numbers, but what it means really also is that, one, if the committees does give strength to the minority, finality to issues does not come to the committee. At the end of the day, the committee comes to present their report and the House will take a decision. And if the House takes the decision, depending on your numbers, you have it. And so it is not as though they may lose out on it yet. But Komla was seeing the chairman of the NDC, Johnson Asiedun Ketia, present in Parliament today as well, along with another senior of the party. Okay, so that's Kofi Aton, who is a former member of Parliament for the whole Central Constituency and also the Chief of Staff at the Speaker's office. Johnson Asiedun Ketia is a member of the Parliamentary Service Board. Entering into this, it appears, there's no communication as of yet, but whether or not he's maintained on the board, of the... Yeah, you say that position, because I know of that special relationship that exists between him and then the speaker, and also I'm sure the party would want to go ahead with him as well. And so we are seeing that the clerks are beginning to also come in. Right? Yeah, that's Camilo Puaman there in your short. He is right in front of the speaker's desk together with a lady. They are all on the table office or the deputy. He's the deputy clerk, so he's the second in command to Ebenezer Ahuma Jetro there. I mean, quite interesting the shot that we are seeing. This is how
the House of Legislature, or the House of Democracy as it's called, it really looks like. This is inauguration. You see all this things, the photo ops. Tonight is very, very important. Tomorrow as well, which is the swearing in of His Excellency the President-elect. And then these work will start. And so, well, tonight you can take all the pictures, you know, take all the selfies. They voted a representation of the people.
And John Dumelo, the Member of Parliament-elect for Ayawaso West Wargon, is just making his way along with Sam George, seeking to as well say hello to the chairman of the NDC, Johnson Asiedun Ketia.
And right there in that conversation with Johnson Asiedun Ketia is Millicent Amankwahi. She is a lady that has seated Kwesi Meyao Cheme in Sunyani West or so. They're about quite young, but she was focused on the elections. Well, she has it now.
So that goes a lot into what has happened in terms of the 2024 elections and the tsunamis and whirlwinds that came along with the election results. But again, you're seeing the legislative chamber, John Dumelo now going through the paces, taking pleasantries as well. A lot more of these freshly minted members of parliament from the leader of the NDC in parliament as well. And then we'll see how it all pans out. Reiterating the point about a lot more of the work to be done.
Yeah, a lot more of the work. But even before that, I mean, if you watch carefully, especially the new entrants, okay, you can look at Millicent. I'm sure where she's headed now is Haruna's seat. The new entrants will walk and go to them, and these are the seniors. Haruna is seated close to Collins Dauda. And these are the seniors. Collins Dauda, once again, his constituency, he has contested every single election in this
country. Actually, where he didn't win.
Yes.
He's been in everything.
I mean, everywhere. He's the senior most as we speak now. And so everybody wants to go and have a handshake with him. And the volume of experience he has and how the respect he commands.
All right, and those are some live pictures from Parliament as we get ready for the swearing in of the MP-elects, as well as, of course, the Speaker of Parliament. We're waiting to see how that goes, but any moment from now, proceedings in Parliament should begin for that vote, if really there's going to be a second name, you know, for Speaker of Parliament, which most of us doubt. But the process will start. But my guests are here. Let's just go into it because, again, even though there has been, you know, some uncertainty with regards to whether some 3 MPs who have been elected can be sworn into tonight, we're not sure if that's going to happen based on an application, a legal application for a stay of execution by the NDC has been served to Parliament. We've seen about 2 of those MP-elects on the floor of Parliament. So you saw Honorable Patrick Yabuama. He's the MP-elect for Okankwe Central. He's actually seated. They're also exchanging pleasantries with some members on the floor. And he's not the only one as well. I mean, Tema Central Charles Forson was also spotted earlier on the floor of Parliament. The third will be Tishiman South. We've not seen the MP-elect for Tishiman South on the floor of Parliament yet. But the latest development is that Parliament has been served with a legal application for a stay of execution by the NDC, and that might prevent the swearing in of the MPs elects for these 3 areas. And so really, is it going to prevent them from being sworn in tonight? Let me just quickly go to Wanda Victor to give us some legal perspective on this, so we can have a better understanding. What's likely to happen in Parliament?
Basically, if you have to follow the
Republic versus the Bank of Ghana, as parted before, where the Supreme Court was clear that if a court is seized with the jurisdiction to hear a matter, nothing should be done to usurp the judicial power vested on the judiciary.
Okay.
If you have to go with this key legal principle, then nothing should be done tonight.
For those three?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it's clear. And there have been several case law across other jurisprudence. You understand? So I will not be surprised. But is it that, but the NDC will take a strategic position tonight. If it turns out that the MPP want to distort the peace of the country with their small micro minority.
Why would they want to do that? I mean,
you know, as at tonight, about 10 head of state have already arrived. We are expecting about 21 head of states. That's also something that we'll discuss later, how historic this event is.
Okay.
So we'll not allow them to kind of disturb all of us.
That's what I'm asking. That why do you think that they would want to disturb?
No, if the speaker refuses to swear
them in,
yes, and they would start making noise and all of that, then this have to be strategic. You could see that the coalition and the recoalition, the purported recoalition, then they say at the national level took a key decision not to storm there. Because when you do that, then you could give grounds to the outgoing government to have declared state of emergency, and probably we will not be discussing inauguration. And we knew we had picked intelligence from the barracks and all of that, but they forgot that we won in all barracks in this country. They forgot that we won in all barracks in this country. So all those things that they wanted to do didn't see the light of the day. But the point is, if we have to go by legal principles, I mean, the Dufour case that I mentioned was from the Supreme Court.
Okay.
So tonight, if we have to go by legal principles and not politics, nothing should be done. Look, at the end of the day, why the rush? We were in this country 4 years. SAL had no representation in Parliament. Why the rush? These are matters that are in contention.
But is it a rush? I mean, the declaration has been made.
Which declaration are you talking about? For example, Tema Central, a declaration was made in favor of the NDC.
Yes,
so which declaration are you talking about?
No, that's what I mean. So if you say, what's the rush? What I'm saying is that, but these declarations have been made.
But I will not feign ignorance that they've been re-declaration as well. So that's why I mentioned that why the rush. Because they've been a first declaration, they've also been a re-declaration. So these constituencies are actually in contention.
Okay.
So my humble opinion, which I'm making forcefully, is that these constituencies should be put aside for just some few weeks. In any case, that's why I mentioned the SAL. We're in this country. It wasn't even a court process, just a letter by the EC. The entire SAL were disenfranchised. They had no representation in Parliament for 4 years. So they should wait. They should wait by virtue of the court process that have duly and lawfully been served on Parliament as an institution.
Well, we're told that, you know, the leadership within Parliament is reviewing this legal document, and of course they are consulting relevant stakeholders so they know the appropriate action to take. And so hopefully by the time the Speaker is sworn in and now has to go ahead and swear in, the MP-elects will know what decision would be made at that point. But Dr. Susan, let me come to you on this one as well, because again, I mean, it's still quite shocking maybe to say that elections were held on December 7th. Even up until now, we still do not have the results for all. Even Ablekuma North, as it stands now, they will not be able to swear in anyone because they've still not be able to collate all the polling stations for us to know who is winning. And now we're hearing that there are 3 other constituencies that may not have their MP-elects sworn in.
But why are you shocked? I mean, that
this should happen. Maybe shock is not the right word, more disappointed, because, again, if we talk about our democracy growing, and we're looking at 2024 where we still cannot even collate results in all constituencies, that is problematic.
Yes. So I'm, like you said, maybe not shocked, but disappointed that we should have grown to the point where, you know, this should not happen.
Yeah.
But I think that then it just goes to show that we're still learning, and we still have issues. You know, sometimes because the general elections go so well, we think we have it down to a fine art, but we don't. And we see that especially with the district assembly elections. sometimes the district assembly elections can be so badly run, but we seem to do better with the general elections, and we think that all is well. Yeah. But I think that fundamentally we still have certain problems, and things definitely can be done better, so that we don't have these situations. Yeah. I'm not a lawyer, so when the lawyers say that it's cut out and it's when you're looking at the law, yes, and you're looking at the law, it's what do you call it? It's cut out there. It's either black or white, and that they cannot go ahead to swear in the three. But of course, we're also in a political situation, and so because hearing Honorable
yes,
speak, you can see that he's not talking as a lawyer, he's talking more as a politician, and because if the law is there, he shouldn't be speaking the way that he is speaking. So it may be that, yes, the NDC have taken a certain stand. And the thing is that when you have a majority like that, it is easy to be relaxed and, and not fight over small pieces of meat. You get it and say, look, I mean, I can afford to sit down and be relaxed and not get... And so that is the comfort of having a overwhelming majority, and knowing that nothing's going to change that. In the situation where the numbers were 137, 137, people get...
There's a lot of contention,
yes, there's a lot of contention, and it brings about that kind of friction. But where, you're at the big dog, and some small poodle and terrier is going, you're like, oh, really?
Shouldn't be a problem.
There shouldn't be a problem.
Then ideally they shouldn't have even gone ahead with the stay of execution.
No, they should. No, they are not going to let it go. And for principle's sake, they should not let it go. And I think that, and if the people really did vote for them, they should fight for it.
Okay.
I'm not. There's no qualms about that.
Yeah.
They should not let it go. They should fight for it. And if people have made a choice for them, they should make sure that that choice is established and done. But I'm talking in terms of what is going to happen tonight. There isn't the need to get into that place where you're going to have all sorts of tensions going on. You can have a nice and relaxed
Well, we hope that nothing happens, especially when we get to that point where the Speaker announces what the decision of Parliament would be with regards to whether they're going to swear them in or would rather not, so they don't go in contempt of court.
Well, I mean, if anybody is going to make any noise or whatever, I would not expect the NDC to do it. I would expect the NPP to be the ones to,
let's see.
So let's see.
Let's see.
I mean, an injunction is an injunction. Once an injunction has been invoked, it ought to be respected by everyone.
Okay.
Parliament is the House of Laws, and certainly Parliament would adhere to that principle of a court order restricting, some MPs from getting sworn in. We are fortunate also to have in the yet-to-be sworn-in Speaker a man with considerable amount of experience. He's a legal luminary, having had private practice, for many years before going into politics and parliament. So he himself understands the position of the law, and also surrounded by a coterie, a team of people who can best give him, sound advice on the way forward. I think it would be politically suicidal if the MPP were to say that in spite of an injunction, they were to go ahead and have the likes of Patrick Boama in the chamber. Once, that has been served on them, on Parliament, I don't think it's even appropriate for them to be in the chamber. Because you see...
But that's served on Parliament, not on them.
On
so
Parliament.
We don't know if Patrick Yabuama has been served personally.
It's an injunction served on Parliament, but I'm sure by now they would have gotten wind of.
Yeah, but if I've gotten wind and yet you've not served me, maybe we should understand that's legal angle as well. And
okay,
I'm sure
but the point I'm even making is that look, they find themselves in a place where they are boxed, they are outnumbered, and in spite of that, the NDC has been very magnanimous. You know, we saying we don't want to do this alone. We want to reach across the aisle, build consensus, move the country forward, and who knows, even get one of their own sworn in as a second Deputy Speaker of Parliament.
Yeah.
Now, if they were to rabble-rouse, if they were to create confusion and mayhem, you know, we could pull the rug under their feet and say, okay, Pamro Chano, if we were, you know, this magnanimous and were even willing to cede the position of a Deputy Speaker to you, and you would still be, you know, this belligerent and insist on having your members sworn in spite of a court injunction, I think the NDC would do the right thing. I hope, you know, we would do the right thing and you know, and pull the rug under the feet.
Okay.
You know, knowing the MPP for what it is also, one could say that there could be anything, you know. They don't know how to build consensus. They don't know how to put the national interest forward or, you know, above their partisan interest. So that is what I am worried about, that if they were forward-looking, they would all relax. And I think they are very seasoned members on their benches who should be advising that, look, this is inappropriate. If we claim we are law-abiding, then we certainly must adhere to what the court is saying until a final determination is made on these cases.
Well, Lajanta, where do you stand on this? Because you look at even the demeanor of Honorable Patrick Yabuama, and he's his usual self, very calm, still exchanging pleasantries, etc. I mean, looking at the legal angle, should he be on the floor of Parliament, even if, and we cannot tell for sure if he's been served or not, but even if he's not been served, and Parliament has been served, should he be on the floor of Parliament?
Why is Buama in Parliament? Where is he? He's not in the House of Parliament. And is being served on Parliament. So what is he doing there?
So he shouldn't be there?
I'm telling you that law is law. It is not somebody's family home that they are all sitting there having fun. This is the legislature of Ghana. Laws are laws. You start breaking this, anybody feels they can break the law, it should be enforced there. Simple. There's been an injunction. It's been served on Parliament. If you're part of that, walk out. You shouldn't be there. You take things for granted. So it's only when it's 137, 137, or it's 137, 136, or it's 136, 137 that we fight it. This is wrong. He shouldn't be there. Anybody who is part and parcel of that injunction should walk out. Simple.
Who should ensure that? I mean, beyond him walking out on his own, who should also ensure that then he should not have been allowed into the chamber?
Clerks.
So the marshal would walk
the clerks and the marshal should walk them out. You shouldn't even wait for the speaker to come and say anything there. Who is responsible for the security in Parliament?
The marshal.
The marshals. And if at the time they brought the injunction, they were in there, the marshals should go up to them with the clerk that, please, this injunction, you are named in it. Your constituency named in it.
You have no business being here.
You have no business being here. Walk out. That's why I'm surprised with the Adjoa Safo one. That you're trying to tell us that the marshals knew that it wasn't Adjoa Safo. The clerk knew. The speaker knew. The opposition knew. And they still sat there. And then they're all complicit. They're all complicit. This is a house of laws. We should follow laws. And one of the challenges we have in Ghana is that we don't enforce laws. We can't enforce laws. Why? And this is a typical example. On a day like this, and we know the NDC have taken some constituencies to the High Court according to the Constitution, and they are still sitting there, okay.
I see.
Let's clap our hands and say that's okay. And then next time, when we want to enforce the laws, they'll refer us, but didn't this happen? Did you say anything? Law is law.
Okay.
You can't go against court.
I see. Okay. Then let's see how it goes.
So I don't really buy it. the fact that they jojo together, in times of where the law is concerned, they should make sure it's executed to the letter T.
Well, proceedings haven't started yet, so let's wait. Yes, it could be.
How this plays out.
Exactly.
And if the MPP try to cause problems there, it will be very unfortunate because they know the law. If the minority leader starts opening his mouth and talk in a certain way, that will be ultra-virus to the law, then I'm sorry. Because he is a lawyer, he knows the truth. We shouldn't allow politics to infiltrate our laws. It would be unfortunate.
You're going to say something?
Yeah, on the issue about the service, just for purpose of education. Members of parliament can actually be served through parliament.
Yeah. Okay.
In fact, I mean,
you are there because of parliament.
If you want to serve, for example, a local pastor somewhere, once you serve the head pastor in Accra, is deemed as service on that district pastor. So there was this case, I won't mention the name of the church. The pastor was trying to swerve and stuff. We say it's in voter register. We just served the head pastor.
Okay.
And service was deemed to have been served properly. And you see, whatever happened in our community, most of the stuff, it's emanates from parliament. We are talking about electoral violence. You saw what happened 4 years ago, where Carlos snatched ballot papers. Nothing has been done. Today, he had the courage. He had the courage to say that President Nanado didn't appreciate him. He should be in jail by now. He chewed ballot papers. So if you see electoral violence and you are complaining, why are you complaining? It happens in parliament. Nothing has been done in this country for 4 years. In parliament, snatched of ballot papers. So if you see some happening in Bantama or Techiman South, and now Techiman South, there's a strategy. Every 4 years, there will be problem at the collection center. And if you're not careful, this will continue. So now, before you can win a seat in Techiman South, there must be a problem. Why? Only this constituency. 4 years ago, 6 people died. Nothing has been
It wasn't
said.
only in Techiman South.
I'm talking about the repetition.
Okay.
It's novel. Back to back. 4 years ago, 6 people died in Techiman South.
No, it wasn't in Techiman South. That's because I think it's a mistake that we seem to make.
No, but the point I'm saying is that there was a major controversy 4 years ago.
Yes.
In Techiman South.
It wasn't in Techiman South alone. There were other areas.
Yes, but Techiman South was part of it.
Exactly, but it wasn't 6 people in Techiman. I just want us to correct that because we seem to get that wrong all the time.
It has happened again in the same Techiman South. This particular constituency, if you're not careful, for every 4 years, elections will be decided on the strength of strength and not by the ballots. That's my worry. 4 years ago, major controversy in Techiman South. Admittedly, there were other constituencies. I agree.
Yeah.
But 4 years on, why has it not been any improvement in that constituency? Even if it was just one person that died in Techiman South.
It's still not good. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That should not have happened. Even if it will happen anywhere, it shouldn't be Techiman South. But the same person, Martin, is going to benefit from another controversy. Nobody knows what will happen in 2028. I am not from Techiman South, but if I'm from there, then I know that I have to prepare, not just for the ballots. Anyway.
Okay.
In court, if they need to serve you and they come to your house and you're not there, they can place it on your wall. It's deemed that,
it's
deemed that you have served. So what are they sitting there doing?
Well, I guess they're waiting, like we said.
And Bamwa is a lawyer.
Well, we're told that leadership in Parliament is also looking at the documents, trying to, confirm a few things. So I guess we'll have to wait.
Leadership?
It's a straightforward issue.
Leadership?
Well, we're told.
Who is leadership in Parliament now?
Well, at the moment.
Who is leadership?
At the moment.
Yes, who is leadership?
Rashi, maybe you can help us with that information. At this point where...
No, so at this point, we don't have any MP.
There's no leadership.
So yes, we don't have any MP. Yeah. What I'm talking about is the clerk will receive it.
Yes.
And they'll have to look through the documents and, of course, get the confirmation that this is actually from the court, etc.
Yes.
So then they would have to inform Patrick that you've been served, we've been served, and so... Okay, the marshals will have to do that.
It's not just Patrick that's there. Charles Watson is
Charles Watson as well. And then Techiman South, the MP, Martin Kosa, I believe that's his name, yes. Also has been
Are you trying to tell me they
injuncted.
don't know the law? Is that what you're trying to tell me? That these people don't know the law? It's sheer arrogance. Sheer arrogance.
Well, just to put out that correction, so it was 2 people who died in Techiman during the 2020 election. So I wanted to correct that. In total, 8 people across a number of constituencies, but only 2 died. Well, I shouldn't even say only 2 because, I mean, even one person is bad enough. But 2 people, yes, unfortunately lost their lives in Tichimansa. But let's see what happens, and moving forward, of course, how this is going to pan out. But again, coming to the issue of even Ablekuma North, and the fact that as it stands, even today, there was still no agreement with a way forward. So there are 7 constituencies left. We're told that, you know, they can't seem to agree on the pink sheets and where it's coming from because they can't validate, etc. That's why they've not been able to go ahead with the collation. And so nobody will be sworn in to represent the Ablekuma North constituency.
Well, sorry, were the votes held? Did they vote in those polling stations?
Yes, they did.
And the pink sheets were
Well,
signed.
one side says yes.
They were signed.
It's signed.
So, you see, this is why I asked the question. CI 127 indicates that the pink sheet, one should be given to the candidates.
Or their representatives.
Or their representatives. One should be pasted on the wall of the polling booth. Was it done?
It wasn't done.
Was it done? If it were done, we won't have this problem. Was it done? And what has the Electoral Commissioner done about those individuals in terms of the returning officers? It was their responsibility to do. What has the Electoral Commission done about it? Nothing. So who's complicit? In the Electoral Commission.
But see, these are the things that we do and we take for granted, certain procedures and things like that, and we write them off and we think that we can continue to go on.
Exactly.
But it's important. I mean, if we want to ensure that we have, you know, how would I put it, quality elections, you get it. Then
credible elections.
And credible elections, we definitely have to make sure that we go by the rules that are there, because they are the things that will show us up when there's controversy, you know. And so every party has it, because I understand that there's a difference in the pink sheets that each party has, you know, and that is a problem. But if after giving it out there, pasted it there, these days that people have mobile phones, people would have just taken pictures of it, and then you'd have you know, something to corroborate who has the correct sort of thing, because the one that will be pasted up for public consumption would have been there, and so we have this attitude towards things where we let things slide, you know, instead of following rules to the letter. We're like, and then things slide, and we keep coming up with mediocre results of things, you know. It has affected our national life in terms of all the things that we do. And we don't seem to learn the lessons. You know, we have procedures in place, we have beautiful laws. If we're following the laws, we should not, you know, have the things that we have. I mean, you walk the streets of Accra and cattle are roaming the streets and nobody's saying anything. You get in and you're like, wow, are we supposed to have cattle roaming the streets? I mean, I'll be surprised one day to see them on this Liberation Road right in front of Jubilee House grazing on that green grass, and nobody will care.
I hope it doesn't happen.
No, but will it surprise you? But we take all these things for granted, you know, and then we say, oh, put a human face to it, and, you know, and then people let it slide. And then it comes to important things like elections, where an officer is supposed to paste it at the polling station for everybody to view, and they don't do it. And then we end up with situations like this.
And that's the problem.
A whole electoral commission can stop a constituency from having an MP parliament. Where is that possible? Where is that possible? I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. If you feel there is a challenge, rerun the election for a whole, was it a whole 4 years? SAL didn't have any representative. I mean, how is that possible? And then we sit and fold our hands and laugh and clap. And the president sits and says nothing about it. When you go and say, oh, the president is busy. What is he president for? What did we vote him in for? We voted him for us first before any other person. So the Electoral Commission, who you nominated them, the person to lead, if they're going ultra-vires to their work, pull them in. Because no constituency in this country should not have a representatives in parliament.
Yeah.
So it underscores the also the incompetence of the electoral, commissioners. What we are witnessing today is a sad reflection of the leadership at the Electoral Commission, because the recruitments are made at the local level for presiding officers, ROs, etc. And if we are experiencing these challenges with some presiding officers signing and saying they haven't signed, running away from responsibility, etc., it means the commission hasn't done, a good job at it. And it's unfortunate that it's almost the 7th of January, 2025, and we still do not have the full complement of the parliamentary seats. As our council said earlier, no constituency should go unrepresented. If they don't get sworn in today, it is the constituencies they are coming from. I mean, if the rightful candidates don't get sworn in, it's the constituencies they are coming from that would suffer. But of course, in an election, if there are litigations and issues, they ought to be looked at in a legal or within a legal framework. Once we have, made a point that we are adherents of the rule of law, then we have to allow the rule of law to prevail. And that is why, the NDC has gone a step further to say that, look, we disagree with the judgment of the court, and for which reason we want an injunction on these 3 or so constituencies until such time that there's clarity on who would have won those constituencies. So, again, there's a lot of work to be done, and I'm hoping that going forward, I don't know if the current electoral commissioner would survive, the next election, given the levels of problems at the commission, especially so when, Madame Charlotte Osei had been accused of things far less than what, this commissioner has done. Probably after 7th January, somebody might petition, the president to have a axe.
Could that be you?
Well,
you seem to do pretty well when it comes to petitions there. So let's see. Wanda.
Yeah, I just want to quickly add that all hope is not lost. I mean, there's been this general feeling that our institutions are not working well. Not just the EC, they've complained about other governmental institutions. When Trump was re-elected, he came out with this dodgy, the Department of Government Efficiency, headed by Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Look, we have had our version. When I saw the appointment today, I was really happy. The senior presidential advisor on governmental affairs is a department, or she's going to play an advisory role, which will seek to help all the various governmental institutions to work in a very efficient manner.
The legal advisor?
No,
which one?
No. Dr. Valerie Sawyer.
Oh, okay. Okay. Of governmental affairs.
Yes,
okay.
It's just like that of the US, the dodgy, the Department of Government Efficiency. I mean, the US and Ghana, we share some similarities. And Ghanaians have not paid attention to this key appointment by the president.
But this dodgy thing was mocked by a number of Americans.
You will see.
Because they didn't understand.
Please define government affairs.
Yeah.
Oh, we can give it a broader meaning and a narrow meaning. But for the purpose of this interaction, I'm just saying that the wastage in the system.
Okay.
If you look at the revenue that comes from bed tax, for example, if you block the wastage, corruption.
But do you need a special advisor on governmental affairs for that?
Oh, but
governmental affairs.
So that's why we are asking what government, because it could be very
so many things. What is it?
Yeah, it could encompass so many things.
Wonder if you can give us a brief description of what governmental affairs means.
Well, governmental affairs basically has to, if you want to give it a broader scope, the various governmental
anything covering the agencies,
exactly, not just the presidency, the various institutions, agencies, and all of that. And we cannot feign ignorance. There are a lot of wastage in the system. So if you have one person heading the department that sought to put some efficiency, look at the amount that was approved for the Electoral Commission. For example, they couldn't receive results directly from the polling stations. They could not. So the MPP and the NDC had their results by 5 hours.
In real time.
The EC, after 24 hours, I was in this studio when she came and made an announcement. They are using only about 10. regions.
But who uses fax machines in this? I mean, no, I was surprised. I mean, who uses fax machines
redundant.
in this day and age? I don't know.
The Electoral Commission.
Well, I mean,
so all hope
they are so stuck in the black and white.
You will see that after January 7th, you will see that even the modus operandi of civil servants will change. Those civil servants, those teachers who go to classroom and be taking lotto, things will change. They're done natural goodwill.
You are sure?
Oh, you will see.
Well, I mean, we would hope so. I mean, I would hope that governmental affairs also means that we will infuse some ethics.
That's right.
That's right. In the things that we do. I mean, I think we need to look at that. I mean, in terms of, I mean, what kind of ethics do we have as a people, as a government, you know, and things like that, and how does it affect our national life? And that is important. And we, you know, and for my mind, I look at it and I say, naturally as human beings, you know, we may have the tendency to do the wrong things. We don't naturally have to do the, I mean, I don't believe that we're natural, but we have to be taught to do the right things. Society has to shape us to do the right things. I mean, people, you know, countries, you want to compare to countries like America. Americans teach patriotism. They don't assume that as soon as you're born, you are patriotic. Yeah. They teach, they make the effort, they push it in your subconsciousness, and you grow up with it.
There has to be a deliberate
There has to be the deliberate attempt to teach patriotism, to have some ethics. You know, as I say, because when you ask as Ghanaians, what kind of ethics do we uphold? What kind of values do we uphold?
Ethics are important, but if you don't have mindset change, ethics goes through the window. We've got to have a mindset change.
No, but I mean, how would you do a mindset change if you don't have the ethics? Because it is you can't have a mindset change in a vacuum. Yeah. You understand? You need to have that ethics.
Laws.
I was going to end on Article 284 and Article 286.
If I may.
Laws are not necessarily ethics. You understand? They're not the same things. Yes, laws emanate from ethics, but ethics in terms of what is morally good, what is right, how to live, is not just about the law. Because you can have laws, and certain people do things within a law, but unethical. Yeah. You understand? Look, we're talking about these hotels things, and people were talking about the hotels and things like that. And they were saying that within the law, they can do that. But ethically, was it right? Do you understand? The whole ethics and the whole thing about it just wasn't right. So we cannot stick to laws alone. Okay. You get it as a people, because you can have laws, and if your people are not morally upright, I mean, a lot of things will go wrong.
Okay,
she's spot on. Susan is spot on.
So that we can
one more point
end with
on this. It doesn't have to be patriotism alone, but also national orientation. Our outlook, and I think this goes beyond classrooms. So just like charity, patriotism must begin from home. You know, imagine a parent driving recklessly with school kids in his car. The kids are going to grow up feeling that it is okay to do that. And I think, you know, with the new administration's outlook of where they want us to get to, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to roll out programs that deals with it.
Okay.
But we can deal with this not only in the classroom, but also through music, Bella, through arts and culture. That is what everybody else is doing. I mean, you go to the United States of America, they would brainwash you to think that America is the greatest country on earth and that there's no poverty. These are things we need to begin to do. Empower the artists, you know, get the teachers to do their bit. Let us see them on our TV stations, on our radio stations, posters, get everybody involved in the process of
you said we should do what the artists.
Wonder.
Yes, I'm saying empower them or encourage them.
Encourage them.
Yes.
Let Wanda come in just briefly on this as well, and then we can
I was going to touch on
wrap up with
Article 284
some updates
and 286 vis-a-vis the Presidential Advice on Governmental Affairs.
Okay.
So meaning will be given to these two provisions. Article 284 talks about the ethics that Auntie Susan is talking about, code of conduct for public officers. So in fact, the ethics that we are talking about has some constitutional footing under the Fourth Republic. And Article 286, there should be the submission of a written declaration of assets, not just assets, and liabilities. Appointees. And the question is, under the Fourth Republic, I can tell you that most appointees don't submit, they don't declare their assets. So if you have an office, an advisor to the president on governmental affairs, she will ensure that all appointees declare their assets, not just assets, and their liabilities that they owe. So that by the time they leave office...
2 seconds to just out of yours. I mean, Valerie is rightfully cut for the job. A lawyer, she's tough talking, disciplined.
A former deputy chief of staff.
Former deputy chief of staff. And I think if there's anybody who could have been chosen to do this job, it's the one. You know,
well, when it comes to the issue of declaration of assets, it gets disappointing at a point, because when the assets are declared and given to the Auditor General, the only time that it's made public is when there's an issue concerning, you know, your properties that you have acquired. And so there's a need to now come out and look at it. So that's another aspect of the law that we need to also review. It's a very major problem. But for the sake of time, let's just quickly go into a final conversation. In fact, not a conversation necessarily, but we have some updates on Kwame A+. He's been speaking all day today, from accusing the NPP of trying to convince him to caucus with them, and the fact that he says that, you know, his heart is with the NDC, and you know, he's still deciding which side to caucus with. We're not sure what decision he has made at the moment. We've only just seen a photo, and we want to just put it out for you to see, and maybe, hopefully, A+ will come out when he's ready to determine whether he's going to caucus with the NPP or the NDC. And so that's a picture of him with Honorable Kaisel Atufos in the incoming majority leader. And so this must have been taken just a few minutes ago, we believe. And we don't know if that indicates that A+ will be doing business with the NDC in Parliament. Initially, he had also come out to say or allege that Honorable Kennedy Ejapon had approached him to do business with the side of the NPP. Now, the General Secretary for the NPP came out with a statement and said they had not met with A+ or authorized anyone to engage him to make that decision. Then he comes out and says it was just a trap that he sets for the NPP. I mean, there's a lot of back and forth. I've seen some grassroots within the NDC on social media who are now saying they're not sure if the NDC should caucus with A+ because they don't know if they can trust him. It's back and forth, but really it's up to him to decide which side he's going to work with. And so at the right time, I guess you come out and confirm. But let me just find out from Ras. Very quickly, we have to go because our time is up. Should the NDC agree to do business with A+ if he so decides?
Well, I mean, we have the numbers already, and so if he so decides to join us, it's only an addition.
Okay.
If he joins the NPP, it will still be insignificant. Okay. Anyway, but I think he ought to put the best interest of his constituents forward. Where should he place himself or situate himself in Parliament that brings out the best for the people in his constituency? Because don't forget, after today actually, people will be calling.
Tomorrow, we still have 1 minute.
We still have
1 minute to
go. A minute to go.
Yes.
People will be calling him to attend funerals, to solve all manner of issues in the constituency, and that has to be addressed. I mean, you want to be sure that you're in the good books of government, so that projects within your constituency can get done. So I'm hopeful that, you know, he would make.
You need to be in good books.
No, I'm just saying no.
Should
you
not
see?
be the case.
No.
No, what you
We're in a new era.
We have 200.
It is part and parcel of.
If I may, we have 276 constituencies. You can imagine the pressure on resources. Every constituency wants something, so it behoves on representatives to lobby for roads.
Responsibility.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But
to balance the giving.
We have to wrap up.
Be good with you.
No, the
so
balance
let everyone have a say, and then.
But if you're going to if you're going to be an armchair legislator, I can bet that you won't have anything good on in your constituency.
Well, it's 12 a.m. exactly. My phone already says it's Tuesday, the 7th of January, 2024. And so that means that the 8th Parliament constitutionally is dissolved. And so we'll be looking forward to the swearing in of the MP-elects and the Speaker of Parliament and his deputies as we get into the 9th Parliament. And then in a couple of hours, we'll also see the swearing in of the president-elect to become president. And so just wanted to give you that update. For those of you who are not sleeping tonight, you shouldn't sleep. You should stay with us because we're running all through until he's sworn in and a few hours after that. But Susan, final words so we can
Well,
go.
I wanted to say that the president, apart from, he needs to get, be like the Roman Emperor, Marcus Aurelius, have a servant always whisper in his ear, you are nothing but a man, okay? Because there will be the people who will be praising him all the time. And we end up making our leaders like demigods and whatever, and they lose touch with the people. He needs to have that person whispering in his ears, you're nothing but a man, you know, and they did it. I mean, Marcus Aurelius, he believed in that Stoic philosophy where, you know, even though they had won and they had conquered many things and the soldiers would march in the streets and things like that, they would have these servants and whispering, chariot drivers whispering in their ears that all the things that you've done, you are still nothing but a man.
Okay.
You understand? He needs to have that kind of counsel.
All right.
We don't want the kind of arrogance we saw in the last 8 years. We certainly will not take for it in this country anymore. We will not.
All right.
So they the NDC, need to have people whispering in their ears that you are nothing but men.
Okay.
And that you know, all the things that you talk about. All
right.
You know, we will kick you out. If you show arrogance.
Let's wrap all this up in a minute. So, Wanda, your final thoughts, and I'll come to Lawyer
For me,
Jantua.
2 issues. One is to congratulate all women in this country. We are going to have the first female vice president of the Republic. And I salute the Ghanaian women. I mean, I'm so happy. I have some deep joy in me that a woman will be at the presidency, not just as chief of staff or just any worker, but as vice president of the Republic. I'm really happy about that. And then secondly, I must say that it's an appeal to all rank and file of the party. As a national officer, I'm appealing to all party members and those appointees that have started coming up, and in future those who will be getting the appointment, that they should serve, or we must serve in humility.
All right.
And also make sure that the essence of government is about development.
All right.
Power should not be used to lord over others. The NDC government must serve in humility.
All right.
That's a plea.
Let me give equal time, just about 30 seconds.
There's only one thing I would say. We've talked about quite a lot of things. The president should make sure he tells us exactly the job of the vice president.
Okay.
We don't want a situation for somebody to come and tell us, I was driver's mate. Everybody knows exactly what her responsibilities are.
Okay.
And he should let us know whether the buck stops with him or they work together.
All right.
Because the vice president is the only person who does not need an appointment to see the president. 4 years down the line, we don't want her to come and say, I'm not a driver's mate,
all right. Well, Lawyer Kwame Jantua, unfortunately, I'm giving you a last say. Oh, I did. I did.
You did?
Right before Susan, yes.
Okay,
I gave
but
you
let
the
me
chance.
just say that the spotlight is going to be on Ghana.
Okay.
Globally, let's conduct ourselves properly and make ourselves proud.
Gaiji, good evening to you. There's no time. There's no time, so I cannot. No, I was just going to wrap up with you. There's no time, so I cannot read your message. But thank you for joining us, and to all of you. Well, we're not done. We're just crossing over from 12 a.m. To the midnight team, so they can also take over. They're called a team No Sleep. But anyway, Lawyer Kwame Jantua is staying on with the midnight team. He says he's not sleeping all night. And so let me just quickly cross over to Johnny and, of course, my colleagues Beatrice and Michael as we wrap up. My name is Parliamentary. Team.
It's been 6 hours came quite quickly, and it's been interesting moments bringing you updates from Parliament and the likes. My name is Michael Obodu.
My name is Beatrice.
All right, guys, thank you very much indeed. And you know, this is our extended coverage. We're building up to when the President-elect John Dramani Mahama will officially outdoored, and the investiture will happen in Parliament. And just so to tell Mr. Jantua, driver's mate is also a job. But we'll cross over now to Parliament, where Komla Kluche and Mawena Igbeta are standing by. Well, let's go to Parliament now.
Right, and so you're live here still on your election command center, and what we can officially tell you is that the 8th Parliament, dead and gone, the 9th Parliament is upon us. We're what? 6 minutes into the 7th of January, and like we've been talking to you about up until this point, the official inauguration of the 9th Parliament is now underway. The Clerk of Parliament has made his way here. All members of Parliament are upstanding as the clerk reads out really in detail.
What the clerk is reading now is the prayer, and so we're going to have to listen to that in silence. This is the prayer that the Speaker or members of the House.
Human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and a love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Amen.
Cyril Nsia, he showed a lot of human relationship. He has a very, very good relationship with not just MPs, with the media, the parliamentary staff as well. And so it was not surprising that he was made the clerk. And so I'm not is the sermon in
for the first sitting of the first meeting of the 9th Parliament. Know ye all men that in the exercise of the powers conferred on the clerk to Parliament, I, Ebenezer Ahuma Jethro, acting clerk to Parliament, appointed under Article 124 of the Constitution and pursuant to Order A2 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, do hereby appoint Parliament House, Accra, to be the place, and 12 midnight of Tuesday, the 7th of January 2025, to be the time when Parliament shall sit to elect a Speaker and Deputy Speakers for the administration of oath to the Speaker and members of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Signed, Ebenezer Ahuma Jethro, Acting Clerk to Parliament. Members elect, it is my honor to inform you that I have received from the Electoral Commission the writ of elections for the December 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, and I shall proceed to read the communication. from the Electoral Commission. Let me indicate that the writs came in sequence. I have 3 writs of elections. Some are supplementary writs of elections. The first writ of election was issued dated 23rd December 2024, addressed to the Clerk to Parliament. And it reads, Dear Sir, submission of writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust that this letter finds you well. I write to acknowledge receipt of your letter dated 17 December 2024 with reference number PS/CS/027/34 on the above subject matter. Kindly find attached the writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on Saturday, 7 December 2024 for 274 constituencies. Also attached is a schedule containing the names of the candidates elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)(b) of the Public Elections Regulation 2020 CI 127. Please note that there are 2 constituencies which have issues with their coalitions. The Commission will notify you when the issues regarding the 2 constituencies have been resolved. So that is the first one. The second writ of elections was received on the 2nd of January 2025. It reads, the Clerk to Parliament, Parliament of Accra, dear sir, submission of writ of elections for the Domi Kwabenya parliamentary election held on 7 December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust this letter finds you well. Following the completion of the collation of polling station results for the Domi Kwabenya constituency, kindly find attached the writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on Saturday, 7 December 2024 for the Domi Kwabenya constituency. Also attached is a schedule containing the name of the candidate elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)(b) of the Public Elections Regulation 2024 CI 127. Signed, Samuel Tete, Deputy Chair, Operations. The third writ of elections was received on the 5th of January. 5th January. Also addressed to the Clerk to Parliament, and it reads, Dear Sir, submission of writ of elections for Okaikwe Central, Tema Central, and Techiman South parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust that this letter finds you well. Following the completion of the collation of polling station results for Okaikwe Central, Tema Central, and Techiman South constituencies, kindly find attached writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2024 for the above mentioned constituencies. Also attached is a schedule containing the names of the candidates elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)(b) of the Public Elections Regulations 2020 CI 127. Again, signed by Samuel Tete, Deputy Chair, Operations for Chairperson. Honourable members, elect, by this communication, the writs are hereby tabled for the information of the entire House. Honourable members elect, Order A3 of our standing orders states that a clerk, as the presiding officer, shall conduct a roll call of the members of Parliament elect, and a member is expected to respond to the roll call. I now proceed to call out your names in alphabetical order. But before I do so, it is imperative to bring to the attention of honorable members a matter of concern. I say so because I know this is a matter which will come up on this floor. And so it is my noble duty, legally, constitutionally, and procedurally, to draw your attention. For your... So I proceed, honorable members. I proceed. Two issues relating to two constituencies are outstanding. And the constituencies are Ablekuma North and Akwetia. Honorable members, would you kindly listen as we proceed? Ablekuma North and Akwetia. The case of Ablekuma North is known to all of us in this honorable house. We don't have writ of elections from the Electoral Commission in respect of Ablekuma North. And therefore, it is impossible to proceed with any matter relating to Ablekuma North in terms of roll call and in terms of the eligibility of a member for that constituency to participate in the election of the Speaker. In the case of Akwetia, the clerk to Parliament was served a process on the 3rd of January 2025 with an order of interim injunction from a high court in Koforidua. This order was served through the legal office of the Parliamentary Service. The order directed the respondents, including the clerk to Parliament, indicating that they are restrained from proceeding to call, admit, register, swear in, recognize, gazette the said Ernest Yao Kumi as the elected member for the Akwetia constituency. At the time of the receipt of the order, the Parliamentary Service had already completed the process of registration of Ernest Yao Kumi as member-elect. This is precisely because the first writ of elections that we received, Ernest Yao Kumi was part of that process. So we received writ of elections in respect of Ernest Yao Kumi. And without the pendency of any suit, any process, the Parliamentary Service, in compliance with due process, had to register the member. So we did so. Subsequently, it has come to our attention. There's a restraining order of a court. Restraining not just the member, but the clerk to Parliament from proceeding with the registration of, from proceeding with the members' participation in the election of the Speaker. This is a matter that honorable members ought to know. Since it is a court order, which order restrains the clerk to Parliament as well from proceeding or dealing with a member in this matter, I find myself constrained. members. So I have brought this matter to the attention of the House. That is my pleasant duty to do. The member may decide, may elect to participate, but in doing so, I'm drawing attention to Article 105 of the Constitution, and I will read, a person who sits or votes in Parliament knowing or having reasonable grounds for knowing that he is not entitled to do so commits an offence and shall be liable on conviction to such penalty as shall be prescribed by or under an enactment of Parliament. Having done this, I have discharged my noble duty. I will end there. At this time, honourable members, I proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, colleagues, please, let's make a headway. Mr. Chairman, we have heard you. This is a house of rules and procedure that is not in doubt. This is a house that relies on precedents. I just have a simple answer to the point you made, and I have the instructions of my respected colleague-elect, Honorable Ernest Kumi, and fortified by the precedents of this house, which precedents is dated 7th of January 2021. I simply, Mr. Chairman, the member so desires to proceed to be sworn in and to also participate in the election of the Speaker and bear the consequences himself.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honourable members. And we shall proceed with a roll call. And I will invite the head of table to proceed with the.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, we do not want surprises. We do not want surprises. We do not want surprises. I am therefore, for the records, inviting you to respond to the position the honourable member concerned has taken, just for the records, because we don't want surprises as we proceed. So we want to know so that we take.
Honourable members elect, I have taken note of what the Honourable Minority Leader has has said, we will proceed appropriately. Yes. I have taken note of what the Honorable Minority Leader has said. The Honorable Member heard what we said. He knows the consequences of his actions and inactions. So we leave it there. We will proceed. All right. So, head of table.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you again for the opportunity to speak on this matter. Mr. Chairman, yes, the minority leader has spoken. He spoke for the member. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, since the member-elect is before this House, it will only be right for that member to speak for the records. Mr. Chairman, I say this because the court has issued an order. The said order has been served on the member and the clerk to Parliament. Mr. Chairman, you read to us Article 105 of the Constitution. The honorable member, the minority leader, took responsibility and spoke on behalf of the member-elect. We want to... Yes, I listened to him, I heard him. If he's taking responsibility, let the records reflect. Let the records reflect that the member-elect for Akwetia constituency has disregarded the court order, and the repercussions of Article 105 of the Constitution applies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We shall now proceed with a roll call.
Yes.
We are proceeding with a roll call. When a member-elect's name is mentioned, the member must rise in his seat to be recognized. Thank you, honorable members-elect. Head of table, proceed with a roll call.
Abdul Khalid Mohammed Sharif, Ablekuma Samuel Okujeto, Abuaje George Kwame, Abuaje George Kwame, Abuaje George Kwame, Achampon Brian, Achampon Richard, Aqua Alexander Kwesi, Adam Hamza, Adam Mohammed Amin, Adams Abdul Salam, Adams Kofi Idi, Adams Mishab Mahama, Ado Ebenezer Kweku, Ado Kweku, Ado Yao Frimpong, Ado Kenneth Daniel Nana, Adi Frederick, Ejay Felicia, Adomako Ernest, Adongo Isaac, Educhum Yao Osei, Afenyo Sedem Kweku, Afenyo Markin Alexander, Afol Eric, Afol Kofi Bente, Efriye Nanayu, Efriye Frank, Agalga James, Agbana Eric Edem, Agbenyo Fred Kwesi, Agbebe Charles Akwesi, Agbenyo Fred Kwesi, Agbebe Charles Akwesi, Agboja Kwame Govins, Ejari Alexander, Ejekum Emmanuel Kwejo, Ajimai Prempe Eric Nana, Ajimai Kingsley, Ajimai Rollins Zaneto, Ajin Sam Lawrence, Ahinkan Frederick Yao, Ahi Samson, Ahiafo Bernard, Ahmed Ibrahim, Eidu Michael Kwesi, Akando Kwabna Minta, Akrugu Faustina Eli Klim, Akwete Okli Felix, Alajos Seidu Al Hassan, Al Hassan Abdul Fatawu, Al Hassan Suini Saibu, Al Hassan Umar, Amankwa Millicent Yabua, Amankwa Nicholas, Amankwa Menu Kofi, Amwa Stephen, Amwaku Andrew Esiama, Amwaku Jampo Rudolph, Ampa Bin Simon Treme, Ampofu Kwame Chumesi, Amprechum Sapon Kweku, Enim Ernest Yao, Ankuma Emilia, Anodompre Frank, Anyimedu Enchi Kwame, Anyimedu Enchi Kwame, Apak Clement Abbas, Apieje Patricia, Ahin Ebenezer Prince, Amable Nyameke, Arthur Emilia, Asamoah Fred Chey, Asamoah Vincent Opon, Asante Lauret Koko, Asante Boatin Kweku, Asare Kwame Obeng, Esiedu Aida Ajua, Asensu Boache Francis, Ashi Alfred Nikote, Esiedu Charles, Asafwa Vincent Eko, Aworigo Simon Akibangi, Ewa Naneje Bafo, Ewuku Samuel, Awuni Seriza Ladi, Ayamba Ladi Ayi, Ayariga Mahama, Aye Nana Asafweje, Ayen Sudan Kwa Grace, Ayene Dominica Kritinga, Azuma Bandim Abednego, Azuma Joseph, Befi Michael, Batagli Mohammed Isa, Baudra Charles, Bawadua Charles, Bezra Emmanuel Kwesi, Bequin Frank Estiedu Bequin, Bessie Daniel Keshi, Beyo Titus Kofi, Bisu Mavis Kukwa, Boaku Gideon, Boachi Yadom Patrick, Boa Emmanuel Kweku, Boama Patrick Yao, Boating Joseph Apia, Boating Kwabna, Brahma Mohammed Bawa, Brefo Bright Asamoah, Boa Emmanuel Amakofi, Bachman Philip Fifi, Bukari Joseph Nipe, Chiwete Andrew Dari, Kujo Comfort Doyo, Kujo Joanna Jan, Kujo Robert Wisdom, Dafia Mako Roxon Nelson Eche Kwame, Damwa Kwejo, Dan Abdul Latif, Dangbe Ernestina Ofori, Dapa Elvis Osei Mensah, Dapila Kletu Seidu, Dako John, Dako Mensah Kwabnotre, Dauda Collins, De Sebastian Fred, Jabab Nelson Kofi, Jogbadi Dorani Godwin Enimli, Dra Emmanuel, Dumelo John Seto, Jiwonu Laurentia, Enu James, Fatahia Abdul Aziz, Foko Chinebua Kodia, Fodro John Intim, Fomadi Jean-Marie, Forsen Castle Atoba, Forsen Charles, Frimpon Nanampao Kwamiado, Frimpon Joseph, Frimpon Ohene Kwame, Frimpon Owen Kwame, good. Gakwe Kwame Jujoli, George Samuel Nate, Ganza Al-Hassan Kobna, Gomadoyao, Gomashi Jifa Abla, Jan Mensa Richard, Jechi Nasira Fra, Henry Benzel Godfred, Hotoje Alexander Roosevelt, Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Ibrahim Azura Mohammed, Idrisu Habib, Idrisu Haruna, Isa Atta, Isifu Mahmood, Jack John Kwame Ado, Jaja Yusuf Isaka, Joshua Godfrey Seidu, Jinapo John Abdullahi, Jinapo Samuel Abdullahi, Kabiru Muhammad Tai Abdul, Kini Jeffrey, Kodia Kwame Apia, Kunedu Akwesi, Kosa Martin Kweku Ejay Mensah, Peli Wolase, Potosu Edem Richard Kofi, Kuma Joseph Kwame.
Present.
Kumi Ernest Yao. Kuri Richard, Kuyon Solomon, Kwenu Othniel Echo, Kwatin Kweku Ajimai, Che Shirley, Chiredria Dixon, Lamisi Akanvari Balidia, Labi Oscar Ofori, Latte Agnes Namumo, Lukuto Maxwell Kwame, Mahama Daniel Dung, Mahama Shaibu, Mafu Kofia Henkwa, Mensa Collins Adomako, Mafu Kofi Ahenkwa, Mensa Collins Adomako,
Miss Adomako Mensa Collins,
Mensa Isaac Ejay, Mensa Joseph Kwesi, Mijima Shaibu Nuren, Mills Samuel Atta, Mie Anthony, Muhammad Haruna, Muhammad Yakubu, Mubarak Seed, Mumuni Alasan, Muntaka Muhammad Mubarak, Inkwikara Suma Anthony, Nandaya Stanley Yao, Nanja Sanja, Napari Dominic, Nate Ayiku Benjamin, Nawani Mark Kurt, Indebila Ebenezer Alumri, Nichema Bila Alamzi, Nitiwu Dominic Bingham Aduna, Inkansa Bwedu Mavis, Nkrumah Kojo Opon, Nukwa Pius Kwame, Nokoi Kofi Ako, Nogbe Ernest Henry, Notuko Toe Peter Kwesi, Intebe William Ayo, Intekuni Emmanuel Kofi, Intim Adelaide, Intosu Helen Ajwa, Nuruddin Mumuni Mohammed, Nyakote Albert Tete, Nyako Bismarck Tete, Nyako Isaac Boama, Nyaku Kingsley. Nyaku Thomas Ampim. Nyaku Kwame Naminta. Nyindam Matthew. Oklu Linda Ohenewa. Odampton Isaac Asha. Oforiata Duke William Allen Kwame. Ofosu Felix Kwache. Ofosu Ejari Elizabeth. Okuno Phyllis Nakoyo. Onyina Champon Akwesi Jenfi. Opoku Davis Ansa. Opoku Eric. Opoku Isaac Yao. Osei Kennedy Nyako. Osei Ejay Nana. Osei Akoto Seth. Osei Akoto Seth. Osei Akoto Seth. Osei Asari Abina. Oti John Kwabena Bless. Oredu Charles Esuaku. Owusu Gloria. Owusu Rachel Amma. Owusu Charles Francis Kwabena Brimpong. Peito Desmond de Graft. Pelpo Abdul Rashid Hassan. Pokwedu Say Ralph. Kwaisin James Jechi. Ramadan Mohammed Adamu. Ricketts Hagan George Kweku. Salam Damata Ama Epianima. Sandari Sebastian Meneso. Soya Queen Sapokua. Sefer Richard Kwame. Seidu Haruna. Shaib Jerry Ahmed. Sosu Francis Xavier Kojo. Sowa Rita Nao Dole. Supari Mohammed Adams.
Absent.
Suleimana Adama.
Yeah. Absent. I'm here.
Suleimana Al Hassan. Suleimana Al Hassan Tampuli. Suleimana Yusuf. Tanko Mustafa Amaju. Taylor Isa Salifu. Taylor Abi Ebenezer Oklite. Tete Agotri Gisela. Tete Joycelyn. Tete Joseph Akwete. Tobin Emmanuel. Tofi Dorcas. Tobu Peter Lanshini. Ture Mahama Nasir. Chekpo Thomas Walanyo. Tubazu Abdul Rauf Tonjem. Sorry? Yusuf Mustafa. Vanderpoy Alfred Oko. Vondi David. Winsum Annaba Thomas. Yabua Frank, Yabua Kofi Obri, Yibo Isaac Awuku, Zidin Beat and Watazumo.
Thank you very much. Honourable members elect, we shall proceed in accordance with Standing Order 8.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. I am satisfied that quorum is present in this House to enable me proceed to conduct the election of the Speaker. In doing so, I would like to draw your attention to Article 95(1) of the 1992 Constitution, which requires that a Speaker of Parliament be elected by members of Parliament from among persons who are members of Parliament or qualified to be elected as Member of Parliament. I also want to refer you to Order 7.2, which states, a person shall not be proposed for election as Speaker unless the person has given a written consent to the clerk to be nominated as Speaker. It is also important to draw your attention to Standing Order 8.5 of the House, and I beg to quote, where only one person is proposed, the person shall be declared elected and conducted to the chair without any question being put. A member-elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person do take the chair of this House as Speaker, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks. Honourable members elect, I now invite nominations for the election of the Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I come under Order 8.4. Mr. Chairman, I beg to read. A member-elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as the Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person do take the chair of this House as Speaker, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks. Mr. Chairman, I move that Honourable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbe do take the chair of this House as the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Honourable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbe is a teacher, a lawyer, a politician, a statesman, a result-oriented and transformational leader. He was elected as Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic on the 7th January 2021, thus becoming the first person ever in the history of Ghana and the Parliament of Ghana to be elected to the high office of the Speaker of Parliament from a political party that is neither in government nor controls the majority of seats in Ghana's Parliament. He was called to the bar as barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Ghana in 1982 and engaged in private legal practice between 1983 and 1993. He later established a law firm in 1994 called the Law Trust. Right Honourable Speaker entered the University of Ghana in 1977 and graduated in 1980 with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Law and English. He proceeded to the Ghana School of Law in Accra,
where he was called to the bar and became a solicitor and advocate of the Supreme Court of Ghana. Honorable Babin later earned a postgraduate certificate on privatization of public utilities at the Eastern and Southern African Management Institute, Tanzania, in the year 1999. He also has an executive master's in governance and leadership from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, JIMPA. Right Honorable Bagbin entered Parliament on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress in 1993. He won 7 consecutive parliamentary elections. He was Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker decided not to contest as a Member of Parliament at the end of his term of the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic in the year 2021. He was elected Speaker of Parliament of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Within these years, spanning some 28 good years, Honorable Alban Kingsford Bagbin served on various parliamentary committees and chaired several of them. He served as the minority leader from January 2001, a position he held for 8 good years until he transitioned to the majority leader and leader of government business in the year 2009. Honorable Bagbin again served as the Minister of Water Resources, Works and Housing, and later the Minister of Health between 2010 and 2013. In 2014, he returned to the House as the majority leader and leader of government business for the second time. He was elected the second Deputy Speaker in January 2017 for the duration of the 7th Parliament. He was a member of the task force responsible for the President of Ghana's priority project in health, education and transport from 2013 to 2017, famously referred to by Ghanaians as the 3 wise men. Right Honorable Speaker also served and continues to serve on several boards and international organizations. This includes, currently is the chairman of the Parliamentary Service Board of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana that dissolved today. He was a member of the Parliamentary Service Board for the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th Parliament, and he was also in attendance as a member of the Parliamentary Service Board for the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. He was a member of the African, Caribbean, Pacific and European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, the ACPEU, at Belgium between 2013 and 2015. He was again a member of the International Council for Parliamentarians for Global Action. He is again the founding member, Global Organization for Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC, between 2004 and 2014. He was a member of Parliamentarians for Global Action, again between 1994 to 2017. He was the Vice President of CPA between 2021 to 2022. Currently the President, Conference of Speakers and President of African Legislatures. He's a member, International Advisory Council for Global Governance in Washington, and a member of the International Council for Political Renewal, again in the United States, Washington. For his outstanding leadership and lifetime of dedication to public service, both in Ghana and abroad, Speaker Babin was awarded Doctor of Law Honoris Causa, LLD, by the University of Professional Studies, UPSA, in the year 2017. Right Honorable Speaker has won a significant number of international and domestic awards. He's a strong advocate for gender and social inclusion, women's rights and empowerment, and equitable representation in Parliament in all decision-making across the country and globally. He's also noted for his principled, courageous, firm decisive and resolute personality. Right Honorable Bagbin is a man of high integrity and a Democrat par excellence. Mr. Chairman, Speaker Bagbin has championed several institutional reforms and the welfare of members and the parliamentary service during his first term as Speaker. In addition to this, he is the first Speaker of this House to demystify Parliament by taking the institution to the doorsteps of the people of Ghana. He is married with 2 kids. I so move. Thank you.
Any seconder? Our minority leader?
Chairman, it is my distinct honor to rise to second this motion ably moved by my respected colleague, Dr. Kesil Atoba Forson. But before I second this motion, before I second this motion, under the rules of this House, which secondment requires that there should be no need for remarks or debate, I shall address some preliminary matters. Before, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this House is an independent constitutional body. The mandate given to us to elect a Speaker is engraved in the provisions of the Constitution, in particular Article 95 of the Constitution. The Speaker he hasn't called.
Mr. Chairman, your guidance will be needed in this matter. This is my 4th term in this House, and this is the first time in the history of this Parliament. Our standing orders are very clear. When you rise to second a motion, there must be no remark, no debate. What the minority leader, who has not told us if it is now spiritually okay for him to sit in the minority leader's chair, I don't know what his spiritual advisors are telling him now. He cannot be violently violating our standing orders with such impunity. We cannot accept it. So, Mr. Chairman, please, we invite you to ensure that this solemn occasion proceeds with respect for our Constitution and the standing orders of the House. If you have some, you call it preliminary remarks, you can do that out of the confines of the motion and secondment. You are minority leader. You are well within your right to make your preliminary remarks after. You cannot be violating our standing orders. Please, let's be careful the precedent we set. This is so bizarre. It's never been seen in this House. So, respected minority leader, please. And, Chair, I'm getting the impression that the clerk is allowing the minority leader to dictate the pace. Please, let's see your authority. We will not accept this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, honorable member.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Honorable members, thank you very much. The Honorable Minority Leader indicated that he is aware of the rules of engagement regarding seconding the motion nominating the Speaker. That should be without debate or remarks. And I believe the Honorable Minority Leader will do exactly so. Honorable Minority Leader, you may proceed without debate or remarks. Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I do not want to take issues with my respected colleague, Honorable Ablekuma. I will always want to respect his views. But I love debate, and I would want us to go into the issues. I kept quiet. You are impatient. I kept quiet for you. Let's have some decorum. Mr. Chairman, my practice at the bar is always a guide for me. I said I have a preliminary matter to raise. In law, Mr. Ablekuma, you pay attention. This is a matter of law. This is a matter of law. This is a matter of law. Law, pay attention. When Mr. Chairman, I said I have a preliminary matter, I meant to say that I had to deal with the preliminary matter before I get to the stage of seconding the motion. And that is allowed. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, this house is a house of rules and procedures. Mr. Chairman, before I proceed, let me put on record that the minority leader is a distinguished lawyer of repute. And indeed, Mr. Chairman, I will refer the House to the rules of this House, and specifically to Order 8, Rule 4. And Mr. Chairman did refer to it, which reads, with your permission, and I quote, that a member-elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as the Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person, quote, do take the chair of this House as Speaker, end quote, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks, end quote. Mr. Chairman, my colleague, brother and friend, the Honorable Okujeto Ablekuma, made the point rightly that in seconding the motion for somebody to take the chair, one is not entitled to make remarks or debate. But Mr. Chairman, we all heard the venerable, distinguished, astute lawyer, minority leader, Honorable Afenyo Makin, loud and clear. Mr. Chairman, he said, and I quote him, before I second the motion, and end quote, before I second the motion. Mr. Chairman, he had not seconded the motion. And he did go a step further
Mr. Chairman, he did go a step further to say, before I second the motion, I would like to make some preliminary points. And so, Mr. Chairman, I will pardon my friend and brother, the Honorable Kujitu Ablekuma. He is not a lawyer. And therefore, by a basic rule, Mr. Chairman, by a basic rule or canon of interpretation, even a lay person will appreciate that the distinguished minority leader is yet to second the motion, and therefore he's entitled to make the preliminary points he sought to make. So let the minority leader make those points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, we shall proceed with seconding of the motion. And honorable minority leader, please proceed. Brevity is the rules of the game.
Mr. Chairman,
Roxy, sit down.
Mr. Chairman, to rise to second a motion is a voluntary act. If he's not interested in seconding the motion, he should sit down. I rise to second the motion. The motion is therefore seconded. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, minority leader, just a minute. Would you kindly resume yourself, minority leader? Minority leader, I'll give you the floor. All right. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. The honorable minority leader was on the floor before the other honorable member interjected. The rules of the House, honorable members, honorable minority leader, please continue with the seconding of the motion. Please second the motion. Please second the motion.
Mr. Chairman, our Constitution, Article 95, provides that there shall be a Speaker who shall be elected by members of Parliament from among persons who are members of Parliament or who are qualified to be elected as members of Parliament. Mr. Chairman, I have in my hand a statement issued by the office of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, titled President-elect Mandate NDC Parliamentary Leadership to nominate Right Honorable ASK Bagbin as Speaker of 9th Parliament. It reads, the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has in consultation with the National Executive and Parliamentary leadership of National Democratic Congress mandated the nomination
Mr. Chairman
of the Right Honorable Abansuman Kingsford Babi as Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this letter is signed by Mr. Felix Ofosu, Pachi Ofosu, as Special Aide. Chairman, the the preliminary issue I'm raising is to the effect that the nomination
Mr. Chairman,
only requires the consent
where from
of
that
the
letter?
person to be nominated.
Where from that letter? That letter, where is it from?
Situation where
it must not be tolerated.
That the executive now directs that a member to nominate would make this arm of government
House of Records.
an appendage of the executive. Mr. Chairman,
no, where from that letter?
Is the objection that I have. Having made that point,
where from that letter?
I need, Mr. Chairman, to also draw your attention.
You see, Sammy,
to the fact
you
that
have been vindicated.
In 2001, 7 January, when Right Honorable himself, as minority leader, was seconding the motion ably moved by J.H. Mensah for consideration of Alajete as the speaker. These were his observations, and I read from column 4 of the Hansard of 7 January 2001. I quote, ASK Bagwin, NDC, Nadole North, as he then was. He says, Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the motion urging this House to accept the nomination of Mr. Peter Alajete as Speaker of the 3rd Parliament of the 4th Republic. He goes on to say, Mr. Chairman, in doing so, however, I would want to register the displeasure of the minority side on how this issue has been handled. Mr. Chairman, it is part of the rules of democracy for us to be heard. I am not opposed to the motion, but my concerns must register for Hansard. And the man that we are proposing for the high office of Speaker himself has set a precedence where in seconding Alajete, the chair allowed him to raise his concerns. Let us tolerate each other. I am here with his own records. Mr. Chair, my contention basically is that in view of the improper consultation, from the majority side in this matter, and in view of the fact that, Mr. Speaker, the executive in a public statement is directing the honorable majority leader to nominate a person. I hold the view that
honorable minority leader.
No, I have to come in. There is no any executive.
Honorable minority leader.
There is no any executive.
Minority leader. Honorable minority leader.
There is no any executive.
Honorable minority
Which
leader.
executive?
Honorable minority leader.
There is no executive.
Recognize honorable members' intents. But let me make a point. Honorable minority, I am the chair of this proceedings. Let me make my point. Honorable minority leader, there are extraneous matters which I believe should not be part of this process. You were to second the motion. The other information you were tendering, the other information you were providing is not an information which is before this House. It is not part of the process for consideration for nomination of the Speaker. So, in seconding the motion, these matters ought not to have been brought to the floor of the House. Let me make that point. In doing so, I recognize Honorable Muntaka. Please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Chair, ordinarily I would not have reason to speak, but because we have rules and you have
a leader grossly abusing it, I need to draw his attention. Aside Order 7, I want to refer the minority leader to our standing orders 11510. And in 11510, it says, and I read, under rules of debate, and I read, a member seconding the motion or an amendment shall state, Mr. or Madam Speaker, I beg to second the motion or amendment, except that this may be without limiting the right of the member to speak later at a later stage within the debate. Most importantly, Mr. Chair, 11, it says, a mover of a motion or amendment may speak in support of the motion, but subject to these orders, no further, and that's where the emphasis is, no further debate is allowed until the motion or amendment has been seconded. So while you are saying, yes, it's within your right as a member, and even when you go to Order 8, after seconding and the motion is taken, before the Speaker is called to take the chair, the standing order allows a member to get up and make other comments before that chair. So all we are saying is that in what you are doing, you are abusing the rules. You can second the motion, let the motion pass. If you have something to say, you get up and you cut out the chair, and then you will be allowed to speak. So with this, you are abusing our rules, and we need to draw your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Minority Leader, I take it that you have seconded the motion. If you haven't seconded the motion, Honorable Minority Leader, you will second the motion. You will not proceed on any other matter apart from seconding the motion. So long as I remain the chair of these proceedings, you will not do any other thing apart from seconding the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I have heard Honorable Muntaka. I disagree with him, but I'll reserve that for another day. Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect to you, Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect to you, a preliminary matter is a preliminary matter. Having raised them, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, having raised them, I shall proceed, therefore, to second the motion moved by my legislator colleague.
All right. The motion for the nomination for consideration for election to the office of the Speaker has been moved and ably seconded. Earlier, I drew attention to the relevant provisions of the standing orders, which requires a consent letter from the person nominated. Let me indicate, I have in my hand a consent letter addressed to the Clerk to Parliament, Parliamental Accra. Attention, Mr. Ebenezer Ahuma Jetro. Written consent to be nominated as the Speaker. Pursuant to Order 7.2 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, I hereby consent to be nominated to be elected as the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Your cooperation is highly solicited. Signed, Right Honorable Aban Sumana Kingsford Bagby. So we have the consent letter. Having secured the consent letter, yes, it is appropriately tabled. It is appropriately tabled. Yes, together. Yes, together with all. Yes. All right. Thank you very much, honorable members. At this time, I want to find out, is there any other nomination? No. All right.
Mr. Chairman, in response to your question, our side has no other nomination. Just for the record, we do not have any other. Why are you scared? You think we want to pull a fast one on you? Why are you scared? Mr. Speaker, why are they scared? We are not pulling a fast one on you. We will not. Are you sure you don't have any other nomination yourself? Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from our side. Mr. Chairman, have patience for the process. Our side, the MPP minority, has no other nomination. But we want to find out from the backbench whether they have any other nomination. They should tell us. Whether they are only relying on the president-elect's nomination or they have another one. They should let us know.
There be no other nomination. I hereby duly declare Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin as having been elected proceedings. Will you humbly resume your seat? All members, please resume your seats. Now, we will invite the sponsors to conduct Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin to the chamber. Sumana Kingsford Bagbin is being conducted into the House. I shall invite the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Justice Tokonu, to proceed to the days for the administration of oath.
Ladyship, the Chief Justice, to administer the oaths of allegiance and the oath of office of the Speaker to the Speaker-elect. Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, may proceed to the days for the administration of the oaths.
Speaker, we will start with the oath of allegiance. You can say after me.
I, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagui,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Republic of Ghana
to the Republic of Ghana
as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. Now we will have the Speaker's oath.
I, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagui,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold the integrity.
That I will uphold the integrity.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
That I will faithfully.
That I will faithfully.
And conscientiously.
And conscientiously.
Discharge my duties.
Discharge my duties.
As Speaker of Parliament.
As Speaker of Parliament.
And that I will uphold.
And that I will uphold.
Preserve.
Protect.
And defend.
The
Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
And that I will. Do right. To all manner of persons. In accordance. With the Constitution of
Ghana.
And the laws. And conventions. Of Parliament. Without fear. Or favor. Affection. Or ill will. So help me God. Are you cool?
Honorable members, order, order. Honorable members, it's now time for us to move to item 5 on the order paper. Right Honorable Speaker delivers acceptance speech. Honorable members, I proceed to deliver my acceptance speech. Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, Justice Mrs. Gertrude Araba Isaba Saki Tokunu, Honorable Members of Parliament elect, Your Excellencies, Speakers and Presidents of legislatures present. I'm aware we have a number of them with us today. Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps present, our most revered spiritual and traditional leaders of the country, chairmen and executives of political parties present, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great humility that I accept the high and privileged office of the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana, having had the same honor to be Speaker of the 8th Parliament. I am grateful to the Almighty God for his grace and mercies for me to achieve this rare feat. To him be all the praise and honor. Honorable members of Parliament elect, I am very grateful for the privilege and confidence you have reposed in me to be Speaker and to head this honorable House once more. I also express my gratitude to the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for the trust and confidence in me and my leadership of the House, and for recommending my candidature in consultation with the leadership of the great National Democratic Congress to be elected Speaker of this Parliament. I came to the Speaker of the 8th Parliament with my experience as the longest legislator of the House. I now come to the 9th Parliament with just not that background, but now with the experience of 4 years of speakership of a very difficult hung parliament. I promise to bring all these experiences to bear in guiding this House to perform its mandate with efficiency, diligence, and above all, with a sense of being the bulwark of democracy in Ghana. To the good people of Ghana who continue to hope for a better Ghana, I urge you to support your Parliament and be interested and engaged with the work of Parliament. As the standard orders of Parliament direct, after we have performed this duty of electing me as the Speaker of Parliament, I will have the singular honor and duty to also proceed to perform the other duties imposed by the standing orders of the House. That is, to swear in the members elect and proceed to supervise the election of 2 deputy speakers of the House. Once again, I am very grateful for this great honor. I thank you so much. Honorable members, we now proceed to item 6 on the order paper, taking of oaths.
We do know that the ninth Parliament is in full force, in full session now. Speaker Bagbin has taken his seat. We can confidently say that he has broken the fall because he is perhaps the second speaker to have had an opportunity to break the fall. Let's go back to Parliament.
Have moved out of the chamber, and if you are not sworn in, you remain member-elect.
Also live on 3FM 92.7, your urban lifestyle radio. Speaker Bagbin obviously not happy that some members of parliament who are yet to be sworn in, members of parliament elect, I should say, who are yet to be sworn in, have gone outside the chamber, and he has registered his resentment and asked that they be brought in. Well, go back to Parliament.
I swear you in, is proper. I draw your attention to the presence of some important dignitaries in the House. We have the spouse of the Chief Justice of us, Mr. Francis Tokonu. Apart from my spouse, Madam Alice Ajua Yunus. We also have His Excellency Adama Bitogo, Président Assemblée Nationale de Côte d'Ivoire. As you know, he's a very dear friend and brother of mine. You are most welcome. We also have the Right Honorable Nagbekun, Speaker of the Liberian House of Representatives. We have His Excellency Fortune Zifamia Cherubira, Speaker of the Pan-African Parliament. We have Honorable Ajaratu Traore Coulibaly, Second Deputy Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament. We have the Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia. Ably supported by the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress in the person of Honorable Fifi Fiavi Kweti. We have the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Information, Broadcasting, Cultural Affairs and Tourism Committee, and also the Vice Chairman of the Maritime Committee in the person of Senate Abraham Darius Dillon. I'm sure you can see the galaxy of our kings, our queens, our queen mothers in the public gallery. And I see your lovely, the term I use here is spouses of members of parliament. And those who actually lead us spiritually. We have a lot of religious leaders with us. So those of you who go quoting the holy books, whether the Holy Quran or the Holy Bible, please kindly take note and don't mislead when you are quoting. We have a number of the members of the diplomatic corps with us. On your behalf, I warmly welcome all of you. Now I can see that all members are present. Honorable members, members-elect actually, in accordance with Article 100 of the 1992 Constitution and Order 13.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, I shall proceed to administer the oaths to you, members-elect, and you may swear on the Bible, the crucifix, or the Holy Quran. Alternatively, a member-elect may make and subscribe to a solemn affirmation. May I now kindly request members-elect to rise in their seats. I intend to commence with the oath of allegiance. Honorable members-elect, you shall repeat after me. I do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. We shall now proceed to the oath of a member of Parliament. And once again, you repeat after me. I, having been elected a member of Parliament, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a Member of Parliament. So help me God. Honourable members, you may now resume your seats.
Benefit of our listeners on 3FM 92.7. The members of parliament are done taking their oath and presently are congratulating each other, shaking hands and extending warm regards to themselves. I'm sure at this point, once proceedings are done here, the Speaker would have to adjourn sitting, and then hopefully tomorrow morning by 10 a.m. I'll go back to Parliament. Speaker has something to say.
Resume your seats. Please resume your seats. Honourable members, resume your seats. Honourable members, before I congratulate all of you on the assumption of office as members of Parliament, it is important I remind you of the crucial role of political leadership in development. Honourable members, it is very important for you to keep uppermost in your mind the crucial role of political leadership in the process of national development. Society develops or fails to develop depending on the extent to which its political leadership is intelligent, creative, skillful, committed, and has the capacity to enlist support, induce loyalty, and to inspire confidence. Today, we are now the political leaders of Ghana. And this onerous responsibility rests over us. I know together we can do it. We have no alternative than to coalesce together to develop Ghana. With this, I thank you for your patience and attention. I will, on behalf of your constituents, the good people of Ghana, and our beloved Mother Ghana, congratulate you all for this achievement. I'm aware of what you went through before you got elected to this house. And I trust that you will not abuse the trust and confidence of the people. With this, honorable members, you are all to sign the oaths and submit the signed copies to the Marshal. Please, you can do that now or later. Honorable members, happily, your new standing orders is in print, and you'll be giving copies soon. May I now have the guidance of the leadership of the House, whether there's any more item for us to take, or we should call it a ninth. Majority Leader and Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may we please proceed to item 7. The House elect deputy speakers. Item 7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, is that the sense of the House? We shall now proceed to item 6 to elect the 2 deputy speakers of the House. Any nominations?
Right, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Article 96 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and the Standing Order 12 of this House, I hereby nominate Honorable Bernard Ahiafo for consideration by this August House as the first Deputy Speaker of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafo is a distinguished lawyer with 23 years of experience at the bar. He is currently an NDC Member of Parliament for Akachi South constituency. In the 8th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, he was a respected ranking member for Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafo comes from Atijive in the Akachi South municipality in the Volta region. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafo was born on the 6th day of February 1973, so he's over 52 years today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Right, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Member of Adaku, Honorable Kwame Abuja. I so move.
I hope, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I hope this time around there will be no theatrics, and so I'll proceed. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. I proceed to put the question. Honorable members, can you hear me? Honorable members, there being no other nomination, I proceed to declare Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, Member of Parliament for Akachi South constituency, duly elected as the first Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana.
That's why they eat it's the same way. You should find it. I am on the top of the show. I don't think I put no chance at all.
Honorable members, may we now proceed to the election of the second Deputy Speaker. Any nomination? Yes.
Speaker, I rise with respect to nominate the Honorable Andrew Esiama Amuako for the position of the second Deputy Speaker. Speaker, the Honorable Amuako Esiama is a respected surveyor, a lawyer, an educationist, and to top it up, a politician. In environmental law, degree in conflict, peace and security. He also holds a bachelor's degree in land economy and law. Speaker, the Honorable Esiama is proudly married with 5 children. All of us, most of us in this chamber can testify that in the 8th Parliament, the Honorable Esiama has played the role of deputizing you on many occasions, especially occasions where the House has come to some form of tension. He has dispensed his job and himself creditably. Speaker, let me also say that I have in my hands a letter of consent of the nominee. And so I shall rely on this, and without adding more, I so move. Speaker, I'm grateful.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, having regard to Article 96(1)(b) of the 1992 Constitution, noting the election of the first Deputy Speaker from the NDC party, I beg to second the motion. Thank you.
There being no other nomination, I proceed to declare Honorable Esiama Andrew Amuako, Member of Parliament for Formina constituency, duly elected as the second Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Honorable members. Honorable members, this is the first sitting of the first meeting of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. So I understand, but let it be known that it's unparliamentary to clap in plenary sessions of this House. You don't clap. You say, yeah, yeah. You have to control your emotions. It's a learning process, and so it's important I draw your attention. Let me now happily bring to your attention that the people who made me possible to get to these heights have come in their numbers from the beautiful constituency, the Nadolu-Kaleo constituency in the Upper West region. And so I have a number of my hard-working constituents at the public gallery. I think it's important you thank them on my behalf for what they've done for all these years. I'm extremely grateful to all of them. Now, with your kind indulgence, I will proceed to suspend the sitting of the House to 10 in the forenoon, when we shall all reconvene at the Independence Square for another important activity. Honorable members are expected to be seated by 9 in the forenoon. Proceedings will commence at 10 prompt. With this, the sitting Honorable members, I've been given further information that in view of the numbers expected at the Independence Square, you are all urged to convene in the presence of Parliament, where there will be some buses to convey you to the venue, that is the Independence Square. And so you are expected to be here before the 9 in the forenoon. Please, let's be time conscious in this matter. With this, I proceed to suspend the sitting, and that is the first sitting of the first meeting of the first session of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. The House and sitting is accordingly suspended.
Take everything. For you. No, we are going to do this.
And there you have it. So the first meeting of the first session, the first sitting of Parliament, done. And we do know that the proceedings will continue tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. at the Independence Square, Black Star Square. We have taken you around the place, how ready it is and fit for purpose for tomorrow's activity. We do understand that over 20 head of states from across the world have indicated their commitment to be present. In fact, some of them are already in the country as we speak, and they will all be there to grace the occasion as President-elect of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama, gets sworn in by the Chief Justice, her Ladyship Justice Tokonu. Also, we will have some conversations here with our panelists who have joined us in studio. Mr. Samuel Bing of the Parliamentary Network Africa, also lawyer Inauguration Hussein, a former member of Parliament for Tamale Central, former minister for the Lands and Natural Resources Ministry, also former information minister, former MP for Ablekuma South, a renowned journalist and media personality and consultant, also the Noya Manche of one of our key constituencies and key societies in the Greater Accra region. Also with him, lawyer Kwame Jantua, a respected lawyer and a regular on this platform. They will be interacting with Judith Brown and to get you some details. We'll also be taking you through some of the information that we have regarding some of the persons who have had the privilege of becoming speakers of Parliament of the Republic of Ghana since we started the 1992 dispensation. That's the fourth Republican dispensation, which has been most enduring, if you ask me. If you look at a comparative analysis from the 1957s down the way to 2025, you will know that the Fourth Republic has stood the test of time. We'll get into it. Plus, we'll tell you what exactly will be happening, a blow-by-blow account of what will be happening tomorrow. We'll give you some interesting insights as well on what to look out for and what to consider on your election command center. My name is John Hughes, and Helen Apiampofo is joining us. Hello, Helen.
Hello,
you
Johnny.
You enjoyed proceedings, right?
I enjoyed it. Team No Sleep is back at the helm of affairs. And just like that, the 9th Parliament has been birthed. We thought this day would never come, but here it is. With all the different elements that we've got to look forward to, well, it's here now. It's here now.
And just so you know, Judith is also seated with her guests, and we'll get straight to the conversations with them. Two former members of Parliament. There's one young chap who used to report from Parliament. Now he leads a civil society organization looking at the work of parliaments across Africa. And then there is a renowned lawyer who also has an interest in the development of his country. So, Judith, over to you.
Hi, Johnny. Absolutely. Thanks so much for that introduction. You already introduced all my guests. And so let me just quickly mention their names once again. To my right, the very venerable lawyer Kwame Jantua, leading member of the CPP. Also to his right, we have Mr. Fritz Bafwo. He is the former information minister, also Lands and Natural Resources, a former member of Parliament for Ablekuma North. South, sorry. And then we have Inauguration Hussein, former member of Parliament for Tamale Central. And then we have Sami Obing as well, who is joining us. Sami is he is the Executive Director for Parliamentary Network Africa. Good morning. I almost said good evening, but good morning. Good morning. Very interesting period we've had in Parliament. I'm going to pick your preliminary thoughts on really what has happened in Parliament. And let me start from you, Lawyer Jantua. What have been your thoughts on really what has happened?
I just thought the shenanigans was too much from the minority leader. We could have gone on and, straight to it. Seconded the nomination of the speaker, and then probably made his comments later on. But he preferred to go ahead and go on and make his preliminary comments before seconding, and I thought it's just a waste of time. But at least there was no drama.
no chewing of ballot papers.
That was the mini. That was a mini drama, but hey,
yeah,
you could see that he wanted it to be put in the Hansard, so that one day, it will be quoted that he also was not in favor. And I couldn't understand why he would say that the Speaker was nominated by the President-elect. President, he is not president yet.
Not president yet.
He can't be executive.
Exactly.
He has no power whatsoever till he's sworn in as president tomorrow morning. So,
and Atufos embraces
yes,
that exact concern.
I just didn't know why he went down that route. But hey, it goes to show you how Parliament is going to be where the opposition is concerned. Where we are now, we need the cooperation of everybody to build this country back to where it's supposed to be. We have a debt of 761 billion cedis, quite a lot of money. How we're going to do it is another thing. So I hope this Parliament is not going to be as raucous as we've seen in the last Parliament. And I also hope that with the NDC's majority, they won't rubber stamp things just for rubber stamp's sake.
Exactly, and that's a conversation we'd have later on this morning.
Okay, I hope they will take into consideration the vote of the people. The vote of the people has spoken out very, very loud and clear, and they should listen. To listen for 4 years is going to be difficult for them because they can fall back into their old ways. But I hope that doesn't happen because we've got to get this country back to where it's supposed to be.
Now, so Fritz Bafwa, let's talk about what you have observed. I mean, the proceedings in Parliament today. I mean, Lawyer Janta says there was a little bit of drama. At least we didn't have the chewing of ballot papers this morning. But then, I mean, what are your thoughts, your preliminary thoughts on really what happened?
Well, I think what Lawyer Janta said was very true. I think there's a little bit of grandstanding. And I think people wanted their names in Hansard and all that, so you could see the things they were doing. But at the end of it all, we've seen a speaker elected, a deputy speaker elected, and a second without too much of a fuss. So now what we've got to look at is that they've got a lot of work to do. All right, we all know the situation we're in. We're in debt. Most of our institutions are in disarray, and it's about work. So I'm really not too enthused by the celebrative aspect of the things that we're doing now. I think that we should get together, start working very, very hard to turn this country around. It is a must. And so I'm happy that Alban is the speaker.
Yeah.
I'm happy that Bernard, who's a very, very nice young man, hardworking, and I could see him understudying Alban anytime I went to Parliament. And then also the second deputy is experienced. He's a gentleman of the highest order. So that team is now in place. Now let's see what Parliament has got to offer in return.
Right, right. Mr. Fuseni, let's talk about the speakers, as Mr. Bafwa has spoken about. Do you think that we've put together a solid team to lead Parliament?
Well, first of all, I think that it's proper for me to say good morning to my uncle. Good morning. He has roots in Dabong, and so
I see.
I need to recognize that.
He's your uncle indeed.
And then Lawyer Gentua. And my good friend Sami, for a very long time, we worked together in Parliament. Now, the speakers, no doubt, people or part of the leadership of Parliament that clearly sets a tone for the future Parliament, or for this 9th Parliament, in the sense that two of them have had experience at the helm of affairs. So we are not going to be in any doubt that they won't introduce things that will surprise us, because they know the rudiments of parliamentary practice. Anyafo, like my uncle has said, has understated many people. He's of a calm disposition. He's willing to learn. And so I would not expect surprises from him. Except that he's got to catch up very quickly, because he's going to be called every now and then to take up the mantle of steering the affairs of Parliament.
Right.
And so he needs to learn very fast. Today's proceedings, we could see some snipers of wrong-cross behavior. It didn't come out too good for us as people who have traversed the terrain of parliamentary democracy for close to 32 years or so. I thought by now we should have known that Ghanaians will want to see whether we will repeat the spectacle of the 2021 happenings in Parliament. Now, I could also see some level of indiscipline in Parliament. We should put, and that's why probably Backben said that there are things that you need to learn very fast, because you can have that. This Parliament is unlike any Parliament in the Fourth Republic. We've got a majority, an overwhelming majority, which can be oppressive.
Very true.
In fact, I mean, when it comes to the conduct of parliamentary business. And so the dynamics of Parliament will change a little. But that should put the majority on notice. In 1997, we had a similar Parliament.
133 to
67 also, yeah. And then that Parliament was very effective, and it led to Kufuor winning the next election. So they shouldn't take anything for granted. Now, for the NDC party and for the members of Parliament elected to Parliament, they should know that a heavy responsibility has been put on them. The motto of the Legon Hall of the University of Ghana is, to whom much is given, much is expected. The party has been given an enormous mandate, a mandate that can change things, a mandate that can reset this country. So they will accept no excuses in the next, from the government. And so how we conduct the business of Parliament will determine how Ghanaians will evaluate us. Now, Afenyomaken did not understand what has happened. Having been given that mandate, the business of the executive will be conducted in Parliament. If it is policy that needs legislative backing, it will be in Parliament. If it is policy that is to derive funding from the consolidated fund, it's going to be from Parliament. And so you will have to get somebody who can help the agenda of the president, the agenda of the government. And what has happened is a confirmation of the fact that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama means business. Get the speaker on your side, win his absolute confidence, and then you can push your legislative agenda forward. So I think that we are in interesting times.
Interesting. Yunusa Hussaini has been speaking to us, and you know he is a, shall I say 2 or 2.5 term member of Parliament, former.
4.
4. Oh, 4. Exactly. We're going to go to you, Samuel Bing, but we are hearing that there's some feed from Parliament. Mauna Ebeta has been speaking to some of the members of Parliament there right now in the chamber. Let's head there.
And then the rest of the action will kickstart. We are hoping and praying that God himself will give us grace to be able to go through this 9th Parliament without the rancor we saw in the 8th Parliament. With the overriding majority we have, we believe that there are so many things we can do for ourselves and for Mother Ghana. In the spiritual realm, it is believed that this is 70 years, we would clock the 70 years of Ghana becoming independent. And so, biblically, people believe that it is time for us to do a reset. And for us as a party, we agree that we want to do a reset for Ghana. And we only pray to God that He Himself will give us grace to be able to do it.
Right. Thank you very much as well, Honorable. Just briefly, in terms of your constituency as well and the expectation on you, how are you? The president said that yes, a lot of MPs, he doesn't know what he's going to do with them, and a lot of you are seeking to catch his eye, lobbying. Are you lobbying for a place as well?
I'll be glad if the president calls me in to help the executive to execute the agenda for 2025 and going forward. And I'll also do my best as a member of the 9th Parliament to do whatever I have to do at committee level on the floor of Parliament, and also keeping my responsibilities, having an oversight over the executive as well. So whether I catch the eye of the or not, I believe that I have something to offer. And whatever comes my way, I believe that I'll do it to the best of my ability. I believe in myself. I am a licensed surveyor. I'm sure the only one in the House of Parliament for the 9th Parliament. I'm an engineer, a trained one, and also an entrepreneur. I believe that I'll bring all these things on board to make sure that we get the best we can. And for my constituents, I have lived with them for quite some time. I understand their plight, the issues about the road, the issue about water, the issue about youth employment, agri, and many other things. We believe that we can do something to bring it on board. And so the challenges are there. That's why they voted for us into Parliament. And I believe that it's because they think that we are capable. That is why they did so. So I would have the opportunity to do my best by lobbying, getting them together, and making sure I inspire the youth to understand what lies ahead of us. Together we can do it for the betterment for our constituency, Southtown.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for speaking to us. Let me bring in two fresh members of Parliament as well, the Honorable Dumelo and then the Honorable Agbana as well, both joining me. Quick thoughts. First time in Parliament, would you say everything that happened today, you were expectant of it?
Yes, I mean, we sort of all knew who the Speaker was going to be. We sort of all knew who the first Deputy and second Deputy Speaker. And we knew that within 2-3 hours we should be done. And so everything was smooth. Thankfully, it wasn't like 2020.
Thankfully, it wasn't. Adam, you as well, you expected everything that happened today?
Yes, except that I thought that maybe the meeting shouldn't have dragged the way it did, especially with moving the motion to second the nomination of the Speaker. But like John said, we are learning. We came. This is our first meeting, so we were observing. At a point, as a debater, I was itching, but you know, we are now learning. We need to know the nuances of the House. We need to clearly understand the standing orders and all the philosophies and principles in a full session. So for me, it was a good learning experience, a new chapter. It felt good that I'm part of 276 people who will be directly shaping policy, directly contributing to lawmaking in this country. And I look forward to giving it my all. I believe that this Parliament is unique in many ways. For the first time, we have about 42 members of Parliament below the age of 40. It tells you that young people are heavily represented in this House. This is a big challenge for us as young people, that the voice of young people must be championed, must be echoed in this 9th Parliament. And I believe that we have a unique opportunity to deliver on that mandate. And so I'm looking forward to giving it my all.
Two quick final questions to the both of you. You've mentioned the number of young Parliament. It comes across with the concern of a lot of you freshers and how well you're going to be able to learn the ropes of Parliament as quickly as possible to be able to contribute to the business of Parliament. How are you seeking to take up this challenge, particularly on the concern of attrition in Parliament?
Well, I mean, like Adam said, we are here to learn. We don't know everything. In fact, I dare say we don't know anything at all when it comes to us being here on the first day. And so we are here to learn. We are here. We are willing to. I mean, we are going to make mistakes. We are going to be corrected, but we are definitely going to make a mark in this 9th Parliament.
And you, Adam, as well. And that's it.
I think that nobody was born a parliamentarian. All the experience, the very eloquent MPs that we respect also started someday as newcomers, as freshers. And so for me, I'm not too worried that young people have entered the house. We will certainly learn. And for me, what is even more beautiful is the fact that in the NDC, we have a very structured way of providing mentorship to the young people. So since we have been elected, many of our seniors have reached out and they are already teaching us the ropes. We have the likes of Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, the Sam George, Honorable Agboja, and many of them. At every point in time, they are reaching out to us as young people, trying to guide us, trying to shape our thinking and our behavior in the house. And so I do not think that it takes anything away from us that we are young. I believe strongly that you will see an army of young parliamentarians who will adjust quickly and contribute effectively to legislation in the House.
Adam, thank you very much and congratulations once again.
Thank you for the good work you're doing.
Always appreciate it. Let's speak to the man who also ousted, Amewu in the Hokwe constituency as well. Talk to us. How did you go about it in Hokwe?
It was a tough battle, very Herculean task, but when you set your eyes on something to do and you are committed to it, with the right people, you'll be able to. It hasn't been easy moving from Bono region straight to Volta region. That's where I come from. But I did not live my life. They're coming there to contest, and to contest no other person like John Peter Amewu, the giant in the MPP, controls the region, controls everybody. We know his kind of politics, but we were able to get him out with the right people and determination, and with the help of the Almighty.
There's a lot of expectation. Hokwe, your roads of particular interest to many of the indigents there. What's the plan for you in being able to meet those expectations, particularly with regards to matters of development? I'm
happy you made mention of the roads, because this is the same roads that the outgone MP has touted that he has completed. All our entry roads are bad. They are not much trouble. All the 3 entry roads we have. So I've discussed this with President Mahama when he came for his last campaign in Hokwe, and he has promised me that the new road minister that he will appoint is going to see to it that he get those roads constructed, because that's a major problem. Hokwe is a business town. That's the second. But all our entry roads are in deplorable state. So I can promise the people of Hokwe that in the coming days, in the coming months, within the first year, we will see transformations on our roads. Not only that, there is a serious water crisis in Hokwe, and I've made this solemn promise to the people of Hokwe that we are going to see to it that we solve it. Hokwe people, even the Hokwe Regional Hospital, in fact, Water Regional Hospital is situated in Hokwe, and water flows into their tap twice a week, a whole regional hospital. It's a problem we are facing, and it's also something that we are going to tackle. Youth unemployment is very, 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 very serious, and it's something that we are going to also handle. We've also promised we are going to establish some factories, Fodome, Alavanyo, Hokwe, Bledi, so that it will reduce the youth unemployment that we have in the.
Well, thank you and congratulations as well. Let's speak as well to Kwame Asare-Obeng as well, who has been elected. Just quickly, Honorable. Oh, fantastic. Wanting to enjoy this moment as well with his daughter. Honorable, congratulations, I believe, are in order. Your thoughts on what you've experienced today, having had the people in your constituency entrust you to lead their business in Parliament?
It's a whole new environment. I told your other colleagues that it's like my first time in secondary school, Form 1. Everything is new. So, but I'm excited to be here, to be part of the 9th Parliament, and my constituency expects that we are going to work hard for them and for Ghana as a whole.
In terms of where you decided to do business, that became a very heated subject. But when you came, I saw that you were seated behind with the NDC. What finally made you decide with the NDC?
The NPP leadership. The NPP leadership is not a serious one, and I'm making that very clear to them. They are not serious. They don't know what they're about. I think they have not gotten over the defeat that they encountered not long ago. And so I had to go where I'm wanted, where they're serious about running a country. A day after the election, Ato Forsen called me and indicated that he wanted me to caucus with them. It took a long time for the MPP to approach me through Kennedy Japan. And even when he made the approach, and when I came out and said that he had made an approach, because they are arrogant and they wanted to do it behind the scenes and put in and some deals that they were not truthful about. They came up and said that, oh, they never said that, oh, it's not true, oh, you know what I'm saying. But that's exactly what happened. And so I had to caucus with NDC. They have shown that they're serious. They have shown that they value what I do and who I am. And so you go where you are wanted.
In the look up to the 9th Parliament, what particularly are you looking forward to be able to accomplish for your constituents?
My constituents, what we are looking at achieving as parliamentarians is enacting laws for this country, basically. Unfortunately, because we go out there to campaign and make promises, we also have to look at bringing development to our people, which until we start voting for DCs, you can't take out of our mandate. And so we are going to enact the right laws for Ghana, for our constituents. We are also going to that we lobby for development for our constituency. In fact, I don't have good roads. All my roads are bad. And this is one thing that I'm looking at improving upon before I leave office as a member of Parliament of Gomua Central. There are places that lack water. There are places that lack better educational facilities. And all of these are stuff that I'm looking at improving upon before I leave.
Well, thank you. I want to leave it here. I'm sure we'll speak a lot more subsequently. That's the Honourable Kwame Asare-Obeng as well speaking to us. And so a lot more in terms of expectation. Let's speak to the Honourable there as well. Thank you very much. 9th Parliament, your expectations of it for you in the House?
To be very exciting because we have quite a number of, looking across the divide. I saw some very good people in industry that I know across various professions that I know are now in Parliament. And I was expecting that, being NDC, my party, my beloved party, being in a super majority now, I was expecting that we're just coming into the House to just railroad things very quickly and go away. But I realized that no. Some level of debate came up when the Speaker was proposed for elections. And, it wasn't a long-lasting debate, but the kind of exchanges, the words that people used and explanations that was given finally before the Speaker was given, for me tells me that we are in to actually judge or disagree to agree.
Well, you heard that. Some of the members of Parliament, newly sworn-in members of Parliament, speaking to my colleague Mauna Ebeta, who is right there in Parliament, as well as my other colleague Komla Kluche. They're there. They've been giving us all the updates as well. But we're going to go back to my panelists because Samia Bing is yet to give me really what he thought of the processes or proceedings in Parliament earlier this morning. What are your thoughts?
So first of all, I think that the matter around why this dragged has been
clearly established.
And of course compared to the fact that the suspension 4 years ago was around 10 a.m. To prepare for the continuation later in the afternoon, this was relatively shorter, 2.5 hours. But it could have been much, much shorter. And just to add the point that some of the reasons it dragged, were avoidable as it had already been said, especially comparing or pulling out from Hansard of 2001 when the standing orders at the time was different from the standing orders that is being used now, right? And
And so all of those dynamics, come to play. A check from previous standing orders shows that the addition of without remarks, is a new addition in this new standing orders. In the past, it was just without debate. But of course, with experiences of the past, Parliament thought that not only would they not allow debates at the time of seconding a motion, but also not allow any form of remarks, just so that these things can go on. But those were just in addition to the earlier points made. I think it's also commendable that the clerks at table managed things quite considerably well. It goes to show, in my opinion, the wealth of experience and expertise that the parliamentary service brings on board. Seeing Clerk Ahoma Jetro, seeing Deputy Clerk Camilo Puamang, the head of table, Ikea, and the rest of the team, manage the work quite well. Shows also that they bring on board some level of expertise that they could use to support. But for me, the biggest issues from this new parliament, and as the proceedings were going on, as somebody who works in civil society, were the demographics that it brought, or it brings, the new parliament brings. Right. While the roll was being called, we could count just about 39 women out of the 275 we have now.
Which is even a reduction from the 40. With
One would argue that because Ablekuma North, the two leading contenders are women, we're likely to have a woman from Ablekuma North joining in, which makes it 40, the same number from the previous parliament. However, this new parliament has 276, and so percentage-wise, that is a bit of a decrease for a country that has just recently passed an affirmative action law. We elected a speaker and 2 deputy speakers, all male. Of course, those 3 were to be expected, because it was predicted that we're going to have Mr. Hiafo, we're going to have the second deputy speaker, Esiama, Mr. Speaker himself. We knew their prowess have been touted by earlier speakers. But I'm bringing this point so that it draws our attention to even the need to empower our female parliamentarians when it comes to the time of appointment of committee heads. When it comes to, because you look at the front benches of both sides, it's just that single traditional one person, that is made to join the 4 male on the front benches. So bringing this point up as one that needs to be paid attention to, especially for a country that has just recently, in that same parliament, passed an affirmative action bill. The final one for me is how, like Adam mentioned, the Honorable Agbana mentioned in the interview, the young parliamentarians will play a major role in this. Having a little over 40 MPs under 40, is a significant one. In the global circles of parliaments, empowering young parliamentarians becomes a very important one, with the Interparliamentary Union, the IPU, championing, the whole issue around young parliamentarians. And we've often not had too many, of them, from the Parliament of Ghana. As an organization, we've been very interested in young parliamentarians, women parliamentarians, and that's why these matters jump up strongly to me. But by and large, I think it's a great start, and we look forward to how the 120 new members of parliament are going to be fitting in quickly.
Right. And I'm going to dwell on your comment about the young parliamentarians, because I want to come to you, Mr. Balfour. We know that, about 40 members of parliament newly elected are under 40, as he said earlier, and we've seen a number of well-experienced members of parliament like yourself and like Mr. Inusa Fuseni exiting parliament now. How do these young newly sworn-in MPs navigate through parliament, and what does this mean for the outlook of parliament in the coming days?
Well, it's interesting that they've mentioned the young people who've come into parliament, because when I came in parliament in 2009, Casal Forson, who's now the majority leader, was 28 years old. And now he, is now the majority leader from being a backbencher, and he's gone through the process. But I'm very, very supportive of young youth participation in politics, in Parliament, because this country, the demographics show that a very, very huge percentage of the population is under the age of 45. And so it's important that they should be able to fully participate in the mechanics of ruling a country. And so it's exciting for me that they've recognized their power and they're going to work together with others.
And don't you think that the fact that we've lost quite a number of experienced MPs would in any way affect the outlook of Parliament?
Oh, there's an attrition rate with Parliament because you either get defeated, you die, or you resign, or you retire, and all that. So that attrition rate is there. And naturally, when I went into Parliament, I was about, I think, 58 or something. And I left when I was 65 because I didn't believe that I had the energy to do what I wanted to do for them when I came into Parliament. So with the energy factor and the innovative aspect of youth, I think it's going to be a bonus for Parliament. And I think more young people should aspire into politics, learn and acquire the experience. Because the reason why Castle is doing so well is that he took his time and he learned at the feet of very, 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 very senior people. When I came into Parliament, I was older than my, as I call it, my nephew.
Your nephew?
I learned a lot from him because he would sit me down and talk. Because in Parliament, you have to learn. You have to learn by interacting with others who have been there from both sides of the political divide. So it's an important factor. So in reality, I believe that it's a good thing and more should happen that way.
What about you, Lawyer Janta? Because I quite remember that during the election you mentioned the fact that they have a whole lot to read I mean, young and newly sworn-in members of Parliament. So what are your thoughts on this as well?
Look, Judith, if you're going to get the two sides, women and the young people, we need to be deliberate. Yeah. We have to be deliberate. Political parties, with the passing of the Affirmative Action Act, should be deliberate in putting women in constituencies and to stand for Parliament. They shouldn't wait for the women to come up. They should make places for women. So, how many women are in political parties? Even if you take 10 constituencies, just give it to women. Deliberate and make sure they get into Parliament. With the youth, I don't think Parliament should be the learning school for the youth coming into Parliament. What should happen? Political parties should have a training ground for those youth who want to go into Parliament. And that training ground teaches them the rudiments of Parliament, what it means to be a parliamentarian. When you go to the UK, you have Labour, you have the Tories, who have training grounds for young people who want to get into Parliament. So when governments change and they change the people who come into Parliament, they are not coming to learn because they've already gone through some training. And yes, there are certain things they will learn, but they pick up quite fast. Remember, the youth who are in Parliament today, they are backbenchers. How long did it take her to force in? 2009 to 2024. How many years is that? 16, 17 years. Is that appropriate? Because very soon you realize that all the old ones have died out and the youth coming in might not have people to usher them through. So we should be very deliberate on how we get the youth in, how we get women in. I believe more women in Parliament would help break that balance of where men want to always show their power.
But doesn't the affirmative action bill that has been passed as now law, doesn't it solve this issue of the number of women that are in Parliament?
If I may interject, sorry, but the thing is, it is because the political parties themselves have not made it something that is mandatory for them to bring women on board as part of the political process. I mean, a deliberate process, as he said. And that is a problem. Because, you know, I've always maintained that a country that doesn't have active participation of women in the social dynamics is doomed to fail. And I've traveled around in war-torn zones and found out the problem is the absence of women in the body politic. So what he's saying is right. But I'm saying that the political parties themselves have got to prepare their people, as he said, for parliament and for political activity. He mentioned the Labour Party and the Conservative Party. They have in the UK young Conservatives, yes, and they have the young Labour, and they go through the processes. But we don't have that system. All right, we don't have that system. The NDC has tried to set up an institute, and I've thought of that institute, and the emphasis is not too much on the training, because most of the young people too are very ambitious. So they believe that they don't have to go through that process, because most of them are kind of out of universities, and they think that the learning curve is not that necessary for them. Over to you. Sorry.
But that learning curve is very, very necessary. It's unfortunate, because when you look at political parties in this country,
right,
I reckon it's only the CPP who has been able to get women in there. We've had a chairman who's a woman. We've had a parliamentarian who's a woman. We've had a general secretary who's a woman. We've had a flag bearer who's a woman. If for nothing at all, you're trying. Other parties should be able to do that. But
even with this makeup, with the chairman, flag bearer, all that being a woman, we've seen that the party has gone down the drain.
It's unfortunate that that has happened, but that's a different discussion that we need to have. How, for me, to bring the Nkrumah's groupings back in. But we don't find it difficult putting women in the forefront. That's the point I want to make.
But the NDC, sorry to interject, but the NDC has now elected, I mean, the people have now elected the first female vice president from the NDC. She's going to be sworn in tomorrow at the Independence Square. Isn't this a good start?
It is a good start, but do you know what it took?
Sorry, I said I said tomorrow is today.
Yeah, it's a good start, but do you know what it took? It took John Mahama to put his foot down to indicate that I'm sticking with this woman. It took him. A lot of NDC members weren't in favor of the second coming of Nana Jane. But he put his foot down. And remember, and I keep saying, and everybody should realize, this is a people's vote. This is a people's vote. And they have the responsibility to make sure that they are able to execute the mandate according to the people's vote. I said in the other thread that if, and I can see it coming clearly, if it so happens, 2.5 years into the reign of President Mahama, if the youth realize the old things continue to go on, they will bring this country to a standstill. And so for me, the most important thing is communication and transparency. From the word go, things should change. Things in Parliament should change. With this mass majority they've had, things should be able to change. We can't do the same old things that we are used to. Parliament should be able to communicate and communicate effectively. A walkout by the MPP in Parliament will do nothing because of the majority. And because of that, the NDC should be able to communicate and communicate effectively with the things they are doing. If they don't communicate, Then the media, they have a huge role to play. You media people, huge role to play in that wedge if communication isn't coming. We don't expect you to be interviewing President Mahama and the type of questions you're asking makes no effect, has no effect on the people. You've got to be able to ask the hard questions for the people to understand if it is not coming out from the government. My brother...
before you move on to your brother, is it not Parliament's primary job to hold the executive accountable?
Have we seen it?
But it is their job.
Have we seen it? Let me tell you something. Speaker Babin, he has been able to make sure he defends Parliament and defends Parliament at all times, whether it's NDC or MPP. That has been one of his strengths. Compare him to Speaker Okoye.
But to what effect?
Look at what has happened. Look at what has happened. Look at the fact that he's been able, if for nothing at all, people to understand this book. For me, that is one thing about the past Parliament. Ghanaians have been able to understand the Constitution because the references to the Constitution has been more in the past Parliament than any other Parliament.
And shouldn't that be the reason why this pressure of that sort of transparency should be put on Parliament? I mean, the media also has a role to play, but isn't it Parliament's
It shouldn't be put on
primary
Parliament
role?
alone. It should put on all the arms of government. The people need to hear what government is doing. The people no more will come and tell us, oh, the president is traveling by jet because what? He can't travel by what?
Sure.
The finance minister has gone for X number of bonds to what? Support the city. When, if the policies are strong enough to be able to create situations where you can add value, export, and get more revenue in. We have discovered oil onshore, and that oil onshore, politicians seem to be taking it over, or foreigners are coming in, when Ghanaians should be the ones who take, the helm of affairs. If things don't turn, and it's not done right, and the people don't seem to see that, yes, things are changing, it's going to be difficult.
Now we'll talk about, President-elect John Dramani Mahama's 120 days initiative soon. But first, let me come to you, Mr. Fuseni. Don't you think that, judging from what Lawyer Janto and Mr. Fritz Boafo have said, Parliament should sort of set up an institution to sort of train persons who want to be parliamentarians so that we bridge this gap of experienced, non-experienced parliamentarians that is currently the situation? Because we know that it will get to a time where we'll see more young people in Parliament and the experienced one leaving with the example of Atu Forson, took him 17 years. Will we really have that time frame for these new parliamentarians that are in?
Well, let me put it this way. I think Parliament itself is a training institution. And it depends on who enters Parliament and with what intentions that person has entered Parliament. Now, if we look at Parliament, the configuration of Parliament, from 1992, there has been changes. Okay? Now, and Parliament itself continuously throws up new young people. Okay? Okudjatu, when he came to Parliament, they just completed national service. But look at what he's done.
But you see, let me cut in there because let me ask you, because we know that the criteria to be a parliamentarian per the law is basically, it doesn't even ask for a criminal record, just you being 21 years of age.
There's criminal record.
There's a criminal record, yes. There's 21 years, there's you being of sound mind. The issue of training, the educational background really doesn't come to play as regards to requirements. And so, how does this play out in what you're saying?
But your major when he became Prime Minister of Britain did not have a university.
Shouldn't it be changed? Because you say for yourself that Parliament is a training ground.
Yes.
Don't you need some form of education?
And I'll give you another example. He was there. We were in Parliament with Dominic Azuma.
Yeah. Azimbe.
Azimbe. What was his educational level?
Yeah.
But he was the master on standing orders.
And local government.
And local government.
How long did it take him?
No. So that's what I say. Parliament itself is a training ground.
Yes, I understand.
Now, but you see what is happening? What we need to interrogate, and I agree with them, that we need to interrogate why women are not getting into Parliament.
Yeah.
That one I agree. Because if you look at the population of Ghana, women are more than men. Why are they not taking that advantage of their numerical strength to send women to Parliament? We need to interrogate that. So maybe it requires some deliberateness. Okay? But I can understand why young people are getting to Parliament. Again, Ghana's population is a youthful population.
Very.
And they are restless. They simply cannot understand why their future is being toyed with. So they are prepared to repose their confidence in people of their same age to go to Parliament, to represent their vision. I can tell you that in the 2028 Parliament, more young people are going to get into Parliament. Because the young people simply want their voices heard. Okay? So I don't have any difficulty getting young people go. Haruna Idrisu, when he went to Parliament, how many years was he?
24.
When, I'm here for himself now, first deputy speaker, when he got to Parliament, how many years? So I can give you many examples.
But you see, it still goes back. You say it's a training institute, but I still want to ask whether Parliament should be able to set up an institution, because let's take.
There is. They've done it now.
There is
a Parliamentary Institute.
And what institution is that?
Except that the focus at the training institute is more on members of Parliament once they've gotten there. Staff of Parliament, and what have you.
So I am asking for an institute that would be there for persons who want to become parliamentarians. Because, you know, when the people give you the mandate and you are given that mandate, they are not waiting for you to now learn. They are expecting you to do the job.
But the onus should be of the
lobby for them, work for them.
It's the political party.
So you believe that onus should lie
on the
political party?
Yes. But again,
Okay,
in a democracy, you don't want to put entry barriers. You don't want it.
Yes.
Because that can be interpreted to mean excluding some people from the political process.
But
so it's a balance.
But don't you think education is a very important barrier? Because even with someone like Okudzeto Ablekuma, I mean, he was NUC's president during his time. JRSRC, he has that. I mean, Legon SRC as well, he did that as well. We have other members of Parliament, Arnaud Dompre. He was also the NUC's president during his time. Even Edam Agbana, who is now in as an MP, was a former SRC president for UG. All these things have a form of, I mean, all these people have some form of education, some training with regards to leading people. Isn't it important?
Kwame Nkrumah became what he was because of the youth. Now, what had happened was that after the war, when the ex-servicemen came back, they went straight back into the villages and they raised the awareness of the youth. And if it wasn't for the youth, Kwame Nkrumah would never have happened.
The CYOs.
The CYO was the Convention Youth Organization, which then became the Convention People's Party.
Again,
so the youth themselves have their way of getting themselves prepared for political duty. And as I am saying right now, if it wasn't for the youth, we're going to have only the ratepayers voting. If you don't pay your taxes or you don't have a house, you can't vote. That was what pertained before. The youth came and changed it. They brought down the voting age and everything from 51 to the present day. So they themselves have it within themselves to change things. It doesn't have to be something orchestrated by educational accomplishments and all that. It's from seeing the problems in society and adapting to mitigate them and solve the problems.
And how are the older generation
even the emergence
of
the
these
CPP
new MPs?
Was a youth revolt against an old order. You see, I mean, you need to understand that this country, and I believe and I believe seriously, that the youth will take over. Okay? And we cannot underestimate their vision for the country. And in Norway, presently, the Prime Minister is about 35 or so years. Yeah. Okay? So, my concern, actually, as a former member of parliament and as a Ghanaian, is why we are not getting women.
Yeah.
The youth will take care of themselves. And I'm sure they are going to vote their king. I participated in the elections, very actively in the 2024 elections. Our appeal was to the youth.
But let me say something. When you take my father's era, my father was one of the youngest ministers.
Yes.
However, there's a difference between his era and this era. That difference is service. They understood in that era that when you come into political, the political office, you are there to serve. People of today, the youth of today, do they understand that meaning?
They do. But they
and
check
if they do, wait, and if they do, if they do, how many of them believe that it is service? For me, that is where the onus is. We need to be able to teach anybody coming into politics that, hey, this is a service area. You come to give your own, and then after you leave, you take pride for what you've been able to do to help your people. And we see it, not even only in Ghana, in Africa, where people go in because, it's an easy place to make money. It is somewhere we can also do better for ourselves. So a lot of them don't even try to find how to work. Look, a lot of people who are in politics today do not understand what it means to run a business.
Are they not learning from those who have preceded them?
But wait.
Let lawyer make his point. But I'm asking you, lawyer, are they not learning? I mean, there's precedents. I mean, there are people before them.
Yes, I understand.
Where are they learning this money-making machine in Parliament from?
It is probably, they're looking at how governments have been run and how others have gone in and made money. Not everybody has. Not everybody has. But are you telling me that the past government, which is Nana Addo's government, people have made money? Are you telling me that? That the youth don't see politicians driving the type of cars they're driving, the kind of houses they've got. So the mentality is that there's money to be made there. Not understanding what it takes to govern.
And we've got
to be able to change that dynamic in the youth mind.
And don't you think the onus lies on, I think I should come to you, don't you think the onus lies on the experienced members of parliament to hold the hands of these young MPs to ensure that they're actually there to serve?
You see, what lawyer Gentua is alluding to is a failure of leadership and institutions. You can't justify why there is deterioration in the quality of politics and leadership presently on lack of training. It is a failure. Now, so in his father's era, there was leadership.
But they also knew.
They also knew the value.
It was a project.
No.
Ghana was a project.
Yes, but it was a project because there was leadership. There was somebody who had a vision and had to align them to his vision. But when there's total failure of leadership, you descend into what we saw. I believe that it's a human instinct, it's human nature that when people don't get punished for offenses, there's impunity.
That's true.
It means the laws aren't working.
Yeah.
Let me come to Sammy. Let me come to Sammy.
So when you justify why we should build institutions to train people on the basis of failure, I have a problem. If those institutions are working, if there's lifestyle audits of people who get into offices and make certain monies that cannot be supported by their salaries,
by their lifestyle,
and they are held responsible, people will learn from that.
Is that not why we have the declaration of assets?
Well,
we are just supposed to declare assets.
Don't even go there. Don't even go there.
Aside, and even on the earlier point, I think that it's great that we're having this discussion now. One of the things I've always maintained about women participation, youth participation in politics, in parliament particularly, is that we always pick up the conversation when the horses have already voted. So elections time, party primaries, you know, the primaries are held, fewer women are elected, then, oh, we missed an opportunity. Then we go into the elections. It reflects in the kind of parliament that we get and the women participation. We start a new 4-year tenure, and then we don't have the conversation again, and then we wait, because these things will require changes within the political parties and their structures and systems. The affirmative action law in its first schedule recommends that between 2024 and 2026, we should be moving women's participation in every aspect of our governance, economic, business and everything at about 30%. Then, of course, move it to 35% by 2028, and then, of course, the ambitious 50% by 2030. But the point is, none of these will happen if we're not deliberate about it.
That's true.
And the deliberateness starts from now. How are we asking political parties, what are you doing in line with the newly passed affirmative action bill? And that's why I'm raising the point, even with the Parliament of Ghana that passed it itself. How are we able to ask the Parliament of Ghana, of the X number of committee chairpersons and ranking members that you've got, how is that reflecting? Of course, we know the number dynamics will not allow too many people to be leaders of too many committees in Parliament. But how are we being deliberate about the low-hanging fruit so far as these things are concerned? And for me, these conversations are important. As for the youth, you asked about the opportunity to have their hands held, so that the hand-holding opportunities, so that they can be able to shine. I think that the Parliament of Ghana, just like seniors at the table, having been a bit privileged to see the works within other parliaments, has an amazing institutional arrangement that can, in the parliamentary service, that can support anyone who is willing to learn, right? And so I enter Parliament, I see that these are the officers that run the show in the place. How am I myself availing towards ensuring that I'm getting the necessary learning, knowing, being signposted to the right places to go for information, the right kinds of information to use in my research and debate? How am I also reaching out to seniors who are either in Parliament or outside of Parliament to be able to tap into their rich knowledge? One of the things that we miss out on often is that when people finish with their tenures, we tend not to make good use of them.
But are these seniors, are these experienced members of Parliament deliberately assigned by Parliament to these new MPs?
No, but that's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making, that we must be deliberate about these things. For example...
who must? Who are you asking to be deliberate?
You see, it's a collective thing. It's a collective thing. The Parliament of Ghana may not necessarily in its training institute be interested in who enters Parliament, right? Because like it indicated, it becomes a political party thing. But once you enter Parliament, how are we using the training institute to build capacity? We've had honorable members of Parliament who have led committees. They've shepherded some very tricky bills with amazing advocacy from the outside, on their neck all of the time. How are we ensuring that these people are brought back? And of course, the Parliament of Ghana has a role to play in it. In this advocacy platform we have at the moment, speaking about it, draws attention to it. But not just speaking about it, following through with it, so that we don't wait and then election 2028, we come back, we count the women numbers, and we are like, okay, here we go again.
And don't you think that the same way that members of Parliament are assigned to specific committees because of probably their expertise, Parliament should find a way to also assign these newly elected or newly sworn-in MPs,
so all of these things,
specific seniors who can help them.
All of these things comes through different modules. So, for example, in Kenya, there is the Kenyan Women Parliamentarians Association, Kenyan Young Parliamentarians Association. Very deliberate about it. It is embedded in the system. Capacity and support is provided to them. Fortunately, the Young Parliamentarians Caucus of the Parliament of Ghana has recently been revamped, so to speak, in the 8th Parliament. The Women's Caucus has also not been too good, you know, by way of mobilization. That also has been relaunched. Those of us in civil society working with members of Parliament, the Speaker's office, you know, the institution of Parliament, are trying to see how these people can be brought together, because fortunately, there are 40 women. There may be 40 women. There are just a little over 40 young people. How are we targeting these people deliberately, providing the necessary hand-holding support, and then also flying the kite, you know, on some of the achievements that they are able to make within the 4-year period, to serve as great examples for other people to know that when X woman and Y woman, because now we are running a parliament where it appears that no woman crosses the 4th term mark. You know, I don't know if because
do you has crossed the 4th?
Do is going into her 4th now. Yes, honorable deputy minority leader is also going into the 4th. What I'm saying is that they are now entering their 4th.
Cross.
Right? They are now entering their 4th. This is the first time we're having female members of parliament who are entering their 4th. I think Etiwa, Honorable Abna Asari is also entering her 4th. You know, a few of them. How are we coalescing around these people? How are we gathering the efforts that they are putting into these works that they do? And how are we showing the great work that some of them may have done to be able to serve as encouragement? So there is a lot that needs to be done. I'm only saying that this is a conversation that we need to start having now, not stop having them, because when we wait until after the party primaries, it's game over.
Judith, let me put the cat amongst the pigeons. Huh? One of the major challenges to be deliberate, especially political parties, is monocracy.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's the money. That's the elephant in the room. And a lot of women will hold back because of the monocracy. And sometimes, to get them, you've got to find the money to be able to do it, especially where political parties are concerned. I don't think it should be the responsibility of Parliament. It should be the responsibility of political parties.
That's right. Core groups.
Core groups. They have the wherewithal to have good members in Parliament. It's not, when they come into Parliament, yes, Parliament has its responsibility to make sure that they can do what they have to do. But remember, they start from the backbench. And I can bet your bottom CD, there are quite a number of people who have been in the backbench for 4 years, quite a number of people have been in the backbench for 8 years, and you don't see them on the front benches. They should be encouraging them to come forward. Look, most of these young people who have come, I would wish John Mahama would choose some of them and put them in government. Put them in the deep end and let them learn quickly. Because right now, when you look at the MPP, look at the number of parliamentarians they've got. They've got to work with that small group. That small group now has the responsibility to build the MPP back up. It ain't going to be easy.
Well, you talk about backbenchers. We've had, currently, we have Jerry Ahmed Shaibu, who is a newly elected MP for Wejabawe. He is now deputy minority chief whip. He's now been given that money. He's not a backbencher. He's new. He's never been in Parliament.
Yeah, but it's because they don't have the people.
Yes.
For the minority?
For the minority, yeah.
The people they have, how many?
Even Ablekuma, Sam George, they sort of made it quickly to the front bench.
It depends on how quick they could learn.
Yeah. But you see,
and what their focus was.
And they came as far houses before they came into Parliament. Ablekuma was a deputy minister. Sam George was a presidential aide. You understand? So they had some form of basic training before they came in.
Exactly the point.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's not the Parliament who should be doing that. It's the core groups, either the party or the groups that align themselves to political activity. They are the ones to help. So that when you go into Parliament, they polish you because you are now dealing with a certain scheme of things that is not ordinary. Because parliamentary practice is different from civil practice outside. And that is the most important thing.
And you know why
it brings me back to this issue of education.
It is important. You know why it's important not to only look at the before, but to look at the after. Because if you get a teacher who comes into Parliament for 4-8 years and no one in Parliament, and going back to teaching, what happens to that person? So it is important to make sure that the parliamentarians who come in, when they are no more there, they can go back to something useful to do. That is why it's important to make sure that the professions or careers they are in, when they now come out of Parliament, they can still go back to it. Otherwise, what happens? They try their possible best to make as much money as they can, because when they leave, they can't go back to the classroom to go and teach. The number of lawyers who have left Parliament today, they are going back to their chambers. I've spoken to quite a few of them. Oh, you know what? They're going back to our chambers. And they'll use the contacts that they have, the network that they build, to even make good the law practice that they are going into. How many career teachers who are no more in Parliament will go back to the classroom? That is another challenge. So there's quite a number of things that we need to sit down collectively and look at and start building. So that between now and the next 20 years, the kind of parliamentarians we would have are those parliamentarians who we know can do the job. And it is not just coming in there to frolic, but to do good business for the country.
Let me change the subject a bit, and I'm coming to you, Mr. Nusuf Hussaini. Quite an interesting conversation we're having here. Now, we know that all 4 independent MPs that have been sworn in are deciding to do business with the NDC side. People may argue that they have no choice, because if they really want to develop their constituencies, then it's better to do business with the majority side. But let's take A+ for one, Kwame A+, and you heard him. I'm sure you've listened to an interview with him earlier this morning.
What's his surname?
I think
he's now Asariobing.
Asariobing.
He's a parliamentarian. Use his surname.
So we have to call him by his surname. I'm sorry, Kwame Asariobing. So many make the argument that he's a bit controversial, and we've seen him say a number of things about the MPP. We heard him today. He said the MPP is not serious, in his words. And this is a party that he himself claims that important persons like Kennedy Ejapon have helped him. They are his, he's his spiritual father, he's his godfather, his mentor. He's helped him so much in his political, in the political arena. And this is the same party he's done busting openly on air. Should the NDC be worried having such an MP, doing business with their side?
First of all, you should understand that politics being a little bit controversial is good.
Yes.
It's good.
Yes.
And you don't think that, let's say there are some personal issues within them that he can bring out his...
Politics. Then the second thing is for you to know, when he was in the university, his fees were being taken care of by Ibrahim Mahama. But he's an MPP. So that should not be a criteria for determining loyalty, not so?
No. It's not really about loyalty. I feel like these are two different cases
I'm just giving you the instances. Number 3, since the beginning of the Fourth Republic, I've not seen an independent member of Parliament sit with the opposition.
Who? Samia did.
No. She decided. She said she was not going to sit with any.
But
the Parliament
she inclined herself to
MPP. Majority. But she so they gave her a seat in the middle, but she drifted towards the majority, and that was MPP. So it is the fact that power comes with some benefits. Okay, so you control the purse, because when Parliament approves the purse, you direct how the monies will be utilized. And so when you sit, Kwame Obi is talking about water and other things in his constituency. And so if he decides to sit with the opposition for 4 years, they're not going to bring any budget to Parliament.
But should this be the case?
That should be the case.
Should this be the case?
That is the case.
Not just with members of Parliament. I have personally
went to the
interviewed...
Volta region and said he was not minding the flood victims because they didn't vote for him. He went to Brown-Harford, I think Brown-Harford or somewhere again, and they repeated the same thing. That is the reality.
He's a peculiar man.
Even if it's the reality, is it a good precedent we have been setting for these years?
I remember Jerry Rawlings in 1992 doing his best to bring good roads to Ashanti.
Ashanti. Yes.
Because he said it was strategic.
Yes.
They pass through, you have to pass through Kumasi to get to the Sahel.
Yes.
So he made sure, because that was for Ghana.
Yes.
But if it's for yourself or for votes, then what he's saying is right.
Ashanti,
But should this continue?
Ashanti was strategic.
Because
for one, I mean, you had to drive through Ashanti, not so.
At the time, my father was a regional minister.
Former president,
and he worked with him.
Former President Rollins' wife.
Yes.
Is also an Ashanti.
So maybe it also has bearing on why, apart from the fact that that was a very strategic road to work on. But I'm asking this question because should this be the precedent we've been setting this precedent since, I mean, the beginning of the inception of Parliament. And even in the 8th Parliament, I've personally interviewed MPs who were for the NDC side, complaining about the fact that they are unable to get their roads fixed because, of course, they are not with the ruling government. The DCs are not working with them. They are not aligning with them. Should this go on?
Can I say something? It's also got to do with the parastatals that are responsible for the various sectors. Because if you are Ghana Highways Authority, and you allow the roads to go this way, to become derelict, then you have a problem. Because there's, you see, again, we're talking about impunity, oversight, and all these things. It's the failure of our systems that has created a situation where the onus becomes a political battle to be solved.
Yes. It's also got to do with where local government is placed.
Yes.
Local government today is in the executive. Local government should be in local government, and local government should take care of some of these things. Local government should work with parliamentarians to make sure that the common fund is used appropriately.
Use the correct word.
Today,
Decentralization.
local government
Proper
is
decentralization,
gone.
yes.
Local government is gone. Because the executive want that power. Why? Because they can twist. A country that doesn't have the kind of natural resource, the kind of resources, revenue to invest in some of these things, you must have an effective local government so that they can direct some of the things they want to do. But the president will sit in Flagstaff House and call local government and control them there. It's not possible. And it has to change. And these are some of the things President Mahama has to look at. Local government should be local government. Parliamentarians should make sure that the local government, they have the money, their fund, they should use it to target the right areas. Otherwise, they are
But
backing
who are the
against
development agents? It's the MCs, but they are not.
They are not. That's
So
what
the
I mean.
emphasis
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this is a good opportunity for Parliament with such numbers to be able to make some of the changes that we've been clamoring for. Elections of MMDCs. I think it is one of the issues that both political parties were not against, except the pathway, right? And so the 2/3 was not achieved. But now it could be achieved. If we're electing MMDCs, you know, we're hearing one of the members of Parliament in the interviews that your colleague conducted in Parliament, talking about the factories that he was going to bring to his constituency and the roads that he was going to build and the schools and the hospitals and what have you. For former members of Parliament, they certainly would see the red flag in that and notice that these are very slippery, you know, paths to take, because you may not be able to have the resources to do this. But how are we leveraging the kind of parliamentary numbers that we've got to make sure that local governance is actually sent down, you know, decentralized as was used, so that we do not have. But if it will be business as usual, even with these numbers in Parliament, even with this kind of control or the kind of changes that Parliament can bring, then, you know, it's much ado about nothing.
Right, now let's move on to the issue of John Dramani Mahama's 120 days promise.
Before we move on to that, I want to ask a question. Are we practicing strict separation of powers in our government?
No, it's a flexible. You know that.
Clearly not.
Two. I'm playing devil's advocate. Two, should we practice strict separation of powers?
Yes.
Yes.
If we should practice strict separation of powers, then let me take something Honorable Fuseni said. He said the executive needs to get the ear of the speaker to do business. Should it be so? Should it be so?
The ear of the speaker?
Yes, I believe that the executive and parliament should get the ear of the people. That is where the emphasis should be. Should get the ear of the people. Because we've seen it in past parliaments. Executive trained with legislature, and things that the people want to be done ain't done because executive are probably focusing something that will benefit them. And it has to change. Yes, I believe that we might not be able to have strict separation of powers. However, the parliament should be seen as doing its work.
But Lawyer Janta, you make the issue, the statement of strict separation of powers. You know that it is in the Constitution for the president to choose a huge number of, 50%, of his ministers from Parliament.
But that is why.
Don't you think there should be constitutional review?
That is why a 989-page constitutional review document is standing on the shelves gathering dust.
Excellent document.
And I expect President Mahama to stick, as we're going into his 120-day thing, to stick to reviewing the Constitution. Look, this Constitution hasn't been too bad. But there are certain things in there that make it difficult. I don't see how a document that is 32 years old and things have changed and we are still not reviewing it. It's a living document. As things change, the Constitution should change. Yeah, we know there are some entrenched clauses in there that will take a referendum to do. But there are some clauses in there that we can change. Look, this executive, 50% of ministers coming from Parliament. In 79, it wasn't there. In 79, in Liman's government, if you become a minister, you relinquish your parliamentary position.
But there was a problem, I'll tell you. And this is the reason why the hybrid came into being. And I have to, if you allow me to explain.
Go ahead.
When that happened, again, because our human resource base is very tiny, specialized human resource base, when in the Third Republic, when the people who were elected, who were made ministers, a lot of them were people who had lost their election. They became the ministers. They then got access to cars, to nice houses, to police guards and things like that. So those who had won, all right, I belong to the party who were saying, we won the election. We are members of Parliament. We've created the government. The ones who lost are far better off than we are. So that brought about, a problem of dissonance. And so that's why Bennett's budget failed because of resentment. All right, and so to move away from the resentment, we brought a hybrid. But at that time, our political system was not as sophisticated as it is now. So when the Constitutional Review said they should change, we should have done that. But I'm just giving you an insight into the history behind that hybrid system that we brought into place because of what happened.
So, Uncle, that history is very known to us.
Right.
But the fault line in the history is that one experience in governance should not lead you to a constitutional change.
Of course, but
it should lead to a learning experience.
That is
but
what
if one experience defines how you react to that experience in the Constitution, then you are creating a problem.
I don't agree with you at all.
The second thing is that the promise of the Constitution and the preamble, the first paragraph, this Constitution promises us prosperity and equality of opportunities. And it can only do that. I'm coming. I'm justifying what you are saying. It can only do that through institutions. Where those institutions created by the Constitution are weak, you cannot have prosperity and equality of opportunity. For instance, if Parliament is to hold the executive accountable through scrutiny and supervision, and Parliament is weak and cannot hold the executive accountable, it leads to wastage. Money that should have gone to improve upon the lives of welfare of the people will now go down the drain. Okay? So that is why those institutions, and I support him, that look, let's go to strict separation of powers. If you want to be an MP, be an MP. Yes. Yeah. If you want to be a minister, be a minister.
Simple.
If you are a minister that you are spotted, or you catch the eye of the president, and he makes you or she makes you a minister, resign your post.
Simple.
Interesting comments there. We're going to be talking soon about the 120 days promises made by John Dramani Mahama. He's about to be sworn into office this very morning at the Black Star Square. He is promising, among many others, to scrap some draconian taxes. Inclusive of that is the COVID-19 tax, the e-levy. He's also promising to, implement some of the major policies that he intends to bring about, including the no academic fee policy in the first 120 days, meaning about 4 months in office. We're going to be talking about very soon. But first, let's go to Johnny. He's standing by the magic wall. He's going to be explaining to us really what is in that 120-day promise made by John Dramani Mahama.
Thank you, Judith. Very exciting conversation you've been having with your panelists. I'm quite interested in that, strict overview of the three arms of government. And the key question I've always asked myself is that you have the leader of the government business and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs sit in cabinet. They cook their plan and they bring it, and then he comes to sit here to receive it and then to approve it. I find that system quite like a Motromo Joko Kwanansi story kind of thing, but that's not what I'm here to do. We're live on 3FM 92.7. This is your election command center. Just to guide you through the 120-day, promise that was made by John Dramani Mahama. He had said that in 120 days, after his sworn this morning at 10 a.m., well, he will kickstart his job with some 120-day promise, that an action plan, he calls it. John Mahama's 120-day. We're talking about the cabinet and appointments and government efficiency. He said he will nominate within the first 14 days and complete a list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. He also wants to constitute the leanest and most efficient government under the Fourth Republic within the first 90 days in office, and is talking about some 60 ministers. He says he wants to establish a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials. So if you are appointed by him or you work within the confines of government, there will be a strict code of conduct. Institute a government policy banning political appointees from purchasing state assets. And he wants to hold a national economic dialogue to assess the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program for the budget. Within the first 90 days also, he has promised to abolish the following taxes to alleviate hardship and reduce the cost of doing business. And what are these taxes? E-levy, the very popular one, COVID-19 levy. There's also the 10% levy on bet winnings, and then the emissions levy. All these four, interesting to know that Dr. Baumia, the NPP's candidate, had also promised to abolish them if giving the nod, but unfortunately he didn't get the nod. He had a wide gap. John Mahama says in the first 120 days he's going to do that. Review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported for industrial and agricultural purposes within the first 90 days. Also, we're talking about educational and social interventions. He wants to convene a national consultative conference on education to build consensus on sector improvement, and then also implement a no academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions, including universities, colleges of education, and nursing training institutions. Plus, he wants to introduce free tertiary education for persons with disabilities and launch the Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund. That's the Mahama Cares program. Also distribute free sanitary pads to female students in primary and secondary schools, and launch priority job creation programs in the first budget, a Jumawura program, the National Apprenticeship Program, and the 1 Million Coders Program. These are the three areas that is focusing on. And as I'm sure you know by now, Mr. Guzitano has been appointed to take charge of these areas. So just for your information. Also, he wants to commence reviewing the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvaged vehicles and support the local automotive industry at hubs such as Swami Magazine, Kokompe, and Abosokan. Also, in terms of transparency and accountability, which was a key thing that was campaigned on in 2016. He was voted against based on that. It also saw his presence in the 2020 campaign and then even more so in the 2024 elections, 1.6 million getting to 1.7 million. He says that transparency and accountability will be key to him, which is also stated and enshrined in our constitution. He says he wants to institute inquiries and/or forensic audits into matters of public interest, including collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions, National Cathedral scandal, COVID-19 expenditure, PDS, Ejapa and SML deal, Galamsey fraud and missing excavators and other high-profile scandals. You may want to call that OREAL, Operation Recover or Loot, which is being led by Samuel Okujeto Ablekuma, Martin Pebu, and some others. Also, regarding the transparency and accountability block, he wants to lay before Parliament a new bill to streamline government scholarship administration, prohibiting political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminating corruption in the award process. And I'm sure that in the last few years, you have noted how people who are well-to-do, who are connected to power, who have influence, and who are affluent as well, have actually taken from the poor what is actually supposed to help shape their mindset. So he says that's one of the promises. He wants to cut that. He also is talking about the environmental and natural resources block. He wants to ban illegal and new mining activities in forest reserves. It was a topical issue. I remember President Akufo-Addo had said that LI was going to be cancelled. Well, there's been a long hiatus in Parliament. Speaker Bagbin says he has adjourned Parliament, Senate die, and all of that, all of those conversations. But the key question that many Ghanaians are asking is, why did we first of all allow for mining to happen in forest reserves? What were we thinking? That's what the Ghanaians are asking on the local front. And by the way, we still have not solved the Galamsey problem. But he says he will ban illegal mining. Will that solve Galamsey? I don't know. Roll out the Tree for Life and Blue Water Initiative to transform degraded areas into economic and ecological recovery hubs. Also, within the security sector reforms block, he wants to commence investigations to purge state security agencies of militia and vigilante elements. And I'm sure that you know that in the dying days of the Akufo-Addo Bawumia-led government, there were reports of new recruitment, letters being given, some being backdated, etc. I'm sure this block, this angle will look at all those appointments, persons who got in there without the requisite capacity and qualifications, persons who got in there through the back door, persons who got in there promoted, juniors promoted over and above their seniors. All those conversations will happen. He talks about reopening investigations into major unresolved criminal cases, including the 2020 election killings. 8 people died there. In this current election as well, some people died. Ayawaso West Wogon by-elections, the violence, Double and his team, and also murderers of Ahmed Hussein Swale, my colleague journalist, and Silas Wolechame, who's going to get into those conversations. Also, compensation for victims of disasters. Initiates a probe into the disasters caused by VRA's spillage of the Akosombo and Pone dams. And by now, I'm sure you do know that the victims of those that spillage still are sleeping in tents. A lot more of them are sleeping in tents as we speak. Take immediate steps to compensate the flood victims in affected regions, including Volta, Eastern, Greater Accra, Oti, Bono, East, and then the Savannah regions. They get their compensation. In terms of women and economic empowerment, he wants to allocate seed money for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank. All right, and we've been told that in every single market, there's going to be a Women's Development Bank, and largely the employees of that particular Women's Development Bank will be women, female. So, Jared, there you have it. The first 120 days action plan that John Dramani Mahama has put this pressure, as has been said on the street, on himself. The question is, will he be able to fulfill it? Because usually the time frame is 100 days. What went into his 120 days, we do not know. But I'm sure that he believes that he has the men and the men have the capacity to be able to do that. Well, let's wait for the 120 days. And we start counting the 120 days from the 8th of January until the 120 days are okay and up. And then we will come back and do a fair assessment here on your election command center and ask the questions whether or not it was just hot talk, blowing hot air, or whether there was any realism to it, or whether or not we should give him a grace period because of the situation we have. So these are the three areas that perhaps we could explore in our conversations, Judith.
Absolutely, Johnny. Thanks so much for that, detailed conversation as to really what he has to do within that first 120 days. I'm going to start with you, Sami. I think Johnny asked my first question. How realistic is this?
Well, 26 items or actions on it. Johnny said we're going to start counting from January 8th. Johnny, why 8th? January 7th is day one.
Please.
No, but January 7th is actually day one.
You will not even allow him to go home and breathe.
January 7th is day one when he gets sworn in. But I think that the point really is that it's great that we are elevating our governance to some of these things. You know, clear, actionable, pointers that people can hold you to. We have 26 of them published, well published. The documents are all over the place. It was very well marketed during the period of the campaign. And now it comes to the point of executing what has been marketed. There are some of them that even within the 120 days, which is approximately 4 months, are expected to play out, in the shortest possible time. So, for example, 14 days for appointing the full cabinet, right? It is our expectation that His Excellency the President will list it. I know that it will be a very big challenge for a president who has promised a lean and efficient government, 60 ministers, has so many people in Parliament, various interests playing out all over the place to appoint these kinds of numbers. But Mr. President says 14 days. And so he has nothing more than 14 days, right? In many of the other areas also we are seeing...
Well, are you questioning the 14 days?
No, I'm saying that, I'm drawing the point to how the timelines are important, for which reason we must hold, feet to fire. Because it is important that once this is done, it elevates the conversation. So we don't have the excuses of, well, there are too many interests and we're trying to have regional balance.
Do it in the 14
exactly. But I think that it should even be announced in day 1 or 2, right?
But there's a problem.
Do you believe in that, the fact that it can be done?
The ministers, but you have to do it in consultation with the Council of State. That's part of the whole thing.
In the case of the cabinet minister?
Yes.
I thought that it's only the prior approval of Parliament, which is not really part of what he has promised. Because, of course, he cannot control when Parliament gets to provide the prior approval. But for the 14 days of listing the entire bit, that one is entirely in his hands.
Then there's also the other aspect that before you appoint a deputy minister, it has got to be with the consultation with the minister in situ.
Yes, and Honourable, I think that's the more reason why the action is specific. Nominate within the first 14 days the complete list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. So he's not talking about his entire ministers and deputy ministers, the cabinet ministers, the complete list of that. But for me, so the first point I'm making is that this elevates the conversation. It gives us something to be able to hold to. And we've seen a country where in recent times, prior to today, young people are doing artworks showing counts down to when His Excellency President Akufo-Addo should be exiting power. What it means is that the opposite is going to be true. There are going to be counts down to His Excellency the President ensuring that these 120 days, bits are met. If you look at some of the other points also, it uses some very interesting words to institute something, to launch by a certain date, to commence, to establish, bearing in mind that there are some of these things that cannot take full flight within the 120 days. But there are some, baby steps or initial steps that needs to be taken. And all of those things needs to be followed. But these would also be, if you look at all of the 26, and that would be my final point on this, it essentially summarizes everything that His Excellency the President and his NDC party promised to do, in their manifesto. So it's either starting something that they have said, initiating it, commencing it, making sure it takes effect and what have you. The steps they will be taking between now and the close of the 120 days, for me, will be a good test of whether they meant business at the time of promising these things or not. So if the president in this 26th list says that he would institute the leanest and most efficient government, within the first 90 days. And we see that His Excellency the President has announced a list of 7 people just yesterday. Yesterday. A list of 7 yesterday. Of course, we can clearly understand what the role of a chief of staff is because it's but there are some other roles also that are in there which are very much unclear. If we are instituting lean and efficient, efficiency comes to what gets measured gets done. We can only measure what we know. So how would efficiency play out for some of the other roles in there when we are not even too sure about what specifically they've been assigned or mandated to do? So in a nutshell, this is great. I really do not think that the presidency should not push at reaching these, very ambitious action plans. It is doable. Many of them are doable. Many of them can be initiated, started, and what have you. But it will also show us clearly whether the next 4 years will be made up of a government that is, biting the bullets, putting shoulders to the wheel, or a government that comes to give us multiple of excuses for one reason or the other. I mean, why one issue or the other has not been achieved.
Well, this issue of some of the policies being initiated, started, don't you think there should be a bit more clarity on that? For instance, the no academic fee policy, it's supposed to be also initiated. What does that mean? Does it mean that by the end of the 120 days, these first year students will not be paying? We want to I don't know if Inusa can explain that, because since you are a part of the party, I want to understand really what that initiation of such a policy would mean. Initiate. To start.
To begin.
The roadmap.
The roadmap.
Yes.
So probably we want to make sure that the normal Ghanaian person understands, because someone might believe that in the first 120 days.
You don't think that they understood what he said?
And especially when we have allowed it to go. Elections are over. And we have bought it.
You don't think that they understood? They understood the president perfectly. President-elect perfectly. That's why they gave him 57%.
Yes. It doesn't a free meeting. Even if we call a preliminary meeting to have a conversation about it.
No. You see, what the president has done is to elevate what normally in the American system is the question of accountability. He says that, look, these are statements of intent, and I'm promising you that I want to abide by the statement of intent within 120 days. Now, look at them. You can group them. Some of them are just changing fiscal policies. So you expect that when the budget is being drawn, the tax handles will go. That's why it's 120 days and not 100 days. Because we have been given vote on account, which is going to take 3 months. That's 90 days. Okay. And it is after the 90 days that you will have a budget. That's right. So when you are saying that you are going to repeal some fiscal policies, they can come in the budget. So within April, before April, there will be a new budget.
March.
So the tax handles will go.
So you believe that 120 was a very strategic period?
It says that, look, very strategic. Many things went into it. That we're going to convene a national forum to look at our educational system. How do we want it? And he wants all stakeholders to be part of it. How many days will it take to convene a national forum with the present state of our educational system? He says, look,
for the economic.
The people of Ghana are asking that, look, he has to go after those who have looted the country. And they're going to establish committees to be able to do that. In fact, there's a lot of thinking in that. You know, the public tribunal system is in the Constitution, but it's now defunct. Do we revive it and ensure that we can, by a constitutional, establishment or institution, we are pursuing legitimately those who have embezzled government funds? So there's the architecture which is there, okay? And I believe, and that's why he's made the appointment. Sam, look at the people he's appointed. Bunny, chief of staff. So everybody who is going to be working, including the ministers who will be appointed later on will be under the chief of staff.
Yes, that we understand. The other 6.
No, the other 6. So you get
Honorable Debra for chief of staff, but the other 6. So
you get the executive secretary to the president.
That's also very understandable.
So you get the minister, the Valerie, senior presidential advisor on governmental affairs.
But you know, Inusa, for me, it's not really about what it means.
Yeah.
Because
I like that. It's not really about what it means. So because
I still have something to ask you. What I'm going to ask, though, is the fact that President-elect, because it's not yet sworn in, President-elect George Romani Mahama has said he's going to run a lean government, 60 ministers, and, I mean, generally, a lean government. We are seeing presidential advisor responsible for 24-hour economy and accelerated export development. I don't know. Is that really necessary?
Well, I think that is a core group for planning. And as soon as the ministers are appointed, those people will either be included in the cabinet as ministers. Okay. But right now, for him to start thinking and putting his plans into action, he needs a team. And he can't do that constitutionally. I'm talking about what do you call parliamentary?
Uncle, first of all, you want a lean government.
Yeah.
You don't think you need a senior advisor on governmental affairs to help plan how you get your lean government? You don't think so? You think that the president should be left alone, fishing?
Not necessarily left.
No. So that's why he's got a team.
Yeah. Let me help you.
Help me, lawyer.
President Mahama has already started working. Okay. President Mahama knows who his cabinet ministers are going to be. He's given the country a certain set time that he cannot go over. Let me give you an example. Guzitando, what is he supposed to do?
All right. I think it's
the same
responsible for the 24-hour economy.
Exactly.
Should I refer you? Go to the 120 goals. Go to 7. Commence drafting needed legal amendments and prepare for implementing the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the president. Yeah. And then he goes on to say, establish an accelerated export development council to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. Who has he put there? It's in line with the 120. He knows.
Does that mean when the council is established, Guzi's work ceases?
It will be
exactly the question.
Of the council.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
This is under 120 days. This is under 120 days. He started working by appointing somebody.
Oh, yeah.
My only concern with that one is the legal counsel advisor. Look, if you want to make, is it Marietta Brew, Hammond, the Attorney General, let us all know that she's an Attorney General in waiting. Because if for nothing at all, she is one civil servant who is in the Constitution. Nobody will question you on that. But I don't see how you now have an advisor and you're now going to get an Attorney General. Where do you put that advisor when you now get your Attorney General? So if he's telling us that Brew is going to be our Attorney General, do it quickly. People are looking for answers.
So, you see, what you are saying is not mutually inconsistent with making Brew an Attorney General. You've just told us that Guzetano will be in charge of certain specific things promised within the 120 days.
Yes.
Within that things, what are the legal issues that will come out? Who is going to advise on those legal issues? Who is going to do that? Because we don't have an Attorney General.
I believe Lawyer Jantua was trying to say that basically they should make us understand or know ahead of time, because the Ghanaian people would ask questions. Yes. They should make us know ahead of time whether or not Marietta Brew would also be the person who represents them as Attorney General.
Especially
because
also
communicate.
Especially
communicate.
Also when President Akufo-Addo has legal counsel to the president as one of his presidential staffers, because one of the titles, consumer. still is legal until perhaps swearing in.
No, it's not longer legal.
It's no longer.
By the influction of time, the term of Nana Akufo-Addo is gone.
Legal counsel to the president is a role that currently exists in Nana Akufo-Addo's not lean, not efficient Flagstaff House.
With a bloated government.
Yes. And then we've had a new government that has come. And then this role is part of it, right? And so for me, I doubt if it really means Attorney General in waiting.
No,
I didn't say that. No, I'm saying that, yes. But of course, it's one of the things that we're all thinking about. But if we will get this and we'll get an Attorney General, then where are we on these things? Exactly.
One has to go.
For a president that has promised in point 2, lean and efficient. The others that are on the 7, and that you see, and the release also lays credence to some of these things. The release says it's titled, "President-elect makes appointment to the office of the president." So these are appointments to the office of the president. The office of the president, which makes up the bulk of the office of government machinery, which we've been talking about as one of the very bloated
But I saw
areas.
interim for one of the positions.
Only Felix has acting spokesperson to the president. Acting spokesperson to the president. The rest, chief of staff, statutory. We know.
In fact,
it's standard.
I think I should just go through it for the benefit of all of us. So we have Julius Debra, chief of staff. Then we have Dr. Callistus Mahama, executive secretary to the president. We have Prosper Douglas Bunny, head of interim security task force. Interim.
Oh,
So
interim.
he says interim.
Interim.
Dr. Valerie Sawyer, senior presidential advisor, governmental affairs. Then Augustus Guzi.
What is governmental affairs? How do you define that?
For that one is for
You see,
President
they should
Mahama.
clarify it. It makes it easier for all of us.
So Guzi Tando, as we already said, presidential advisor responsible for 24-hour economy and accelerated export development.
That is in the 120.
Marietta Ejewa Brew, legal counsel to the president of Ghana, and Honorable Felix Kwachio Fosu, who is the spokesperson to the president.
Acting spokesperson.
Acting. Okay, yes, acting spokesperson.
And remember, he's also brought out a security list.
Yes.
Which Prosper Bunny chairs.
Yes.
And perhaps that's why he is on here as
Yes.
But you see,
Head of interim
Honorable, we
security
shouldn't be
task force.
guessing these things.
Exactly.
On a panel like
Communicate.
this. In a government that is promising efficiency.
No, I believe that this is a temporary group that he's put together till he puts his permanent group into action.
So the release should have told us that.
Well, they don't have to always tell you that.
Why not?
Come on.
Why not? Look,
Especially when they've said,
especially
when they've said they're carrying the media along,
It's our
especially
job
when
to
they've said they're
conjecture.
carrying the
People
media
want to
along and they
know.
want to promote that transparency. We shouldn't give that space. They shouldn't give that space for Ghanaians to complain about a somewhat bloated government.
He's coming into office today. All right? He wants to hit the ground running. He needs a team of people to work with while he makes his permanent or he makes his statutory appointments.
Yes.
And I think that that's the role these people are playing. All right? And if you say that he has to communicate it, I think
the communication is there. The communication is there.
So will these people still be in place when the actual people are put in place?
So when the actual people, before he appoints the actual people,
Yes.
which people are going to be running?
That's fine, but we want to know whether they will still be in place when the actual people are
So
appointed.
wait until the actual people are
We don't want to
appointed.
wait. We want you to tell us.
Because you see, this list already brings to 15 the number of people that President Mahama has already named before his swearing in. You know, 3 lists are out. The first was the OREAL list, right, which had a group of people.
Those are all temporary.
They are temporary.
What I'm saying is that
they're not even on the budget.
Fortunately for us,
So it can't be 15.
Fortunately for us,
It's
they've
temporary.
indicated that. No, I'm saying that because, in fact, even this additional list, we are being told that some of them are
The
temporary.
man isn't president yet.
And we have 15 already.
He's not president yet.
But look, listen, we have a big event at the Black Square. Who is going to work on his behalf to get the planning done? That was a security team. So I'm sure that once he's finished and he settles in, all those things will find their level.
Their level.
Well, we all hope so.
We want to know.
Because you see, the reason we do not want to start on this footing is that, 8 years ago it was similar footing. I mean, well, not the same, but
it wasn't.
Not the same, but announcements.
There was no communication.
Even that, we're told about the prowess of the various individuals. We're told about a government that is in a hurry, for which reason they needed so many people, and yet
120 ministers.
So those are the reasons we would ask these questions, because we've experienced how these things could go south if we do not ask the questions. But I think it should be useful lessons. Going forward, there should be more information for us.
So all these people are
exactly.
All these people are staff of the presidency.
Yes.
So you need a chief of staff.
Correct.
Now you have so the president will assume office today.
Yes.
So you will have an executive
secretary. Standard.
Now the president will make appointments to constitute his lean and efficient government. You want somebody who will advise him on governmental affairs.
That's right.
Okay. As Lawyer Gento has told you, that the want to do this includes certain specific promises. You need to put somebody in place to start thinking about the council, which people will be in the council. So he has a specific point man to do that. Now all these things might entail some legislation. Some things might,
legal advice even.
Require legal advice. Is he going to go to law trust to seek private legal advice? He wants counsel, to advise him.
But honorable.
And then when he's doing all these things, he needs somebody to communicate. So he says, a member of parliament who is also a communication, a spokesperson for the special aid to the president, should act as a spokesperson for the presidency until such a time that a permanent person is chosen.
Which is excellent. But Honorable, you agree with me that the chain of communication is considered to have executed its role or task when we understand.
You know something? But
what is when we understand the intent? What is missing?
Let's hear from Lawyer Janto. He's trying to make a point.
The man has been president before.
Yeah.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's see. He's going to be inaugurated today. From that point on, every Ghanaian will mark every step he takes.
Absolutely.
So it is up to him to make sure that those steps are covered by what he says. Period.
Which we will all be very grateful for.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
And it is perhaps the reason why our 8 years experience is informing us to be, like Honorable Fritz put it,
paranoid.
But the work on his shoulders, it's not an easy task. It's not an easy task. It's heavy. And remember, he has 4 years. Some of these would need 8 years. He has 4 years. And if he doesn't prioritize right, because people, eagle eye, you see when an eagle is flying in the sky, you can see a mouse on the ground. That's Ghanaian eyes. If he doesn't, if he's not, the expectations are high, especially with the multitude of the youth, and they make up our population. So he has to be able, as soon as possible, to, as I said, I don't think President Mahama doesn't know his cabinet.
Oh, I'm sure.
I don't think he doesn't know his cabinet.
Sure
I don't think he doesn't know the people he wants to use and the people he doesn't want to use. The one thing I will say to him is that, please, Mr. President, anybody who has presidential ambitions for the next 4 years, don't choose the person.
That's taking out a lot of people who...
It doesn't matter. Because come 2 years, they will be following their presidential ambition instead of the work that needs to be done.
But like, how do you know anyone who has presidential ambitions? You know
how
people,
he has
you know how I'm saying that. You know how people will say that the people call them.
We know there are.
You get an MP who says, "I'm not going to contest in the next."
I said we know.
And then 3 months to the primary.
Okay, if he chooses, listen. If he chooses some of these people, and they now 2 years down the line, they show their head. Okay, Accra. Go and follow your presidential ambitions, put somebody new in.
John Dramani Mahama is a ground master. He knows when to move his chips.
Okay.
So let's give him, you have said it, let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
in the coming days,
yes,
everything will unfold.
We've heard these things, so.
Yeah,
you heard them from somebody else.
He has not been sworn in yet.
Yes.
So
we are giving him the benefit.
If he doesn't learn from the people who said it and didn't do anything, but I'm sure he would learn.
But all in all, I believe that the most important thing is for that transparency to be made available.
Great piece of document
to the Ghanaians.
I would want to know. I would want to know what the position of the media is going to be.
Oh,
they play a huge role. What is that position going to be? Are we going to see? Are we going to see what the media did in the Akufo-Addo regime, where they couldn't ask the kind of questions where Ghanaians would say,
but we here at TV3, we ask
okay, we are watching. We are part and parcel of it. So we are watching.
Asking
we are watching. I read.
I mean, you come on New Day. Don't we ask the questions?
We ask the questions, yes.
You forget about media.
Yes.
We are focusing on
ask the
questions. Because we ask the questions.
No, because if they talk about media, they put all of you together. They put although when you hear what people have said, about how you've run the elections, they give you full praise because they feel you've done something wonderful. Now, continue it.
Definitely. And do not forget that we're also live on 3FM 92.7. So if you're in your car, kindly tuning and listen to us right there as well. Helen is standing by. She has some social media comments. You've been commenting on our social media pages, and she's going to read them out to us. Helen.
Thank you so much for that, Judith. Very interesting conversations that you're having with the panel. But we'll head over to social media. Again, we are streaming on 3FM 92.7. Also on all our socials, we are at TV3 Ghana, also 3FM 92.7. And yes, your tongues have been wagging on the socials. I'll read out some of your messages. Some may have to be redacted. You're very excited this morning as we count down to the inauguration. So on Facebook, okay, the panel, they say you're very active. I don't want to, somebody use the word noise. No, this is constructive conversations we're having this morning. A lot of you reacting to the conversations about appointments and so on and so forth. Imoru Farouk says, please, we need to slow down a bit. It seems we are running ahead of our shadows. A lot of you asking for a bit more time for soon-to-be president, now still president-elect, I believe. And we'll be reading out those messages as well. Okay, you guys are being petty. I think that's directed at the panel. The panel, are you being petty or are you weighing in on the issues as they are? Okay, Bavu Jonathan has this to say. He says, I think we should allow for now and watch. It is too early for critique. It's never too early for critique. John Dramani Mahama set the timeline and the countdown is on from the 8th, but if you're listening to Sammy, he says the countdown is on from the very second that President John Dramani Mahama is sworn in. Okay. Alefo Solomon says, hey, the We Know It All gang, or the We Know It All people, they've started again. The person is yet to assume office. What they're discussing is ... All right. Segbefia Solomon says, please relax for Mahama. A lot of you asking for a bit of time, a bit of grace as far as the mandate of President John Dramani Mahama. Ernest Abaka, thank you for tuning in. There's a long one here from Maverick Adi Addison. He's saying that, is it going to be bad to go back to an effective system? He's having a conversation, then you're obviously welcome to do so. Some more comments coming on the stream. Do keep them coming at TV3 Ghana, also 3FM 92.7. We'll read out your messages as they come through. Okay. All right, so this one again from Maverick. He says, our presidential advisors, ministers, the man said he's going to appoint 60 ministers, referring to John Dramani Mahama. So some distinction to be made there. We're talking about ministerial appointments versus appointments. Okay, some more comments also coming through on the socials. The man said he's going Okay, somebody's a bit hungry. Talking about food, it's early in the morning. Find something to eat. All right, I think we can park it here for the socials. You're having conversations amongst yourselves. We encourage that. Do keep sending your messages through on our YouTube page, also on X and on Facebook. It's very vibrant there. Team No Sleep still at the helm of affairs. As the discussions go on, please, again, feel free to send us a message. Judith, over to you.
Thank you so much, Helen. And my panel is still here. You've been with us since 12, and we're going through to 6. I mean, Team No Sleep, we are not playing here today.
Yes, since 6.
And Lawyer Jato has been here since 6, so he's doing 12 hours. Oh yeah, we have to give you a crown. You know? We have to crown you at the end.
Midnight trip to Georgia.
He's been with us throughout. In fact, throughout the election, he was my main panelist right here on TV3. But we're going to stay on the conversation about the 120 days, and probably you could pick out some specific promises that he intends to do within the first 4 months. Let me read one of them here, and I'm seeing social safety nets, compensating flood victims and supporting persons with disabilities through expanded food distribution programs. I don't really think all these flood victims were duly compensated. Do you think that this issue of him compensating is quite feasible? Because that will require a lot of money within these first 120 days, especially when you are now waiting for the budget within the first 90 days, looking at really what you have. I know he's opening the books now. His team is opening the books now. The transition team is checking really what we have in our coffers and all that. Do we have enough money to be able to compensate victims within the first 120 days? Because this one, he didn't mention initiation. Or and let me start with you. Oh, why not?
I've always advocated for a social cushion in Ghana. We need a welfare system very badly in this country. If we work very hard and put it together, it'll remove a lot of the evils that we have in this society, because people don't have a sense of redress or recourse to redress or to certain solutions. If you go to those countries, you'll find out that if you go
a little bit of an edge there.
If you go to certain Western or developed countries, you'll find out that there is they have social systems that take away the pain of not having. At least there's some mitigation. We started it with LEAP, and we have to expand it, so that when people are in financial distress through no fault of their own, they have a place where they can get some sense of redress or sustenance. And so I am very supportive of that, but we have to really talk about it, exhaust the narrative and put into place the right kind of system. Because, look, one of the best systems that was suggested by the previous government, though there had been instances before, was the free SHS. But it wasn't well thought out. They didn't think of it too much in depth, and so therefore it's become a damn script. So in reality, yes, I believe that we should work to put in place a good social system that will cushion some of the effects of living in a country that is not well resourced.
Sami, you had something to say on the matter?
Yeah, I mean, it speaks to the broad nature of the various angles that this social contract, covers. And for me, the question you asked about whether there are specific ones that I want to single out, I made the earlier points that I find this as a brilliant approach to having, a brief, well-written document that we can all carry along. 11 pages, not too much. If you look at it from the document that he put out, not too much. Well-designed, nicely worded, that we can be able to walk you through every step of the way. I really do not think that any of the actions on there are not achievable, but it will take the will. And of course, we saw many of the viewers who had made the comments which were read, you know, agreeing that or pointing to the fact that the president needs some time, you know, to be able to deliver on this. I think the most important thing in all of this, I mean, I do not see any of these 26 as not, you know, easy to achieve or not achievable. I think that all of them are achievable. We are only cautioning against what has become very standard of the political class to give one reason or the other why they are unable to do exactly what they had promised that they were going to do. So we step in and we say, oh, but we are unable to do the flood victims thing because the Akufo-Addo government did not report the full volume of numbers of the people that were involved, for which reason we are, and you know, then the blame game starts. Who did not do what? But the people of Ghana had given President Mahama this kind of overwhelming victory because we want things done differently. If it will be business as usual, if we will be comparing it with the very, very low standards that we got under the President Akufo-Addo government, then that would not be, that would be game over, because that standard was so low that the people of Ghana thought, let's elevate the conversation to a standard that is relatively higher. And if that new standard will come and will compare to that old standard, then we'll all have problem with it. But I think that all 26, you know, we cannot make excuses. All 26 are achievable, you know, in the way they've been worded. You know, initiate a conversation around our economic situation so that we will know the true state of the Ghanaian, you know, economy. That kind of conference or conversation is doable within 120 days. Having a conversation around our educational system, the kind of educational system that now creates challenges for parents to even understand calendars. You know, I mean, you have nephews and nieces and cousins, and they'll be calling you, and one person says that I'm on vacation, the other is calling you and saying that I'll be on vacation next, you know, couple of months, and so the whole thing is messed up. How do we come around, have the conversation to be able to have these things? All these, in my opinion, are achievable, they are doable. We just want to caution the government, which is going to be sworn in from the usual mantra of one excuse after the other on why they are unable to achieve these things, and comparing to what I describe as the very low standards that have been left behind.
You think Ghanaians are no longer that highly expectant? You know, you gave the NDC a huge mandate. Do you think Ghanaians are a bit more relaxed and giving them that frame of time
maybe President Mahama's appeal for honeymoon is perhaps working. A little bit honeymooning, so that eventually when the time to hit hard comes, you know, people would. But you know, people are expectant. That one we cannot take it away. People are expectant, except we know that it's a new government. It will take a couple of days before things start to come all together.
Well, so you see, what you read is an attempt to address a wrong that the people were put in harm's way in such a way that public institutions that ought to have known and acted better did not. Those people who were in the path of the water suffered catastrophic losses, and nothing was done by state to mitigate those losses. Now, the president came up with the idea of compensating those people. That's the policy. That's a statement of an intention. Now, there is an implementation committee that is looking at how to get those resources. And that implementation committee started working long ago. What do we do? Because you are looking at populations that clearly are identifiable. Where do we get the resources? So there has been an idea of where the money will come from for you to compensate those victims. So it's not as if to say that the promises have been made in a vacuum. It's a workable plan. And John Dramani Mahama indeed intends to fulfill the promises within the 120 days. And this is quite aware. He'll be able to do it. Some are initiatives, like I said. I mean, if you are going to initiate, steps to compensate the flood victims, or you are going to initiate, stakeholders, engagement to look at how we reposition our educational system in such a way that we continue with the SHS, free SHS, but do it in a way that clearly will not diminish or reduce the standard of education in this country. All of us are going to converse. But it's the start, which is very important. And he wants to start it within the 120 days. Okay? So there are clearly achievable targets. And a lot of thinking has gone into this. I'm just praying that, and he's already shown that he wants to hit the ground running. He's shown that. And for the first time...
Be careful how you use that word.
Why do you say that?
Someone said he's going to do that. Where did it end us?
Who is someone? Can you be specific?
He was in a hurry.
President Akufo-Addo.
He was in a hurry.
He's in a hurry.
He didn't say he was hitting the ground.
I say it's the same thing.
So you know, at the mill said he was good at
hit the ground running.
Oh, unfortunately.
So you see, so my brother,
Atamils would have been a good president.
Yeah. Clearly, he's already demonstrating that. I was a minister in John Dramani Mahama's government in his first term, and within 23 days he had appointed about half of his ministers. So I know he can do it within the 14 days. And for the first time, he knows. I mean, he didn't anticipate 57% in a 180-something member parliament. But I can assure you that he has an idea of who will be in his government.
But you know, he made a statement earlier, a few days ago, that when he went on his tour, there were chiefs that were sort of putting pressure on him. That, yes. We will vote for you, but when we vote for you,
that is why his team has been very active in dispelling rumors. So you can count as many as 5 or 6 lists that has come out. But the team is always on point to say, look, this is not coming from his office. And so clearly, I mean, he knows, and he's holding that to his chest. And I'm sure after today, you'll begin releasing the names, and we will know those who will constitute his government.
Thank you very much.
You haven't come to me.
Okay, we'll go to Helen soon, but first let me get... That's why will not play with me.
Mine isn't anything looking through all. I think it's achievable. However, guys, don't bombard me from what I'm going to say.
I think you should talk to the audience.
Well, audience, don't bombard me with what I'm going to say, but I've had a second think of this particular point he's made. And I think it should be rethought of, because it could be invested in some heavy sectors.
Which exact point?
COVID levy.
Okay.
COVID levy, yes. He said he's going to scrap it. However, you know, the health service, the health sector is reeking with debt, needs money to be invested in. Unfortunately, the Akufo-Addo government hasn't told us what he's done with the COVID levy. If the COVID levy can be directed directly into health, and he can show us what he's going to do, I think there should be a second thought on it. Number two, levy on winnings, bettings. I think that 10% should go straight into sports. The sports industry sector is dying. And not only football, all the different disciplines is dying. And we need capital injection. And I think if we rethink of this betting levy and reinvest it in sports, I think it will help.
But don't you think that these supposed changes you're asking for, don't you think it's too late for him to...
It's too late in the day. They should have thought about it, because I think I think it could do something to help our sports, really.
But look, Ghanaians are really anticipating the scrapping of these taxes.
Yes, I understand that. But Ghanaians also, for me, I think that betting industry, whoever signed to bring betting into this country, I don't think it's right. because
the boys say that betting is helping them.
It's addictive. So whatever money you make, majority goes into betting, and it's the betting companies that are making the money. Yes, we get taxes from them. How much tax? We need a situation where, at least for nothing at all, we are getting some benefit, reinvesting some of the money in specific areas. As sports, look, sports is big business. Look around the world. Tennis players, athletes, basketball players who are billionaires, millionaires. Are you saying we can't do that in Ghana?
Are there any other avenues that can be used to
Where is the money?
these issues?
Where is the
aside
money?
The taxes?
Where is the money immediately? Where is the money?
We're surviving before these taxes.
Irrespective. Where is the money now?
Exactly.
Right now, things are challenging.
That's
if
why
you don't
they
calculate,
want to recover all
if you don't calculate, I rest my case. I rest my case. I think yes, okay.
I said, isn't that why they are recovering all loot?
Listen, my panel members are saying it's too late.
It's too late.
However, we need to make sure that we can regenerate our sports. We need to make sure that our health service has the requisite.
Why? Why do we have to regenerate our sports?
Because it's a money earner.
That's not the only reason.
We have to be able to make sure that the youth have something else to get interested in. Look at our schools. When I was in Adisado, Interco, some of the good athletes came from Interco. Today, does it happen?
A topic
and
for
it's
another
all
day.
investment.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to cross over to Helen because we believe Armstrong is standing by with some details. Helen, what's happening?
Thank you for that, Judith. And let's change gears right about now and head over to the Black Star Square as we count down to the presidential inauguration. My colleague, Armstrong Gold Alogbe, is there, and he'll be telling us exactly what the mood and atmosphere is like. Armstrong, can you hear me? Hello, Armstrong. Armstrong, if you can hear me. All right, so we'll be connecting shortly with Armstrong as he tells us exactly what to expect. He's at the Black Star Square, and that is where the presidential inauguration will be happening. And as you can see, it is bursting at the seams. A lot of people already seated, and you see them in their paraphernalia, obviously waiting for the big moment. The countdown is indeed on. And from the visuals, you can see some snacks going around. It's never too early to fill one's belly. And I'm sure the security detail will also be firmly in place. But that is the atmosphere at the Black Star Square. Very vibrant indeed. People are awake, ready for that presidential inauguration. I'm sure in due course we'll be seeing some more notable faces as they make their way to the Black Star Square. We know that a number of heads of states are already in town, ready for this very epic and ceremonious event. And as you can see, bursting at the seams, we're told that there is an overspill. What the numbers will look like when it is actually time, we'll be knowing if we can contain those numbers. Johnny, look at the atmosphere. There's snacks going around.
I would have thought that, this is too early in the day. But this is just about 3 minutes to 5 a.m. in the morning.
Right.
And these people have been gathered there at the Independence Square since 2:30 a.m. We understand, but there are reporters there. And the stands, if you know the size of the Independence Square, right, the setup which has been done in the median, right, in the big where women aglow usually go and pray for Ghana's progress and all of that, you know. So right in the middle there, that's where you have the setup being done with some parking space. But in the original stands, what Dr. Kwame Nkrumah constructed, it's full. And people are now even struggling to find where to sit. So it's obvious that by morning, by 7, 8, 9, until 10 when we begin, you would have an overflow, and we'll go now to the Independence Square. Armstrong, what can you report?
Wait, party supporters who have traveled from far and near to witness the swearing ceremony of the President-elect John Dramani Mahama, and many of these supporters we've seen gathered here arrived here as early as 8 p.m. yesterday, and they've been here saying to see many more people trooping in, and the entire place is already full, and the security is going to have a very tough time controlling the numbers coming in as stands right now. All the stands made available for supporters and also the entire public, the general public, to sit on is already full, and that is exactly what is happening here at the Independence Square right now. And many, I'm told, have traveled from far and near. Earlier when I got here, some around 2 a.m., I saw many of them sleeping on the bare floor because they cannot wait for the historic moment, the return of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And for them, they've waited for this day to come, and if the day is here, the least they could do is to stay home and watch on screen. So they are all here hoping that they will be able to see exactly how the ceremony is going to be like. So where these people are seated now, they've mounted some giant screen that they'll be viewing the entire ceremony from, so that they do not cross over to where the members of Parliament and also where the dignitaries will be seated. So currently the screens are off because nothing is happening here, and many of them have been here. Let me engage a few of them and find out from them how the feeling is like now, because this event, we are also told, is going to start sometime around 11 a.m. and already they are already seated here waiting patiently for the ceremony to commence. Let me engage a few of them now and then see how they are faring now. Boss, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
What time did you arrive here?
We arrived here 3:30.
You arrived here 3 a.m.?
Yes, please.
Where are you coming from?
Hohoi.
You are from Hawaii?
Yes, please.
You are told it was very difficult getting vehicle to this place?
Yes. But you remember the last time you came there, the registration time?
Oh, you know me?
Yes.
Very well.
And I told that we are going to win Peter Mau.
I don't remember having this conversation with you.
So we won Peter Mau.
So you are coming all the way from Hawaii. Let me talk to others who are also gathered here. Many more people are just trooping in, and there's no seats for them to sit now. It appears maybe some additional seats would have to be arranged for these people coming in, because it's not even 6 a.m. yet and the whole place is already full to the brim. Let's talk to this man. Boss, where are you coming from?
I come from Paul.
You are from where?
Paul.
In Paul?
Paul, you win MP than a fair MP papa. Oja now, so I put in the bed.
How about what time?
Maybe about 4 o'clock. And I get maybe my couple of 7. I'm Mr. Quambia, so maybe we are. I don't MP papa my endi. Maybe Grantina, maybe
when be friend is
MP friend, honorable Benton, Coffee Benton, honorable Coffee Benton, young boy, small boy danger. A very small boy danger. Yo, small boy David. Small boy David needing to know the best coffee.
So you could see the supporters here chanting at Coffee Bentil's. They are from the Import there, and then they are so excited that they are going to see how the entire place is such. So much jubilation here at the Independence Square, and the atmosphere is already heated. You can see how they are all chanting, and they cannot wait for the process to end. Let me enter and talk to a few of the women back in there, and they are so excited. Madam, where are you coming from?
I don't understand English.
Where are you coming from?
Have. What are you doing? Have.
I told have.
Street.
Time can never do feel.
Eba. People got a car, me. People got a car 1 o'clock.
I'm a Kenya OMPO.
Frankie, number 3. Frank, number 3. MP, Frank, number 3.
Frank, MP, seats, and she's not going to stand for any reason. And let me also quickly add that we have a lot of food vendors also positioned at one side, and I went there earlier, and it's like they're already running out of food because you could see the numbers here. They spend the entire night here, and it's like they will have to cover more food. Let me talk to this man. I like your... Where are you from?
Ahafo region.
As you are from Ahafo?
Yes, as you think it's out.
What's your MP?
Honorable Alhaji Collins Dauda, Bosheba.
Collins Dauda?
Yes, since 2019, best MP, Honorable Alhaji Collins Dauda. No size. Onutina Moa, Alhaji Collins Dauda, Waba Mikroma Hole Nase, Mikrono Kutabuta, Collins Dauda and Tina Moa, Honorable Alhaji Collins Dauda, Onutina Moa, Bosheba, best MP. Since 2019 up to 2025, Alhaji Collins Dauda, Onutina Moa, all the way.
So he's here to also see the. I mean, Meba. Was it there? Was it Ufri? Subin.
Ah, Mama, me we amano. Adam na ma but my baba mama. Said the man for say di batamo mama ho. Mama say and the mama, the someone me telephone number no.
She came prepared with her telephone number. She says she supported John Mahama's campaign, so John Mahama should call him. John Mahama shouldn't forget her 12 leading to his victory as well. So he actually came well prepared with her number boldly written. So what are your expectations?
My expectation as a youth in this country. My expectation baako and say Mahama Abano Obaba betis dollar ne so na enema boayefo and as me yakuani Mahama say yambo say oba obama cocoa price akosoro ti ahwa ni mu kwan and ade baako a me say ahwa free president Mahama ho ne say Ghana cocoa board wanya se say kakra wo ho akuafo ya bra ase atoble bia cocoa board nko na to cocoa eti say cocoa board ni ska na akuafo ni ya bra eti Ghana Mahama abayi no all my percentage be a cocoa board betumi ato no further percentage in my private sectors no so to cocoa board any scar yes yetimi cocoa na akwa ya de be yakwenya sika ho akuafo ya bere. Thank you.
So those are his expectations. Let me talk to this other man. You two, what are your expectations?
Yeah, my expectation is about a 24-hour economy. The unemployment rate in Ghana is 14.7. The youth of Ghana are looking for job. So what I'm expecting for John Dramani Mahama is to create job for the youth, because when there's a job or when we have jobs doing, there will not be armed robbery and all those things going on. And secondly, I'm waiting for John Dramani Mahama to make sure that the OREAL team operation recover all loot, all the loot that MPP has looted, especially the cathedral. We want all those monies to be recovered. Thank you.
Very well. So these are some expectations coming from some of the supporters gathered here, and many more people are making their way to the Independence Square, and the whole place is already full to the brim, and it looks like there must be some kind of provision for all these people coming, because already you can see many more people are trying to make their way into the ceremony ground already, and it looks like if guys not taking the crowd, it will be very difficult for the security personnel to control. But let me quickly add that where we are going to have the dignitaries and also the members of parliament seated, that place has been well cordoned off, and we have a lot of security personnel who have been placed there to ensure that nobody cross over to that side of the ceremony ground. That place is well secured. I can see a lot of soldiers, a lot of police personnel, and also other national security personnel who have all been positioned there. Let me take you down and see how the place looks like here now. It's getting already choked here now, and let's see how people are also cashing in, as these days is also a day for people to also make some money. Let me talk to this madam. Madam, so far, how is the market going? Market in the corner saying?
Market in the corner here.
I'm for to idea.
Yeah, to idea.
Now we do a time, baby.
Yeah, we do a hana anajo. Anajo. Yeah, got na hana. Yeah, pam. Yeah, braha.
You must tell them pam here. Okay. Very well. So she's cashing in. Let me. What's the problem?
What we have is that we need all Ghanaians to be peace. And we hope that Mahama, when Mahama comes, health insurance and everything to be surely that the health insurance will work for the better.
That's your expectation?
Yes, yes.
Very well. He wants Mahama to see to that the health insurance works for the ordinary Ghanaian. What have you to say to?
Thank you for your aberration. I'm all along from BBNE.
You are from BBNE?
Yeah, all along from BBNE. That is Western North. Okay. BBNE Anyasubekwai. My name is Dr. Ishmael.
Okay, doctor.
Yeah, but to be honest, we are very happy and we are very grateful. We don't know how to talk. Yes. We thank God that John Mahama have come to risk this country.
You thank God John Mahama has finally
is coming to risk this country.
He's come to rescue this country.
Yeah.
Let me talk to you too. What have you to say?
Me too, I'm calling Abdulrazak.
From where?
From Kumasi.
You are from Kumasi?
Yeah. My expectation is I'm a driver. Now we cannot afford diesel. Spare parts we cannot afford. Before 2021, we bought Sprinter bus, home use, 7,500. But for now, it is almost 2.5 billion. How? How? Now, diesel. Before Mama went out, we are buying diesel, a gallon for 14 cedis. But now, per liter is almost 15 cedis to 16 cedis. Why? As a ordinary Ghanaian, why are we suffering like that? So we have hope in Mama that he can bring everything down for us so that we can enjoy our better Ghana. Thank you.
So his expectations are that John Mahama will see to it that fuel prices is reduced drastically so that they can enjoy. Let me take you to the food vending area, and that place too. There's another gate where we have many of the supporters passing there to this place, and there's some kind of a lot of disturbances there because people are trying to force their way through that small gate, and they are not finding it easy. So you could see all these people. That is where they are passing through to this place. Let me talk to this man. So how is it like passing through that small gate?
Oh, I think here is choke.
The place is choked?
Yeah.
Was it easy for you coming through that place?
No, I don't think so. The gate is very choked, but it's not easy for me to come.
Where are you coming from?
From Kumasi, Mamponting, Kwabri East.
You are from Kwabri East. Who's your MP?
Oh, unfortunately, he didn't win.
Okay, but nonetheless, you are here to experience the larger celebration.
Yeah.
What are your expectations?
Oh, I want Mahama to remember Kwabri East because we give him vote. That's why we are here. Yeah.
Very well. You might travel throughout the night.
Yeah.
What time did you set off?
Oh, we set off around 9:30, and we arrived here 3:25.
3:25.
Yeah, AM this morning.
Very well. You must be very stressed. So enjoy your stay in Accra, and then let's see how the ceremony goes. So let me still walk you through. Boss, you want to tell me something?
I come from Tumpoho.
You are from Tumpoho.
From MP Kofi Bentel. You are more fussy. More fussy, and the pede one month. So I feel you say yes. Second Jesus, the Wabano.
Second Jesus, Thank you so much. So let me take you very fast to the entry point where many of the supporters are passing through to access the Independence Square. And okay, I think now they've opened the gate wide for many to come in. Earlier, when I got here, the gate was closed, and you could see the place was a little bit choked, and the supporters and the people who have gathered here were complaining, asking that the place be open for them to have easy access to the place. And now you could see the gate has been opened for the people to walk in. So this is the food vending area, and already they are already busy cashing in. And well, this man indeed is enjoying his early morning wache with some fish and gari. What time did you get to Accra?
Mamponting.
You are also from Mamponting?
Mamponting from...
You shall command the wache?
And you're from the whole day, Minidi. The whole day, can't remember, and I'm seeing the Medidi.
In your bedi.
Namabata Wacha, Medidi, a watching.
Who feel watching one? Where Accra watching?
Accra watching. Mamponting Street.
Mamponting Street.
Accra.
What are your expectations?
Quabnachon Bois.
Yeah.
See, what are your expectations? You didn't John Mahama, you didn't see so. I didn't know person or wait my yamamu.
Me the person wait my yamamu say you gonna o man ponten a check. President be aba muntu mi enti na wa share boss oba yamamu enti na beto you gonna na man ponten ye kama.
Very well. Thank you so much. He is enjoying his early morning watch, and I can see a lot of Ghana flags being sold here. Let me ask this man, how much is this Ghana flag going for? Uton way. Uton is saying
5 cities.
Uton 5 cities.
Me ba chan.
I'm for third year.
Me ba chan omo topa. Omo chan.
Omo topa ngasa.
Your mama no do nso omo topa. Omo topa. Omo ya.
And this flag
and also 5 cities. Me ba chan.
What is one answer Saturday?
Oh, Matiso. Your mama no do nso Matiso.
Like first time Uton is saying.
Oh, na it only 10 cities.
Very well. So that is event that they're also talking to us about the market. She says market is very good. So this is the real food vending site, and you could see many people here already enjoying themselves from far end. Early morning kenke, and you could see these people might have also traveled from far end. Let me get close to them and have some word with them and then see how it's like. Boss, where are you coming from?
I'm coming from Esotifi South, Alaji Collins Zelda's constituency.
Oh, okay. That is a long journey there.
Yes, sir.
Very well. So, what are your expectations?
Well, our expectations is that everything is going to be successful. President John Dramani Mahama is going to excel today. Ghanaians are going to be happy because Ghanaians wanted him to come back, and he has come back, and he's coming to deliver. We know everything is going to be smooth. The handing over is going to be perfect. Initially, Nana said he was not going to hand over to him, but today, John has, and Ghanaians has proven that there is nothing he can do. The only thing he can do is just to hand power over back to John for him to continue the affairs of the country.
Very well. So these are some supporters of the NDC who have traveled from far and near to gather here to witness and experience the ceremony of the president-elect John Dramani Mahama. This occasion, we are told, is scheduled to start around 11 a.m. But people have already gathered here with the entire place full to the highest. And hopefully there will be some arrangement, extra arrangement for chairs for them to be seated on. Joseph Armstrong, Gold, Ablekuma TV3, over to you in the studios.
All right, well, that was my colleague, Gold Armstrong Alogbe, there at the Black Star Square, and what a vibrant atmosphere. I mean, if you're looking for food of any variety, I would say make your way there, but unfortunately, they are full and at capacity. Johnny, very, very vibrant. If you're looking for Banku, I think I saw TZ. I might have seen Wache.
Right.
There was definitely popcorn.
That's right.
A few drinks also going round. I mean,
it's
fries. More than the World Cup.
And
the atmosphere there at the Black Star Square.
Look, I've been in this practice for 2 decades and counting, and I can tell you that I have not seen anything like this before. Not for sit-march parades. I mean, back in the day when former President Rawlings, Chairman Rawlings as was called later, former President Rawlings, there were June 4 parades, the sit-march parades. June 4, you would have gymnastics and all of that. I mean, I participated in it right from JSS 1 through secondary school, you know, and I can clearly tell you that I have not seen anything like this before. You would see the crowd, but the crowd doesn't gather at 3 a.m., 2 a.m., 1 a.m., some 9 p.m.
That's right.
You would never see this kind of crowd. And the way I see it, the place is already full. So it will raise a security question, a big security question. It will raise that security question. The security detail for this event would have a tough time, particularly because if you look at how the design had been made for, the set design had been made for the production, right? The whole activity is going to happen at the center, right? As opposed to happening at the Independence Arc as we used to have it.
Right.
It's going to happen at the center. On the side, there's a parking space that's been created for the VVVIPs, okay? And that is where you have the crowd massing up. all right, even though a portion of it has been cordoned off, the crowd and the overflow, the people are still now coming.
That's right.
There are those who are now waiting for 6 a.m. to get going, 7 a.m., 8 a.m.
They're too late.
There are those categories of people. I mean, it's good that we're showing it. You could possibly stay at home and monitor all the action here on Media Channel, 3FM, TV3, on our social media handles as well, because I have not seen anything like this before, I can tell you. And I can only imagine the kind of stress that the event organizers as well, state protocol, and all those who are involved will have. But also this, for me, raises a question that will put some burden on the pockets of our politicians and the political actors. Because people have traveled from far and near, far and wide. When they come and they see their member of parliament or they see their MC or somebody who is influential within the political space, Honorable Yebedidi. Once they see the food, you would have to buy the food.
And some were actually mentioning their MPs' names. They're waiting to see them.
They came to lay ambush for them. Some were like, say, Honorable Yebenu Musio, Honorable, you need transport. I mean, those things are the realities on the ground.
I mean, Johnny, a few young men were asked by Armstrong, you know, what is going on? Why are you here? They said, we're here for the jobs.
Right.
So they are ready. You know, some are already talking about OREAL. I mean, that 120 days, I think Sami was right. It's starting this very moment, 11 a.m. sharp. Shishishe, people want action.
And you know, for many of those who have gathered there, the expression in their minds or the thought in their minds about the change that they voted for is supposed to be immediate.
That's right.
Okay, so if they were buying a ball of kinky for 5 cedis or at 5 cedis, they want to see it drastically reduced to 1 cedi, 2 cedi, like today, right? There are some who understand that it doesn't work that way, and so they would have patience. But there are those who want to see it happen today.
That's right.
There are some who are diehard party people who don't care whether it's 10 cedis, 15 cedis. Once it is their party, they will defend it to the hilt. Right? You have a wild mix of people. But for me, I'm scared for my friends who are politicians and stakeholders within the political space. Today they would have to...
You're scared for them or for their pockets?
No, but the pocket is on them. so I'm scared for them. Because you can't avoid them. You can't. If you're a member of parliament, 276, you'll be brought in a bus. But when you're done, you cannot ignore your people because you will go back to the constituency and you'll be working with them.
That's right.
You'll be interacting with them. If you don't play your cards well today, case 2028, goodbye. If you don't play your cards well today, don't expect that kind of collaboration. That's a kind of politics we have created, unfortunately. We have monetized and commodified everything to the point where it is the highest bidder who gets to get into parliament. I like the conversation that Judith was having with our panelists about who gets into parliament. Sometimes there are very good materials who never get to enter parliament because they don't have the wherewithal.
Right.
Because they do not have deep pockets. Because they are not ready to be tied to the apron strings of somebody who is affluent and influential. Because they want to ride their own tide and make sure that they get in there by their own merit or on their own merit. And for me, we need to have that conversation as a country where when you see a politician or an influential person, the first thing you think about is what they can offer you and not how you can support them to co-produce the kind of development you're looking for.
But it's also based on what the prospective members of parliament go and tell their constituents. They're offering jobs, they're offering monies, they're offering opportunities.
Right.
And that's why on a day like this, when they make their way to the Black Star Square, they can expect to be accosted. People want the goodies that are promised. We still haven't clearly defined what the roles are.
See, it didn't used to be like that. If you listen to the senior citizens who are on our panels, it didn't used to be like that.
They will tell you, people used to beg you to go into parliament.
But now, then it was service. And I say, look, the kind of looting we have seen in the last few years, right? And the kind of things we have seen people acquire in the last few years, right? And I'm not just talking about this outgoing administration. you would wonder if they came in to serve or they came in with a different kind of mindset and a vision, right? And I'm saying that if, for example, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah had looted just a quarter of what had been looted by present-day politicians, I'm not sure that his children would be living, you know, I'm sure that his children would be living in the sweetest parts of this country and would have the biggest bank accounts scattered all over the world, right? I mean, Dr. Nkrumah's personal, I don't know how to put it, it was PA or whatever. I mean, Dr. Chris Esse, you can talk about all of them.
Right.
What really can they boast of beyond the quality of work and the service and the legacy that they have to hold now? What really can they boast of in terms of how much is in their pocket, right? Their good name is what they were all chasing, what they were after. Mr. Kwame Jantua's father served with Dr. Nkrumah. I mean, he should be driving 15 Rolls Royce with a convoy to come here, to come and talk on TV.
You say if we juxtapose it against present-day politics.
Exactly the point I'm making. So people get in there, and the thinking that they have is that once I am done with the so-called service to the nation, I should have. And it is because the followers make a demand of them as soon as they meet them. So once the followers keep making the demand of them, the followers forget that these politicians would have to find an avenue or a line or a special purpose vehicle to rake in back the cash that they were giving to them. Some politicians actually go for loans. Some borrow monies from their friends. Some sell their properties just to get into the House of Parliament. Only to get there, and sometimes they realize that, Charlie, it is not as rosy as I thought.
As sweet as I thought.
And so some of them too want to quickly get out and never return. And some want to stay on there for as long as they can to plow back whatever it is that they have put in there. But I tell you, today, money will exchange hands. The crowd you see there,
right?
Apologies to them, but a great number of them came not just to celebrate and to cheer on their members of parliament. A great number of them came to get a pound of the flesh that is yet to be seen. In fact, let me put it simply, they came for a piece of the national cake. Today, if we don't take it, the bakery will be eaten.
The entire bakery,
the bakery
will be gone.
It will be consumed. Yeah.
But at the very least, we see a lot of jubilation, and some comments are coming through on our social media. I mean, one person said, I don't want to be John Dramani Mahama today because the enormity of the task ahead, you can see it visualized in the Black Star Square, the expectation, the excitement.
Right.
You know, people are talking about jobs, OREAL, they've hit the ground running. That's the citizenry.
Right.
Because, you know, the last couple of years have been tough, and Ghanaians are looking for quick reprieve. And I think that's also why, you hear a number of people also saying that President John Dramani Mahama has to manage expectations and has to let
Helen,
people know.
To be fair and to be factual, I mean, we lived on a lot of artificial figures, right? And we had a lot of paper leadership, if you will. So we literally were ticking boxes, all right, to say that, okay, our economy is resilient, and we will quote figures. Oh, GDP is this, inflation is that, But the reality on the ground and in the people's lives were a totally different story.
That's right.
If we claim to have created jobs through the many different avenues, NEIP, NAPCO, blah, 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 why were unemployment figures shooting up?
That's right.
Because the greater majority of the people there, if we had the factories up and running, the factories that we say we had created, I'm not talking about some small hamlet or cottage creations. I'm talking about factories, as Osajifo had back in the day, right? If we had those factories running, we'll have a lot of factory hands. I've worked in a biscuit factory before, Gabiko, right? And I know the numbers that can work in one factory. If it's big enough and you had many lines that was producing the consumables that people were buying, there were off-takers for it and all of that, you wouldn't have the numbers of people clamoring for jobs. Because there are some people there in that crowd who are just looking for a job that will give them 1,000 or 1,500. And they're okay. Because the factory, first of all, is in their village, they wouldn't have to spend on transportation. They could package their food and take to work, right? Or the company could have some arrangement to give them lunch, right?
That's right.
And then they would walk back home. So literally, they were saving everything that they would get from the work side. I mean, but now, if you look at the numbers, over 14% of our population unemployed.
That's right.
That's a huge burden. Then you look at how much we have borrowed. That's also a very huge burden.
That's right.
Including payments that we have postponed. That's a huge burden.
Which are due any day now.
So you have borrowed. So it's akin to you borrowing to live good and large. Everybody sees you as the rich man in the community. Your children are living good now, but they do not know that you are living on a borrowed cash. And then when you die, they say, oh, inherit your father's estate and the assets. And then when you go inside, they say, oh, he had liabilities and you have to pay for it. I mean, these are the kinds of conversations that, the realistic conversations that we might have. But again, it also falls on John Dramani Mahama now to tell the people of the Republic of Ghana within his first 120 days what the reality is, right? There are two teams that sat at the table to do a transition.
That's right.
At that table, there will be a lot of honesty. That kind of honesty that we saw when eventually IMF came into the picture and IMF asked to see our books. We were in this country, we asked for the COVID account. Nobody bothered to give to us.
That's right.
It took IMF to come in for us to see the COVID account, and we saw the rot in the COVID account. So at that transition table, there were two teams. One team that's outgoing, one team that's coming in.
That's right.
The reality was laid on that table. It behoves on John Dramani Mahama, as soon as he's done with holding that state sword, to tell the people of the Republic of Ghana that this is the true state of things. Today is the day that Ghana will be listening to him unanimously.
That's right.
He cannot miss that opportunity by telling Ghanaians what the real situation is. That way, when people leave the Black Star Square, they will go home with the mind that, okay, so this is what we have in the kitty, this is what we don't have, this is what I can expect, this is what I cannot expect, this is what I can expect in the long term, in the short term, in the medium term.
But of course, Johnny, critics will say that that's excuse-making, for example, because of some of the promises that have been made.
You cannot give what you don't have, Helen.
That's true.
I can't promise you 2,000 cedis because I don't have. What I have in my pocket is 38 cedis for my watch this morning. I can't promise you 2,000 cedis. You understand?
Right.
So I have to be very honest with you that I have 38 cedis in my pocket. I can buy wache in a leaf, we can spread it and share. That's the best I can do for you. But if I promise you that I can give you 2,000 cedis and I raise your hopes and you make phone calls to buy bone straight hair, and then after the show, you chase me for the 2,000 I can't give you, I would look like a liar and you would never trust me. And that's the kind of conversation that we need to have. You get the point?
Absolutely.
So the reality on the ground must be told. And for me, I believe that once he has gotten the opportunity for the entire country to be listening to him at this point, he has to make that point. I mean,
certainly.
We don't expect a plagiarized speech from him, by the way. But we expect him to tell us...
You say we don't expect a plagiarized speech.
We have had that before, haven't we?
Okay.
Right. So we don't expect a plagiarized speech. We expect the truth. We expect the reality. We expect the timelines, all right? We expect him to give us the flow plan for the 120 days. And then we expect him to tell us, you know, what to expect, literally. I mean, he should not come and beat about the bush because he has seen NDC people and he's all excited. The campaigns are over. It's reality check time. And he should be giving us that reality.
A number of people also on our stream says we need to give him a bit more time. You know, even though he's set himself that task of 120 days, maybe that we also need to slow down a bit because the expectations are so high. I mean, some people have gone there for their jobs right now.
You know, the kind of holiday or honeymoon goodwill that was given to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo may not be afforded to John Dramani Mahama because Nana Addo in 2017 had not been president before. So people were ready to say, okay, he has not been there before. He has to learn to be there. Let's give him a chance to learn to be there.
He said he was in a hurry.
Right. But what the question we should have asked him was, you are in a hurry to take us where? Because when the man said he was in a hurry, we failed to ask him, sir, where are you going? After 8 years, we now know where he was headed. And we know that it was the wrong direction by all intents and purposes, right? So now, that conversation, that's why I'm asking for Because John Mahama said he will be accountable, he will be this, he will be that, he will be that. This is the day for him to open the books and tell us the reality on the ground.
Can Ghanaians handle that reality?
Well, the point is that he has been president before, okay? So people may not cut him that slack that they cut President Akufo-Addo. People expect that, okay, you have driven this car before. So once we give it to you, you know how to handle the car. So tell us, is it fuel that is not in the car?
Right.
Is it brake fluid that is made, or transmission fluid, or
maybe
is it
gear issues?
You have to tell us what's wrong with the car.
Right.
Because we expect a certain speed. Because he had said in the past that he wants to come back to correct some of the errors that he had committed in the past. So in correcting your errors, you should have done some retrospection, introspection, and circumspection, right?
Absolutely.
So he needs to come to the table with all the honesty, lay his cards bare, so that we see how we can also plug in as citizens who are taxpayers to help him to take the burden off those who call us to say, Haminoko fuel, so that they can also get jobs, so that the Haminoko fuel will stop. If everybody is comfortable, nobody will call anybody says, I mean, they only call you when they need something, really. You know, so as a country, we need to do that because as we speak now, food is expensive. Your minimum wage cannot buy you a loaf of bread, right? A gallon of fuel, or a liter of fuel, is more expensive than water. The reality on the ground, your rent, your transportation, your name it. So the reality on the life of the Ghanaians is what they are going to take and put on John Dramani Mahama.
That's right. And the numbers don't lie. Over 850, 1,000 Ghanaians plunged into abject poverty.
Yeah.
We have the numbers.
I mean, this is style BAB poverty. Multi-dimensionally
poor.
Poverty. This statistically. So now he has to tell us whether he has the capacity in the very short term, right, to do that. As we speak, the transitional budget is not available. So today is the 7th, right?
That's right.
1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. What money have we been spending? And who approved those monies? And a budget supposed to be retrospective? Are we not supposed to be planning ahead so that we know what we have, so we can plan on what to spend and how to spend what to spend?
That's right.
For the first time in our country's history, we have had this major constitutional glitch by our outgone president, and nobody seems to be talking about it. And our parliament is comfortable saying, yeah, no. We are in a deep problem. We are sick, really, and we need to fix it quickly, very, very quickly.
Certainly. Well, let's hand you over back now to Judith Brown, and she still has her panel set up and they'll weigh in on the latest updates.
Thank you very much, Helen. And my panelists are still here with me, and so we're going to get your final comments. And so let me start with you, Lawyer Jantwa, just your final comments on everything that has happened today. We went to Parliament. We've spoken about the inauguration tomorrow. You've seen the crowds already at the Independence Square.
Crowds are quite impressive, aren't they?
Yeah, very impressive.
For a president who was despised only 8 years ago, that puts a lot of pressure on him to be able to deliver. And I believe John Mahama will deliver. It's a question of whether the people he chooses would follow the vision he has. If they don't, then it's going to be crisis. Parliament, I think it went smoothly. The one thing I would miss from the last Parliament is the drama.
The drama.
Oh, yes. The drama. The drama. The drama. But it's a good thing. Let's just hope and pray that irrespective of the fact that the MPP have low numbers in Parliament, they would also contribute to nation building. At this point, we are building a nation called Ghana. I want to believe one of the first things President Mahama should look at, I see the 120-day list he's brought in, but I think Galamsey is key, very key. And he says he will ban illegal mining.
Yeah.
I think more than banning it, he should structure it, because they're not going to stop mining. To structure it in such a way that it creates better employment. Better employment. And I think it could be done. But most of all, the economic dialogue that he's going to have, I think that would be very, very, very insightful. And I hope you will get all parties, including the MPP, being part of the economic dialogue. As I said, build a nation. I don't think Vice President Bamia lost because the people didn't trust he couldn't do the job. He lost because of President Akufo-Addo's tenure and how President Akufo-Addo has ruled this country in the last 8 years. So they should not use that as a yardstick not to involve themselves in the economic dialogue that this country is going to have through President Mahama.
Okay, let me come to you, Mr. Bafo. Just briefly, your comments. We have just a few minutes.
Well, it's been very interesting few hours here. Well, I'm satisfied with what happened in Parliament. The leaders of Parliament, the speakers, yeah, the process went well, but with Afenyo, you never know what to expect. I'm very fond of him, actually, but sometimes he goes way out. In terms of the discussions we've had, the 120 days for John Mahama, I wish him well. And I think that if he puts his shoulder to the wheel, we'll achieve it. He's also got to choose a very good team, a hard-working team, and he should bring Ghanaians on board. Because the biggest problem with Ghana is that we tend to underrate our human resource base, which is our most powerful resource. I mean, Ghanaians are just a very special people. But over the years, they've been taken for granted.
Been diluted.
So we've got to really work about that.
Okay.
But I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for allowing me on your...
Oh,
on your,
we should be thanking you for joining us through
I've
Team
enjoyed
No
it thoroughly, and they are very good friends here. So,
but before I go to Inusa for his final comments, are you expecting any appointments?
no, I'm not at all.
Is it that you don't want to?
No, look, I'm past the stage, the age for an appointment that would make me want to do the things that I want to do.
Right.
I'd like to be in the background giving advice, maybe, instituting narratives and conversations. But
maybe Council of State?
No, that's too tough for me.
Too tough, huh? Okay. No ambassadorial as well?
No.
So nothing at all?
I'm just taking it easy.
Take it easy.
Yeah,
Take
helping
it easy.
out.
Mr. Adusafuseni,
Well,
should I also ask you whether you're expectant of any appointments?
I don't expect anything. But when it comes, I will not. It will be an invitation to help reset the country. So, but I don't expect anything.
And finally, your final comments.
The fact is that John Dramani Mahama has been given a tremendous opportunity to leave a lasting legacy. All over the world, any government that performs well is a government that is able to use its mandate and also marshal its forces in Parliament. This election has given him both. And so there appear to be no room for excuses. And that will mean he has put in a team that understands his vision and is willing to work with him to achieve a vision. I agree with those who say that if he identifies anybody who has presidential ambitions, he should stay away from that person. Because that is one of the undoings of Nana Akufo-Addo. There were so many people in his government who had presidential ambitions. And so it's a legacy, it's a legacy, it's a legacy. There are many things that clearly are beginning to show that we might have serious consensus building in Parliament, even just what happened. That they were able to elect a speaker by consensus, they were able to elect the deputy speakers by consensus. Yes, there was some small derailment when Alex Afenyu-Markin sought to breach provisions of the standing order. But that is to be understood. Parliament, the first state of Parliament, people want to assert themselves, and so and let people ask, but who is that and what's his name? And so I can understand why he did that. But clearly, maybe we are going to see a Parliament that will be more collaborative, that will seek consensus on matters of national importance and ensure that the work of government and Parliament is not unduly interrupted.
Right. Thank you so much. And Sammy, finally, I'll beg you to.
I know. I know our time is up. No, just to say that it's been a great morning. Starting off with the election of the speakership, the speaker and 2 deputy speakers. I haven't followed Parliament for a while. I'm very confident that these are 3 men who can, work very hard towards keeping the balance, holding the balance, and ensuring that the overwhelming numbers does not have the executive just throwing Parliament out of the way, so that Parliament can assert itself as a co-equal branch of government. The expectation we saw from the Independence Square is not only of His Excellency the President, but also of Parliament, the legislative arm just as the executive arm, and they must all do their very best to work for us. When there are difficulties, they should talk to us. They should make the people of Ghana know when there are challenges, apologize when they must, and walk us along the way to ensure that we build a country together. But all in all, I think it's been a great morning, and we cannot help but wish the country the very best.
Thank you very much to all my panelists, Lawyer Jantoa, Mr. Fritz Balfour, Yunus Hussaini, as well as Samuel Bing. They've been here with us from 12 a.m. through to 6 a.m. this morning. A few minutes to 6, it's 5:46, and we are handing over now to Helen, because I believe Armstrong is still at the Black Star Square. Helen.
Judith, thank you so much for that. And we're still live on 3FM 92.7, so do keep your dial locked there. We'll go back to the Black Star Square, where my colleague Armstrong Gold Alogbe is still in the thick of things as we count down to the presidential inauguration 2025. Armstrong, do tell us, what is the update? What do the numbers look like?
The arrangements, you can see for yourself, is very tight. So if you come and you do not have an accreditation, if even the accreditation you have does not give you pass to the main ceremony ground, you will be denied access, whether you are a chief, whether you are a military officer, whether you are a party executive. You will be redirected by the security personnel placed right here. They will not allow you access. Like you see this man, for instance, he's been directed to move away from where he's going by. He has been insisting for some time now, but the security personnel position here will not take any of that, because they said they are working under strict instructions. Hence, if you do not have a proper accreditation, you are not allowed permits into the main ground. So regardless of who you are, whichever ID card you show, all you need to show is your accreditation. So there are a series of checkpoints over here. You start first from some people that appears to be national security personnel. So even though this man has been cleared by the first security personnel, he has met another officers who are saying, no, you cannot enter, go back. But earlier, he was actually granted permits to go in, but then the final security checkpoints deny him access to the place because they are not convinced about the accreditation that he's showing to them. So you could see many more people are coming in, so it's easy to get in from the first security checkpoint, and there's a second security checkpoint, and there is a third. If you do not meet the requirement of the last security checkpoint, you will not be allowed access into the place. So the people you see in the suits are private security personnel. Others, we are told, are national security personnel who first direct you as to where to sit. But if you show them an accreditation, they allow you to go to the second checkpoint, and the second checkpoint also gets to verify your accreditation. If they are not convinced, or if they are convinced, they ask you to go to the third and final one, and that is where you see the soldiers, the officers, who would then tell you, no, this accreditation is not known to us, hence find your way. You can see some other foreign dignitaries also arriving at the place already, and the officers will also not allow them access into the main auditorium where the program will be taking place. And the security arrangement here, I might say, so far has been very encouraging. The only problem we have here now is how we are going to manage the numbers coming in here right now, because the numbers is just so much. Already the popular stand is so full that people are not getting any place to sit now, and they are getting it's getting confrontational at where they are seated right now, because if you stand from your seats in less than a second, someone takes your place, and when you return, they will not listen to you because they claim the chair does not belong to anybody. So if you come in, you need to sit there. If you feel like even visiting the washroom, you would have to keep it on yourself, because if you make a mistake and stand, you will lose your chair to some other person, because the whole place is choked right now. Let me move to this side, because the security personnel are redirecting us to move from this place. So right behind,
and is still on the Black Star Square. Armstrong, thank you so much. We know the excitement is truly palpable. I'll hand you over now to Johnny as he runs through the speakers of the 4th Parliament.
Absolutely, and we do know that the 9th Parliament is fully constituted, and we have Speaker Bagbin in the chair. Here's the Speaker who has broken the 4. Right, to get a second term. Then we have Honorable Ahia for joining him, and then also Andre Siama MP for Fomina there. You have Alexander Apenyo-Marking, who's leading the side of the minority, also with Patricia Piaget, MP-elect, MP for Asokwa, Deputy Minority Leader. You have Frank Anodompre, his MP for Iswami Dredri, he's the Minority Chief Whip. You have Habibi Drisu, MP for Tolong, and then you have Jerry Ahmed Shaib, formerly of the CODA, now also. He's a new entrant, but he's there on the leadership bench of Parliament. If you, Apenyo-Marking will face off with Dr. Kesel Atuforsing, and then Patricia Piaget will face off with Dr. Emmanuel Kofi Boa, and then you have Frank Anodompre face off also with the name just slipped out of my mind quickly. Comfortoyo Gansa is right in there. And then you also have, I've missed the name, come on. Why me today? I've missed the name, come on. But let's move on quickly. And then we'll check out the speakership of the Parliament. So Speaker Bagbin is the current Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. He was also Speaker for the 8th Parliament. Prior to that, he had been Deputy Speaker of Parliament. He has been Majority Leader, Minority Leader. So he's come to the table with a lot of experience. And given the dynamics that this Parliament presently have in terms of the numbers, right? In terms of the numbers, he would have a lot to do. So Governor Kwame Agboja is on that side as well. So there's Dr. Kesel Atuforsing, Dr. Emmanuel Kofi Boa, there's Governor Kwame Agboja there, right there, and they are all there in the process and making sure that all these things are there. Now, I quickly want to run you through our speakers of Parliament, right from 1992 when we started this 4th. And we can show that quickly. Let's see the speakers so we can take a look at them. The 4th Republican dispensation, we have had some speakers, right? Former speakers of Parliament, Right Honorable Daniel Francis Annan, 7th January 1993 to 6th of January 2001. Prior to becoming Speaker, he served as Chairman of the National Commission for Democracy during the transition to the constitutional rule. That's where the constitutional drafting all happened, the Consultative Assembly, etc. And he was also a former Supreme Court judge. His legal acumen brought credibility and structure to the parliamentary process. This was after a long time of military interventions to come after him. So he had 2 terms. Right after him was former Speaker of Parliament Peter Alajete. He also served from the 7th of January 2001 to the 6th of January 2005. He was a legal luminary and former president of the Ghana Bar Association. Played a critical role in the fostering of bipartisan cooperation in Parliament during the early years of the New Patriotic Party administration under the presidency of John Agyekum Kufuor. He also advocated for the independence of the legislature and improved its effectiveness in oversight functions. Known for his principled stand on constitutional issues and his eloquent speeches and his deep voice, honorable members, that's him there. And then you have Right Honorable Ebenezer Bejina Sechi Hughes. He said from the 7th of January 2005 to the 6th of January 2009, and a veteran politician, a businessman. So he presided over Parliament that saw significant debates on national policy issues, including infrastructure development and the oil exploration center. He also was known for upholding parliamentary decorum and strict adherence to the rules. His tenure was marked by efforts to strengthen the committee system in Parliament to improve its legislative and oversight functions. And then you talk about the Right Honourable Justice Joyce Adeline Bamford Addo. She served from 7 January 2009 to the 6th of January 2013. And she was the first female Speaker of Parliament in Ghana's history and a trailblazer for women in the leadership position in that sector. A retired judge of the Supreme Court of Ghana, she brought her legal expertise to bear on parliamentary proceedings. And then also, she was an advocate for the inclusion and representation of women in politics and governance. Her tenure was characterized by civility in parliamentary debates and a focus on a consensus building. And then you had Right Honourable Edward Doe Ajaho. He served in Parliament as well. He's the first Speaker of Parliament to have risen through the ranks, having previously served as a Member of Parliament and a Deputy Speaker. Known for his extensive knowledge of parliamentary procedure and his ability to mediate and manage debates effectively, that's Edward Doe Ajaho. He played a pivotal role in ensuring the Parliament provided effective oversight of the executive branch during his tenure. He advocated for infrastructural improvement in a parliamentary chamber. That's Edward Doe Ajaho. In comes Right Honourable Professor, Reverend Professor Aaron Michael Quay, a renowned academic lawyer, historian, and a former diplomat and a pastor as well. Now, he's championed reforms to modernize Parliament, include digitalization and enhancing research capabilities for members of Parliament and those who work in Parliament. He advocated for legislative transparency and accountability with a focus on empowering committees to scrutinize government activities effectively. He brought in that private members' bill concept where members of Parliament could then also push through their thoughts in law. Known for his Pan-Africanist views and his promotion of Ghana's democratic credentials on the global stage. Thanks to him, we now can have members of Parliament say that we want this law, we want that law. Right Honourable Speaker Bagbin, who is still a Speaker today, he's broken the form, a seasoned politician and the longest-serving MP in Ghana's history before becoming Speaker. He's known for his strong emphasis on parliamentary independence and his role in fostering more assertive legislature. Played a critical role in managing a historically hung parliament. That's 137 for MPP, 137 MPs for NDC, and only one independent candidate who is now Deputy Speaker of Parliament. I mean, for the second time running. We're talking about Andrew Esiama of the Fomena constituency, and he is serving in this Parliament now. There's some more conversation, really, but we have to quickly wrap up the conversation, ladies. You've had a swell time, haven't you?
Interesting time, especially with the panelists giving all their views on Parliament and the inauguration that's happening later this morning. And I'm very surprised with the crowds that are already at the Black Star Square. The security are going to have a tough time trying to manage that. I mentioned that earlier. That's right. And it's already playing out. So the military is in there, and it's a no-no for anybody who does not have the requisite pass to get in there. I mean, it's going to be a beautiful ceremony, but it has to be managed. If not, it will turn chaotic.
Because we still have, maybe 5 hours to go. Yeah. We're at full capacity.
So your Council of State have not come in. Your members of Parliament have not come in. Your dignitaries from CSOs and all those organizations have not come in. Your diplomatic corps have not come in. The presidents who are visiting from other countries with the entourage have not come in. You're talking about your military men, you're talking police, you're talking fire service, prisons, you're talking all those key stakeholders, you're talking chiefs and queen mothers. I mean, all those people will come in. Obviously, you don't have chiefs and queen mothers come to sit there. My own king, Yana, will be there. Gamanche will be there. you know, Asante Hene will be represented or Chihene will be represented. I mean, you can't have them come and sit at 5 a.m. So
That's right.
obviously, when they do come in eventually, I mean, the crowd will grow bigger and bigger than what we see now.
That's the concern now, isn't it?
And are we able to handle it? I mean, it would also be a test of the ambulance service. Because what we saw in Parliament the other day of the President's ADC falling, how they handled it and how the medical fraternity have criticized them. This is a huge crowd, as Alfredo put it. How many ambulances do we have? How many people have been deployed there? Given the numbers that we have shown on your election command center, how many more numbers are being added? Are we reconsidering the number of ambulances? What would that mean for the regular ambulance jobs, the hospitals, the clinics, the referral services? You know, it's a whole gamut of restructuring and re-engineering what had already been envisioned for today.
Exactly.
Because the numbers that we see and the numbers that we saw before what we just, I mean, it's mind-boggling.
I mean, you can have a front row seat to all of the action without having to queue, just by sticking with us on all of our platforms, of course.
Exactly.
We'll make sure that we keep you up to date, so you don't have to go make your way. If you were ironing your outfit, you can stop that right now. Just stick with us. We're keeping you informed all throughout, and also on our radio platforms on 3FM 92.7 across all our platforms, and we'll bring you up to speed.
Don't let anybody hustle you, like you saw the soldiers hustling people. No. Don't do that. Sit by your TV, watch. We have our cameramen right close to the action. We will bring you, our reporters will give you the accurate stories and the narratives. Now, I said earlier that we're going to talk about the former presidents and their legacies. Jerry John Rawlings is the firstborn of the Fourth Republic. I mean, would say he's the father of the Fourth Republic because he would be the one who would choose Speaker D.F. Annan and many others who participated and shaped the democracy that we have. So he transitioned from being a military leader into a civilian leader, and then Democratic rule, becoming the first president of the Fourth Republic. He served from 7 January 1993 to 6th of January 2001. He championed economic reforms under the Economic Recovery Program and Structural Adjustment Program with the support from the IMF and the World Bank. He also established institutions like the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, and the National Media Commission, the NMC, to strengthen governance. Well, he's also noted for promoting decentralization by introducing district assemblies and increasing local government participation. Plus, he oversaw significant infrastructural development, including roads, schools, and health facilities. We're talking about a man who he was criticized for human rights abuses during his military rule, although his democratic credentials improved during the Fourth Republic. Then comes John Agyekum Kufuor, brilliant lawyer, young deputy minister in the administrations before him. He served from 7th of January 2001 to the 6th of January 2009. He introduced social interventions programs such as the National Health Insurance Scheme to improve the health access. He initiated the school feeding program, the capitation grant, which boosted school enrollment. We're talking about playing key role in securing debt relief for Ghana under the highly indebted poor countries. That's a HIPIC initiative focused on infrastructure development, including roads, energy projects, and the affordable housing. We're talking about a man who promoted private sector growth and good governance, leading to improved economic indicators. And then also, after him comes Asumdwe Hene, as is popularly called, Professor John Evans Atta Mills, a young man at the time who got his professorship, right? And he served from 7th of January 2009 to 24th of July 2012. Well, he died intestate. He died while he was president, as John Dramani Mahama took over from him. But he's known as the Asumdwe Hene King of Peace for his calm demeanor and his focus on national unity. He strengthened economic management, with Ghana becoming one of the fastest growing economies globally during his tenure. He oversaw the beginning of Ghana's oil production in commercial quantities from the Jubilee fields. He introduced policies like the single spine salary structure to improve public sector pay, right? And he also, and then John Dramani Mahama came right after him, right? So after his demise, John Dramani Mahama comes into the picture. He would focus on massive infrastructure development, including roads, hospitals, schools, and airports. The Terminal 3 is his baby. The Pukwasi interchange, the Abosukai interchange, all of those ones are his brain work. And then he played a pivotal role in expanding Ghana's energy capacity through projects like Car Power Ship and the Ameri plant, albeit amid criticism of the energy sector. He was criticized for doomsok. He promoted access to education by introducing the E-Block community day schools and expanding free school uniforms and textbooks. He advocated for job creation and youth empowerment through initiatives like the YEA, the Youth Employment Agency. Then comes Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Yedni Mufri Tete, Nana Areshish, Nana Tutu Brofo. I mean, so this is a president who is outgoing, served from 7th of January 2017, and his tenure has ended. He introduced the free SHS program, which is very popular, which the MPP used to campaign. Well, it significantly increased secondary education enrollment. He launched the One District, One Factory initiative to promote industrialization and create jobs. Also championed the Planting for Food and Jobs initiative, a program that enhanced agricultural productivity. He focused on digitalization through initiatives like the Ghana Card, mobile money interoperability, and digital address system. We're talking about a man who played a role in Ghana's COVID-19 response, including securing vaccines and implementing lockdown measures. So now, he's overseeing Ghana Beyond Aid agenda aimed at reducing dependency on foreign aid. Question is, are we beyond aid or are we in need of aid? He was criticized for rising public debt levels, economic hardships, and allegations of corruptions, etc. But it's an end of an era. John Dramani Mahama is back on the block after he lost bitterly in 2016 and 2020. The question is, what legacy will he leave behind? Ladies, we got to go.
Absolutely, we're
Team
handing
No Sleep.
over. Yes.
Can you imagine that the time belt is ended, but we have more energy?
I think you have more energy.
No, you have energy
more
too.
Energy.
You want to keep going and going and going and going.
We are alive.
All right, well, certainly. Thank you so much for sticking with Team No Sleep. This is where we bow out. My name is Helena Pia Ampofo.
And I am Judith Brown.
And I am Johnny Hughes, class prefect of Team No Sleep. We'll see you tomorrow.
The Fourth Republic, 3 decades. From 1993 to its present day, the legislative body has chalked up key milestones and has encountered challenges that have defined the institution. From an initial number of 200 legislators, the House in